indeed a wonderful occasion, the first conclave in the world of great leaders as we move out, hopefully, of this terrible pandemic. We have been this wonderful world of indeed am delighted to be here today with all of you, and congratulations to IIHM. And as we move forward, I'm going to ask Dr. Bose to say a few words before we move on further. And I introduce the first panel members. Dr. Bose. To be here today with all of you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fosk. It is such a great pleasure and honored to be here and on the first event of the IIHM International College of Distinguished Fellows. About the New World Order. Well, New World Order or New World Disorder, we don't know. But as you very correctly said, Professor Foskett, the pandemic is now moving out and we can see the blue skies. We can see the blue skies all over the world. Maybe it's Europe first and then Asia is following. But definitely one thing is sure, with the vaccination and with our willingness and with our resilience of the industry, we are bouncing back slowly but very surely. And this IIH willingness and with our resilience of the industry, we are bouncing under one platform, under one umbrella, under one global umbrella, if I have to say, where they all share their experiences, they share their wisdom, they share their thoughts, and we make a collegium of the thought leaders of all over the world under one IIHM sky. And that is the vision to bring all of them together. And I'm so overwhelmed by the acceptance of the fellow of IIHM by over 150 hospitality icons from all over the world. We have been absolutely humbled and overwhelmed by the responses and their enthusiasm. And I could not thank less. I think it is fantastic. I can really take this opportunity to thank everyone who have accepted the election of the fellow of IIHM, which will, of course, take place tomorrow. But today we bring you what you have possibly not seen before, one of the biggest leadership conclave in the hospitality from all over the world. And I think this 8x is going to be very, very brilliant, starts from now for the next 8 hours. So this is the first initiative of the IIHM International College of Distinguished Fellow. So today is a red letter day, or should I say gold letter day, for the history of the IIHM International College, because as we really come and open our wings to the world and tell the world, there we are here, we've arrived with an absolutely fantastic global conclave. So I'd like to once again thank all the panelists who would be with us from all over the world, and all the participants who will be joining from all over the world, and of course the team IIHM and the students of IIHM who have been extremely, extremely enthusiastic to follow this global conclave. So with that, let me once again thank Professor Foskett, my colleague Ron Scott, my entire team at IIHM, all the directors, all the associate directors, and the entire team, the tech team, very important role they're playing to make this conclave such a great success as we look forward for the next 8 hours. So thanks very much and enjoy the rest of the next 8 hours. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Bose. And moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, our first panel is here, and I'd like to introduce you to Professor David Foskett, who's the moderator for this session on the topic Hospitality, Education and Skills, Sets in the New World Order, Time to Change Gears and Curriculum. Over to you, Professor Foskett, to introduce the panel and to carry forward this amazing conversation that we are all looking forward to listen to. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Abdullah, and thank you, Dr. Bose, for that inspiring welcome. The importance of hospitality to all our lives, and we've realized this more than ever during the pandemic, as life has been so miserable without hospitality. The high streets have been dead. The countryside has been dead. Now it's coming to life, and the New World Order has to look at education as a way forward, but a different type of education. So this morning we are discussing hospitality education, skill sets in the New World Order, time to change gears, and the curriculum. And our distinguished panel, I introduce them. First of all, Gary Hunter, who's principal of Westminster Kingsway College, the most prestigious, oldest London College of Hospitality in the UK. Andreas Muller, who's Program Director of International Cuisine at the Vocational Training Centre in Hong Kong. Paul Jervis, who's Head of School of Hospitality at Westminster Kingsway College. And Dr. Bose is joining us because sadly Sangeeta Gadi, Vice President of Oberoi Centre for Learning Development, can't be with us. So, of course, Dr. Bose, who knows no real introduction, is the CEO, Chairman, Founder, Mr. Hospitality himself, Lord of Hospitality. Dr. Bose is joining us. So, how are we going to move forward in the future? We have to look at skill sets. We have to move from education purely what we call academic head. We have to look at education towards the hand and the heart. The hands, the skills, the heart, the emotion, the heart, the emotional intelligence that's needed to develop a curriculum. And also the most important thing is the students of the future and the managers and the careers of the future, how we really focus this curriculum to deliver what the industry wants and the New World Order, and to raise, the most important thing, to raise the standard and the status of hospitality education, and to try to remove this word academic, which is a most misused most misused word in the Oxford Dictionary. And often it means to exclude people, but we want to include people in the education in the New World Order. So I'm going to ask Gary what he's learned from the pandemic and how he sees, first of all, to kick off, how he sees the New World Order, because he's got lots of experience in the education world. Gary, how do you see the world developing in education?
Thank you, David. I think that after the pandemic, and bearing in mind we're still going through that, one of the areas of key areas that we need to understand a lot more and to bring into our teaching and learning is the use of new technology. First off, knowing how to use new technologies to your advantage is of paramount importance in today's global hospitality industry. From mobile check-ins and geolocation to special discount apps, online advertisements and digital concierge systems, you're going to have to make sure that your customers' experience is unique. And we've seen that really during the pandemic with the way that the hospitality industry has adapted to continue to try and do business in a different scale, in a different way, rather than seeing customers come straight into the front doors of a hotel or into a restaurant. What we're seeing now is the adaptability and the use of technology to take hospitality to the front door of everybody's house and homestead. And I think that is really, really important. Linked to those new technologies is the use of social media, so making sure that establishments are visible on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and Foursquare is really, really crucial in the hospitality industry. Why? Well, because social media networks are an integral part of the customer's experience. So you have hotels, for instance, have launched a concierge system on Twitter a few years ago, which I think is really, really adaptable and brilliant step forward. There's many opportunities around the use of new technologies as we start to understand this, such as ordering online, and sending goods and food online across the globe in a lot of instances, in order to bring our hospitality from our rooms into the customers' own rooms. So I think the use of technology is really, really, really key to this as we move forward. And I think that as we certainly at Westminster Kingsway College, we need to think about how we start to introduce that into the curriculum as we move forward, and as we start to then implement technology into the kitchen as well. And I think that's a key area for us to start to understand as we move forward into the world of cuisine, and that piece around adaptability and being adaptable. And I think as I move on to adaptability, I think navigating those emerging technologies is something that most students and professionals need to do in their daily lives, not just in their working lives. And whilst this can ultimately be make life easier, it often comes with new circumstances. And so it just gives us that opportunity to explore what those new circumstances and open the barriers that we once had as an opportunity to really start to move forward. So I think that first piece there is around the use of new technologies and of being adaptable, as we've learned to be adaptable in the pandemic moving forward. I'll stop there for the moment because I've got lots of other things that I could talk about around this, but I'm equally mindful that Andreas and Paul are chomping at the bit to come in on that day too.
Yeah.
Okay, Andreas, how do you see the curriculum and skills in the New World Order?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Foskett. I fully agree with Gary Hunter. We have done the same. We had, of course, a double cohort. We had the political unrest in late 18 and then 2019. And then, of course, and then 2020, we had the COVID-19. I must say Hong Kong has adopted very quick. What we have seen, of course, is we've gone, I think, on about 40 to 50% increase in digitalization. So we were closed. We could not do our training. We could only do it online. For certain months, nobody was allowed to go to schools. And then we were allowed to bring students in on a half-day base only. So this digitalization input, where we have made use of AR, VR, we bought also robots for check-ins, right? We do the assessments online with AR. digitalization, room service, back of the house. We bought VR instruments to transfer the training online and invited them to do it rather online because there were no guests. And of course, with the COVID-19 coming in, we realized the industry, of course, suffered tremendously. Almost 80% of the hotel industry vanished. And we rely a lot of mainland China visit, at least 90%. So, and then, of course, the tourism in regards to cruise ship totally dropped. And Hong Kong has actually, our restaurants were never fully closed. You can imagine 8 million people in that small area. We were only able to produce or invite guests for in-room dining until 6 p.m. in the evening and then continue until 10 p.m. for online takeaway only. So you could see in the hotel industry, we have lost almost 30% of manpower because no guests. In the retail industry, you could see worst hit was the F&B industry, all the pubs, everything was closed, totally closed. And that shifted everything from real business to online business. The online business or takeaway order has totally changed the market in Hong Kong. Many restaurants closed, but I can tell you now, we have almost 100 new businesses suddenly coming up because you don't need that space anymore. You don't need that manpower anymore. So this business has changed. However, in the culinary industry, of course, we still stick on practical training. So we do all our generic modules online via digitalization, and we're gonna still gonna give the practical training in the school as well. Surprisingly to say, with the political unrest and the COVID-19, we have seen maybe a drop of students, dropouts because of political unrest, because of a layoff of their parents from their work. A restaurant had to close down, a drop of on about 38% of students dropped out the first year, 2019-20, and then tremendously when everything changed around and people realized what's happening with the industry, we have seen no more dropouts, and our new intake is already almost 48% above budget, what we actually want to have to intake. So the industry realized very quick what is the goal. We realize, as Mr. Gary Hunter said, internationalization is very important. We have seen a big influx in supporting the in-service professionals in hygiene management courses, HACCP courses, ISO 22000 courses. This has gone up because of COVID, health related. We have seen an influx of customers who changed their business, or professional who were before bankers changed to culinary to give them trade-specific skills. Yeah, so we are quite busy in having a smaller, only a practical skills for them to learn how to cope with the changes of the industry. We see actually in China, it is very good at the moment. Business is almost as normal, back as normal. The GBA, the Greater Bay Area, has a big influence where we can go onto the market to put our students there, to gain students to come over to here. So we just had our 3-year strategic planning, and we realized as well, culinary is actually not really a problem for us. Of course, we have to implement more digitalization, more internationalization, work with the industry, invite the industry to see what we are doing, what we are capable to do. And you are utmost right, Dr. Foskett, it goes more and more back to practical rather than academic. Yeah, I can see the advertisement for the culinary, for the hospitality has dropped for almost every sector, around about 60%. However, the culinary has totally increased. Yeah, so you see their influx, and you see people are changing. They realize suddenly we don't need anymore a degree. Yeah, we need manpower now. We need manpower to do the skill work. And that is a big change what will happen in the next 3 years, definitely, because we see there is a big increase in restaurant establishments. We still have 8 hotels to be built within this year until next year. But the tourism industry will only bounce back by 2025. So there is space for us to get more people on board on skills-based learning. We expand. We want to go international more. We want to go to GBA. We have connection with China, but we also need to reinforce the local support, that people understand what is to tell the North. Our biggest challenge is, of course, universities. They have less impact on recruitment from overseas, from international students. So what they will do is, of course, they might going to lower the entrance for the local market to survive. So we have a little bit of an objection to see, do we get enough students? Luckily, the outlook for 21-22 cohort looks very good for the culinary part.
Professor Foskett, we can't hear you.
Professor Foskett, good afternoon. We are not able to hear you, sir.
Oh, the microphone.
Yes.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That is right.
You can hear me. Good. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, sorry. Yeah, basically, I'm going to say, I think, therefore I am. There are many different types of intelligence. The problem is with our traditional classical humanist system is that it's all about a different type of intelligence that one needs for vocational, because skills use manual dexterity, psychomotor, what we call psychomotor skills. Many people assume that when you use psychomotor skills, you're not using your head. That is a nonsense. When you're using psychomotor skills, which we call practical skills, it's a different types of intelligence. The head has to connect with the hands. And we have to focus on this intelligence and raise this profile in the education system. Realize, the Commonwealth countries realize that this does not support their economies. In Singapore, they have thrown out the British system of education and they're adopting the German system, and they call the skills for the economy.
Yeah.
And that's so important, skills for the economy. And the apprenticeship scheme in Singapore is driven by the Minister of Finance. So I'm going to hand over now to Paul, who is an expert in the psychomotor skills running Westminster Kingsway, how he sees the curriculum changing in the future and how we can get this message across. Over to you, Paul.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Certainly at Westminster Kingsway College, we've always kept our curriculum as organic as possible, and I think that's the key kind of thing moving forward. Is I think in some circumstances people have been guilty of treating the qualification as the end goal, and it becomes almost a tick list system where people say, well, these are the skills that they need to meet. The concept that we kind of adopt is that we're training people for a career, not training people for a certificate. So in terms of, we keep our curriculum as organic as possible. We teach new skills and techniques, and essentially the only way that you can do that is you keep the industry at the heart of it. So you need to make sure that you're aware of what's going on outside, what the needs of their businesses are, what the desires of the customers are, and you adapt and you train to new systems. But I think it's also really crucial that you keep to some of the regional customs and heritage of the countries that you're in as well. So you could be in danger of making this one kind of system. And there's some incredible programs that you can watch on Netflix on Chef's Table where they're actually going back to the roots of the country and investigating lost ingredients and things like that. And that's just as valuable as the modern skills and techniques. So it's an awareness of your environment, it's an awareness of your students, it's an awareness of the businesses and your customers on your doorstep, and it's embracing all of that as a partnership model to ensure that your students get the best style of qualification. And if you understand your students and their capabilities and their learning styles, then you will end up with success, because this industry is applicable to absolutely everyone, whether you're academic, whether you're a hands-on person. It's adaptable, and there's a place for absolutely everyone within it.
Thank you, Paul. Applied useful learning. That's a key message we have to get across. And it's important what you've said, Paul, about heritage. Every subject area to be taken seriously in the education world has to find its body of knowledge. And you have to identify that body of knowledge. What you've just told us about is identifying the body of knowledge. And we have to stand up and proclaim this body of knowledge, that we are a very, very successful industry, which is founded on a body of knowledge which is international. It's a body of knowledge which is international. It is also about applied, useful learning and how we take that useful learning forward to meet the needs of industry. So, Dr. Bose, how do you see the new world order in terms of the curriculum and your successful colleges in India?
Yeah, thanks very much, David, and thanks very much to all the esteemed panelists here. I think in India we have gone through one of the worst COVID-19 wave that the world has seen. The second wave has been absolutely a killer in terms of the sheer number, in terms of the deaths, in terms of the economy not been able to stand up, in terms of the entire medical system, the infrastructure not been able to support such a catastrophe. But good news is that we are now past it, and hospitality industry was affected, especially in the city. But as we are talking, first of all, let me say the resilience of our industry is really showing. We have been talking about resilience for last 15 months, but today we can see the demonstration, the example of the resilience that our industry is actually capable of. We are very strong on our foundations. We are very strong because our people are very strong. And in India, they are very hardworking. They can work for 12 to 14, 16 hours a day, actually. I think already if you see the hotels which are in the resorts, the leisure segment, they're already picking up very, very aggressively. In the next 3 months, I think places which are like Goa, Himachal Pradesh are all getting full. So in this context, I think the entire education system, what we are doing at IIHM, and we have been talking in different forums, is that we need to really come out of that past, and we need to come out of a little bit of a self-denial that everything will be same. The fact is that the world will not be same, and we need to understand that we need to prepare our students, our graduates, that you are going to work in a different world, whether you like it or don't like it. I mean, there are a lot of people who talk about a new normal, and I tell them there's nothing called normal. There's nothing called a new normal, because it's a new world. You can call it a next normal, but not new normal. So I think what we are doing is that we are encouraging the students to do a lot of multi-skilling. We have been talking with full galaxy of hospitality professionals, general managers, a CEO of companies, and we have taken their feedback. One of the things that we do at IIHM, we always discuss with the stakeholders. Ultimately, in India, employability is very important, unlike many countries where people can do a course, but then they can just do something else. But in India, since it's still a development stage, the employability, the placement, the recruitment after doing the program is the paramount important. So we spoke with the industry captains, the industry, the HR manager, general managers, and we asked them what you want, because they are the stakeholder. They said that we want you to produce students who are not so, who are flexible, who are not so rigid that I want to work in a food and beverage, or I want to work possibly in the front of the house. They should be more flexible in their approach. I want to work in the hospitality industry. Well, chefs are different, of course, but then even chefs would be ready to work in food and beverage and come and talk with the guest. And if required, they can go and meet the client, a customer, get some business in the banqueting. So it has to be a multitasking career now. And that's exactly what we are trying to do at IIHM. Secondly, there is nothing called a 5-star job and a 3-star job. Every job is now important, because we have come out with the worst crisis the world have ever seen in the history of the world. So at this time, we cannot be chooser that, well, I cannot join an industry because it's not a 5-star hotel. I cannot work in a restaurant. I cannot work in a 3-star or a 2-star or an independently run hotel, because I thought I'll work in 5-star. So that kind of mindset we are trying to change, and trying to give them that kind of education that you should be prepared to work in every kind of establishment. And even we are getting a lot of response from the retail industry for recruitment for their company, from the fashion industry. In fact, recently, one of the biggest international fashion company called Puma, we all know Puma, they have recruited over 30 of our graduates. So they are coming because the hospitality graduates are always fundamentally very strong. They are good in communication, they are good in attitude, they can work for 15 hours with a smile, and their foundation are strong. So there are jobs all over. So as Professor Foskett said while setting the tone, that we need to come out of that typical definition of academic to more practical aspect of preparing for an employable career. I think employability is very important, because ultimately, after doing a program, if you are not employable, if people don't recruit you, then I think that's our failure. So we are actually encouraging them to do a lot of multitasking. We have introduced entrepreneurship last year as one of our measures, because what we have seen in India is a half of entrepreneur. Almost world's half of the entrepreneurship initiatives are either in India or from Indians, maybe somewhere else, maybe USA, Silicon Valley. So Indians are very entrepreneurial. And we have introduced a full measure called in the entrepreneurship. And we have got very good response. A lot of people who have come and said, we don't want to work, we want to become entrepreneur. And so instead of measuring in F&B or in the front of the house or in the kitchen, they are measuring in entrepreneurship. We have set up a separate unit called Sahas, which in English means courage, which actually mentors these young students to become entrepreneur. And even they fund it. We are funding the student to open their own unit. We are supporting them in the legal way, how to open a company. Our own company secretary is hand-holding them. We are even creating their logos, helping them to make their tagline, marketing plan, and also we are funding them. So I think we are shifting the gear from just becoming an employee to become an entrepreneur, to become a person who can give employment. And there is a huge scope because India is a big country, big population. There are a lot of opportunity for the entrepreneur to become successful. And especially with the digitized world, one thing that COVID have done, they have, in a way, democratized the entire digital world. The entire world is now very democratic because there is no physical requirement. There is not that you need, as Chef Mula was saying, you don't need a space now to sell your food. You can just do in a cloud kitchen or a dark kitchen. You can do it in your own kitchen and sell it in the internet, in a Facebook, in your marketing becomes much more easy. You don't need to keep a marketing manager. So things have become much more democratized. And this actually is helping, that this digital transformation is helping the entrepreneurship so that you can actually showcase your product, you can sell your product, you can tell the world what your products are, why they are better, why you should buy my product. These are the important thing. The entire digital transformation has changed the entire ecosystem of the hospitality and F&B business in India. So that's what we are doing at IIHM, and we are actually putting a lot of stress on the entrepreneurial managerial skills. Even if you don't want to become entrepreneur, even as a manager, even as an employee, the skill should be more of entrepreneurial and not academic. So that's what we are doing, Professor Foskett, from our side at India and at IIHM campuses.
Well, when people say to me it's non-academic, I say that academic is all learning. I actually do not like the word academic. It is all learning. We are all teachers. Yeah, we are all learners. It is all about learning. Learning in the new world order. And that is so important. When you talk about normal, right? Normal got us into this mess. Yeah, because they didn't react quickly enough. Politicians are not trained to do government. Everyone today listening to this is trained to do their job. A politician is not trained to do their job. In this country, you may study philosophy at Oxford, and then you become minister or Secretary of State for Health. Yeah, we are all trained to do our job. We are flexible. Hospitality people are flexible. They are multi-skilled. When you study hospitality, you study marketing, HR, culinary, so many different subjects. It's not about cooking and waiting, as many vice chancellors think it is. They have no idea. It's about business. It's about emotion. It's about being flexible, as you're right. And hospitality people are flexible. Hospitality people are very employable in other sectors because they're well educated and they're flexible. And I think we should stand up and we should clap. We clapped for health workers. We should stand up and clap for hospitality teachers. Because I'm an examiner in universities, and one university has changed all its assessment. to get the students through. Yeah, and they got the students through by changing their remodeling their assessments during lockdown. A parent said to me, my daughter is studying to be a teacher, but she can't do her dissertation because she can't do her primary research because she can't get into primary schools. I said, well, that's a nonsense. That university should change its dissertation from primary just to concentrate on secondary desk research to get them through. But they're so inflexible, and because they consider themselves as academic. Yeah, and these academics are so, call themselves academic, are so inflexible. I've worked with enough of them. Yeah, they believe they're protecting academic standards. What academic standards? Right? This is all about teaching and learning. And as we go into the new world order, people have to think differently. The World Health Organization did not do a good job. Yeah, they have to think things differently. This pandemic got out of hand. It could have been curtailed much quicker if the World Health Organization acted quicker, and they didn't. And governments around the world. And literally, one thing about Macron in France, he turned around and said, we got it wrong. We didn't act quickly. He admitted it. But you can't get our government admitting that they got things terribly wrong. But hospitality people are flexible, and they're creative, they're innovative, they're multi-skilled. And we are creating students who are employable, employability. And I'm going to go back to Gary to look at the employability, because I know Westminster Kingsway, and then we'll move on to Andreas about this important word, employability. What does it actually mean? Gary, over to you.
With our courses at Westminster Kingsway College, every step of the way is really engaging with employers right from the word go. So even before we start teaching, every academic year we engage with employers to make sure that our curriculum is absolutely fit for purpose, not just for now, but for the future. And to have that constant conversation with employers means that, as Paul has mentioned, we're not just making students pass an examination, we're actually making them career-minded, career-focused, multi-skills focused for a career that could take them in multiple directions. And that has to be the first point. The second point of that is everything that you've just said, David, around the practicalities of teaching. Not the academic style of teaching, but the practicalities, the hands-on approach that takes our students into doing and doing again. And so you're building upon those skills right from the word go into the first year, all the way through into the third year. By the time we get to the third year, we think that our students are probably strong enough to understand and to take on board the capability of a specialised subject, because they have taken on, over the 2-year period, enough skills to point them in the right direction of their career and their future. But we know that our students are going to change their career trajectory at least 5 times throughout their whole career. They will change that career trajectory. So we must make sure that we have that foundation of skills built right from the word go in the courses that we're running, but also that we maintain an alumni association so that our family of students, when they graduate and move on, know that they can come back to us to top up their skills as and when they need them. So that flexibility of skills building is really, really important, and to be understanding about what those future skills are going to be needed as we move forward in this brave new world, as David has put, means that our students can come back to us and build on those building blocks to create more skills, whether that is in entrepreneurship, whether that is in digital skills, whether that's in revenue management or hospitality finance or managing service quality. It gives our students that opportunity to build skills, to move in a different career trajectory that they need to go in. Our our multi-skills that we teach in hospitality and culinary arts means that we have students that can go on to different career paths right across the trajectory. So we've had students that have gone into healthcare with hospitality skills. We've had students that have gone into digital with hospitality skills, because they're all encompassing and they are adaptable skills, and they give that critical thinking and excellent communication that our students need as we move forward. When I say our students, I'm not just talking about Westminster Kingsway College, I'm talking about hospitality students across the world. And that's the really important piece, is to just build on those skills in a practical way that is forward thinking into what is needed for today and for tomorrow.
Right. Andreas, tell us about...
I mean, absolutely, fully agree with Dr. Suborno-Bose, fully agree with Gary Hunter, with your comments. We have implemented already for the last 3 years entrepreneurship, design thinking, project-based learning, and all our students. I have just graduated 154 diploma students in international culinary cuisine, and they already have all an employment. They have all unemployment, because what Hong Kong wants is manpower, skills. There are enough students from the university who knows the academic, but unfortunately do not know all the skills. Yeah, so our students are definitely brought to this point where we give them enough lecturer, as Dr. Bose said before. Also, many of them are even now already, after 1 year, already owner of a small cake shop. They make their own business, yeah. As I said, they don't need a big rental. They can do it from home, but they go online, they know their customers, they go out face-to-face talking. So these skills definitely will make a change, and the skills, knowledge and skills, what is needed for manpower purpose, will always be asked for. And we will continue with this. Yes, we do have to add a little bit digitalization, a little bit for online learning, AV, VR. This we cannot avoid, yeah, because it comes all from China as well. But we definitely emphasize on entrepreneurship, on project-based learning, on design thinking, what will help the students. And we have to guarantee the government, we have government funded, that we have an employment rate of 96%. And we offer the students come back going up for block learning for other skills. I have sent 15 students to City University Birmingham to do their master and their bachelor degrees. So it really tells you we are on the right track.
Perfect. Over to you, Paul, about employability and progressing in the future.
For a number of years, I've presented the opportunity to come onto a hospitality program as and one of the big things that I've always used almost as a selling point is the fact that as a hospitality expert, you'll never be out of work. And then all of a sudden, a pandemic comes along, and it put a hold on it. And our students who graduated last year, the hospitality industry was closed, and their opportunities were limited. Having said that, every single one of them has still progressed into work, and albeit it may not have been within that hospitality industry at that time, what was reassuring for me was the fact that we had produced a cohort of learners who were still capable of working within a different sector, and that shows the flexibility of skills. And as we kind of come to the end of this academic year and our level 3 learners progress and graduate, the industry is very open and is begging for people. And I've got students who have opportunities at some of the most prestigious establishments within London, and they're selecting and they're contacting us and saying, where should I go? I've got the Ritz Hotel offering me a job, and I've got a 5-star hotel offering me a job, and I've got a top-end restaurant who's chasing Michelin stars offering me a job. Which one should I take? And it's an incredible place for them to be. But actually, and the decision was made, and the student has progressed into work. And we got an email from the executive head chef who wrote back, and there was one line in there which meant more than anything to me, was they actually said, "What a nice young man." And for me, it wasn't just this skill set, because he walked in there and I got utter confidence that the skills that we're teaching our learners are going to put them in a strong place. But actually, it's the time that we've spent with them over 3 years, and for them to leave and for them to turn and say, they're not just skilled, but actually these are well-rounded, polite, hospitable human beings, for me meant more than anything. So it was it's a wonderful place to be in. The industry is hit a reset button for me, and actually we've got an opportunity now to make this industry better than it's ever been.
Absolutely.
And if we grab it, we could have a very, very bright future.
Yeah, Paul, you've just touched on a subject which I greatly believe in, is what you're doing, and what a lovely young man or nice young man. It's also about character building. Hospitality is about character building, about being presentable. It's also about grooming in the best sense, about grooming people for hospitality, front of house, greeting them, bringing out this emotional intelligence. This emotional intelligence is greatly undervalued in our education system. We talk about so much about IQ. The whole of the so-called academic world is based on IQ. It's not based on EQ. But if you look at the top managers in industry throughout the world, many of them, their IQ is average, yeah? But their EQ is way above in the upper quartile. And that's what makes them so successful business entrepreneurs, managers, leaders, etc. I've worked with scientists, food scientists, who are brilliant at food science, but their communication skills was zero. How many have we been in front of a doctor, an eminent consultant, a doctor, whose communication skills are just so poor, and yet their medical skills are so advanced, but their communication skills, their bedside manner, if you like, is zero. Yeah. But what hospitality needs is the development of character building. And so rightly you say about this young man, what you've done is built the character, and it is about character building. And I'm going to go over to Dr. Bose again now to talk about this character building, because IIHM have got it down to a fine art. Dr. Bose.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think I fully agree with you. And just to add that the emotional quotient, EQ, or what we call the social skills, I think in India and in IIHM, we put, I think, huge emphasis on the social skills, because hospitality is 50% social skill. And even if you are a chef, or if you are very good in your skill, but if your social skills are not good, then you are nowhere. And I just wanted to say that some of the alumni who will be coming today to speak in a different time of the day in today's conclave, they have become general managers, CEO, just because they have excellent social skills. And that, I think, is one of the very important part of the employability. Why do you think that Puma or Adidas is recruiting IIHM students? Because they have nothing, no skill about the design industry, but they have social skill. Their attitude is so good that they always recruit people from hospitality. If you have seen the events which we do the events for two reasons. One, of course, is the reason because of the skill, but also the major reason for the events, including our signature event, Young Chef Olympiad, is to get the student that kind of exposure so that they can demonstrate the social skill. Before the Young Chef Olympiad, we spent almost 4 to 6 months training them consciously about the social skill. As Professor Foskett used the word groomed, grooming them perfectly, not just physically, but also mentally. And even if they're working in the midnight or in the 2 in the morning or in the receiving someone in the airport in the 4 in the morning, they're still smiling and looking fresh. So that is, I think, hospitality at its best. And as Professor Foskett said, to be human is to be hospitable. We try to always put that in the minds of our students so that we create a body of students who are not just good in skill, but they are very strong on social skills and EQ. And that actually enhances the employability skill by few notches.
I can see that we're all united in thought, and what we're doing is very positive around the world. We need to come together more to create qualification that is endorsed by all of us. So we need the International Hospitality Council to endorse all these qualifications, that we speak as one voice internationally. One voice internationally, because we are speaking, we're all on the same platform, we all speak with the same views, the same passion, the same commitment. And hospitality, we chose the word Fiat Lux, which means Latin. It's Latin for let there be light. Because sorry, Brian Turner, sorry. Brian Turner's ringing me. Let there be light. Yeah. And let there be light, because what hospitality does, it lights up the world. It lights up the high street. How miserable was the high street? Was life without hospitality? So let there be light is the hospitality industry lights the world. That's why sitting behind you is the flame, is the yellow flame of light, because all around you in your teaching and what you do is creating light in the world. Yeah, hospitality brings the light, it brings the enjoyment, it brings the well-being, as well as the jobs, yeah, and the economy. So what we must do is talk up what we do, hospitality. And I know for many years when I was at the university, so many of the other departments tried to talk hospitality down, yeah? But I used to talk it up, bang on the table, and say, this is a business. This is what lights the world. You are the first to run to the bar. You are the first when there's a free buffet, yeah? But this is because you enjoy hospitality, but we create that enjoyment. We create the stability of society, and we create the well-being. And that's what we must do, and that's what we must tell our students and reflect this in the curriculum. So what you're doing is absolutely wonderful. But we must unite together with this one voice and stamp all our qualifications with International Hospitality Council, because we are the ones leading the world in hospitality education. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your input. And I think it's been a wonderful discussion. And I look forward to tomorrow when we induct and award the distinguished fellows of the International College, the College of International Fellows, distinguished fellows. So thank you very much. And I look forward to tomorrow to see you all again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Foskett. Indeed, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've had this honor of having this amazing panel at the start of the ATEX Hospitality Conclave today. And I think Nothing could have been better than having a panel with the eminent educationalists all over the world talking about the new trends in hospitality education and, of course, about the skill sets in the new world order. I'm extremely fortunate to have today with me Dr. Shubhodno Bose and definitely Chef Gary Hunter, Chef Andres Muller, Chef Paul Jervis, and Professor David Foskett, who moderated this amazing session. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you so much for joining us today. And ladies and gentlemen, please do not go away because we are going to be starting in the next couple of minutes. In fact, in the next few seconds, another very, very important session. Thank you so much, Dr. Bose, for joining us today for the first session of the hospitality panel. And now, before I begin, let's take a small break and come back.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our dear students, all hospitality aspirants, and definitely the fraternity of hospitality, who's in fact watching us today on the first season of the 8X Hospitality Conclave. We've had a marvelous session some time ago, with an amazing panel, and definitely which spoke about education. And now, we would be going ahead and introducing another personality who has done wonders in the culinary world. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our dear students, we have Chef Ranveer Brar with us right now. Talking about Chef Ranveer Brar, he's an Indian celebrity chef. He's a television and digital celebrity, MasterChef India judge, author, restaurateur, food film producer, and benefactor. He has set up multiple restaurants in India and abroad and has curated the menu of many, many more. Well, we have Chef Ranveer Brar here with us today. Welcome, Chef. We are extremely happy to have you here today. And you're looking wonderful, Chef, as always. And with that bright smile of yours, which in fact, is so infectious. And I'm sure everybody who's watching you today and wanting to know on this amazing topic and a very, very important topic, which is culinary trends in the new world order. We are here to listen and learn from you, Chef. Oh, the entire audience is up to you. Always.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks to everybody at IIHM, and thanks to Dr. Bose, an amazing person and a great friend. I'm just happy to be here. Thank you very much for the recognition and for the fellowship. And for all the students who are here, I look forward to very soon meeting all of you in person in all your respective institutes. I can't really wait. I think what is important now when we discuss culinary trends is how things have changed in the last 2 years, and it's impossible to reach to a trend by ignoring what actually has happened and how it will affect the future in times to come. Right? I always say there is a lot of pain, but then on the other side of the pain, there is always gain, right? What our industry has seen and in these times has been tough. It has not been easy, but there are 3 positives that have come out. And I will quickly talk about that and how they're going to affect the F&B trends of not just the near future, but for a really long time. I think first, benefit of this time has been something called chefpreneurship. Chef entrepreneurs, chefs who decided to take up something beyond just the job, increased many folds. A lot of them saw success. A lot of them realized that this is what they can actually do. And I think that is going to be one trend that is going to stay for the future. Chef-driven projects, and by projects I mean not just restaurants, projects beyond restaurants. Chefpreneurship as a concept is finally here in a big way, because as a country, we believe in the job a lot more than the profession. Sometimes we feel that chef is a job, and I always tell people it's not a job, it's a profession. You got a job because of that profession. You can do many more things with that profession. I think we've finally come to realize as chefs that we can actually do many more things with our profession. We can just cook at home, deliver from home, and make a lot of money. I think chefpreneurship as a food trend, because of what has happened, is going to stay. The other bit that I see as a culinary food trend that I see as staying is what we often spoke about, but sometimes failed to capture on our menus, is seasonality, and locality, right? Local and seasonal produce. Now, what these times have done is, because they've stressed our P&L, we've been forced to make our menus shorter, change them often, work with lesser staff across various shifts. And I think that when you do that, automatically when you have a smaller menu, you need to change it often. When you need to change it often, automatically you need to think of more that you can do. And that time, what is available locally and seasonally automatically comes into your book or your thought process, for that matter. And I think that is something that is here to stay. We can't really take that away from the current context. So locality, seasonality, smaller menus, smaller restaurants, probably chefpreneurship. These are clear trends that are indicators of how our business is going to look in the future. Another aspect that I feel is a trend that has emerged because of these difficult times for the industry, has been food tech, right? We always, as an industry, we thought that we are the food people and the tech people are the tech people, and the food people should do what they're good at. The tech people should do what they're good at, and it is a marriage of it's a happy marriage. We finally realized that it is not really a happy marriage, it's a marriage of convenience. And unless food people become food tech people and understand the ecosystem completely, this equation is always going to be lopsided. And if food tech is the future, food businesses and their need to become food tech businesses is a culinary trend that we will see, which is going to drive the future of our business. You can't separate the food business from the food tech business. As food people, we need to understand food technology. We need to understand how food technology is helping us and what are the minute details of the food technology that we would probably otherwise oversee because the food tech people were supposed to see that. I think that is another trend that is here to stay. But now, when I talk about seasonal and local, automatically, you consider grains. Automatically, you consider local vegetables, local fruits. Automatically, all that sort of covers those aspects. So, according to me, these are the three key gains from these tough times, which will reflect as various trends, which will reflect in how our industry looks into the future. And I think, like I said, these are the true silver linings that are going to determine the future of the business. Yep. And for all the students, now that I'm right here and I'm allowed to talk more, for all the students who are joining currently, and for all the students who are looking at this first of all, don't really be discouraged. There's nothing to be discouraged about, because this business is about feeding people, and people will always need to be fed. So, you'll always have a job. I don't think that's something that you have to really worry about, trends or no trends. But I also think going into the future, you will have to find a good balance in the industry between it being a product, people, and a tech industry. And I think that is something that you would need to align your thought process to. We will have to deal with people. We will have to have a fantastic product, but we'll also have to have tech that supports and eases what we're looking to do. Well, that's it from me. Thank you, everybody. Thank you once again for this distinguished honor. And I look forward to seeing all of you in person soon.
Thank you so much, Chef. Indeed, it was in a very short while, you've given a great insight into the culinary world and, of course, the culinary trends in the new world order. I would like to invite Dr. Bose now for coming and talking a few words to you, Chef.
I'd like to say thanks very much, Chef Ranveer Brar. That was the first ever 8-minute ED talk. In fact, when we had a brainstorming and we thought the 18 minutes TED talk is far too high, actually far too long. So we did it a new format called 8 minutes ED talk. And you actually right now delivered and created some kind of a history by delivering the first ever 8 minutes ED talk of the IIHM International College of Distinguished Fellows. So congratulations, and thank you so much, Ranveer, for such an amazing insight into the new business opportunities, new culinary trend. Thank you so much for being with us, and welcome once again to this great college. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Bose. Always a pleasure. Lots of love. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chef Brar, once again. And thank you so much, Dr. Bose, for being here. And indeed, the day is going great. We are in the first season of the ATEX Hospitality Conclave, ladies and gentlemen, our dear students. And I think we have had a great start of the day. We have a lot of time to go. We have got some amazing conclave sessions, some amazing ED talks. And I'm certain by the end of the day, everybody is going to be enriched with a lot of thoughts, a lot of good, you can say, insight into the world of hospitality, and of course, a great glimpse into the hospitality fraternity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going ahead and introducing our new panel. And for that, I would like to invite somebody extremely important to the industry, somebody who has been a veteran, and that is none other than Mr. Ranveer Bhandari. Talking about Mr. Ranveer Bhandari, welcome, sir. He happens to be the Senior Vice President and General Manager of the Hotel Trident, Nariman Point, Mumbai. And Mr. Bhandari is going to be talking today on the topic, innovation and creativity in the new world order in hospitality industry, strategies and techniques. And he would be the lead speaker and the moderator of the event. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And we look forward to a great panel discussion from your end.
Thank you very much, Sanchari, and thank you, Dr. Bose, for this fantastic opportunity. I think this is so appropriate at this time that we are really hungry in many ways in this industry to really know what's the way forward. Because if I tell you that we know, I don't think any of us have a magic wand. It's so uncertain, it's so existential. We are learning as we go along. Every day is a new day. And I think the important thing is to listen, create a listening culture, and ensure that there is some radical candor in all our organizations, because there are so many touch points in our hotel and in our industry, and the important part as leaders is to enable and empower our teams to give us that knowledge of a changing scale. What's happening today is completely unparalleled, not in our lifetime, and won't probably happen for the next few lifetimes, hopefully. So it's very important to listen to our frontliners, listen to all our people, create a environment of radical candor, like what we started in Oberoi at Trident in Nariman Point is something called NIBI. NIBI is new idea, better idea, and NIBI is cross-functional across levels, and we encourage our teams to come forward and come out with some really creative new ideas. And we have an ear to it. We try and listen to it. It's actually the voice of the customer, and it's so rapidly changing that we try and adapt and ensure that we have certain fresh ideations from NIBI. NIBI also encourages team members to feel a part of as stakeholders, to be a part of this changing landscape. And I think one thing that this pandemic has taught us is that we need to reinvent and re-energize and, of course, re-engineer. Change is so dynamic. It's so constant. The only thing constant is change. And every organization, if you look at what Christopher Schoch said, he said all organizations go through four quadrangles. After about 10 years, the organization goes into a state of contentment where, they feel that this is the best way everything is done and there's no better way to do it. And then, you try to inject change because you realize that you're getting competitively weaker, etc. And then you say that, okay, let's try and look at this, and you get immediate denial because people say, no, what are you talking about? I mean, these years, this is the way we've done it, and why should we want to change? And then, you try and slowly, like the frog in the boiling water, you need to slowly raise the temperature. And then, you go into confusion because people are confused that, the old one was better or the new one better. And that's the time you inject the change and you have a renewal. Renewal is a renewed organization.
Mr. Bhandari, I'm so sorry to interrupt
my
you.
point is,
Mr. Bhandari, I'm so sorry to interrupt you in between. I would like to basically introduce the panel that you would be moderating today for this amazing session that you're already speaking about, sir. I would like to introduce the rest of the panelists. The first, of course, happens to be Mr. Anupam Dasgupta. A very, very warm welcome to him. He happens to be the General Manager of the Leela Palace, New Delhi. A very warm welcome to Mr. Anupam Dasgupta to this panel, which is going to be led by Mr. Ranveer Bhandari. We have Mr. Sharad Datta joining us. He is the General Manager of the Western Mumbai. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Sharad Datta, for joining this particular panel. We have Mr. Kumar Krishna joining us all the way from Hyderabad. He is the CEO of Istara Co-Living. A very, very warm welcome to you, Mr. Kumar Krishna. And we also have Mr. Parag Sahni, who is the General Manager of the Western Mindspace, Hyderabad, who is joining us in this amazing panel. So, Mr. Bhandari, this would be your panel, and we look forward to having a great discussion along with you, together with everybody here, all the eminent personalities. Over to you, sir.
Oh, very warm welcome to all the panel speakers, and I think we're going to have fun. No, as I was saying, and just getting back to how important it is that in today's context, I think what is really important is that this too shall pass. I think at the end of the day, there's no doubt in anyone's mind, and I think all my esteemed panel members will agree with me that it will pass. And when the curtain comes up again, we are all performers in some way, and we're going to be back on stage. Right now, too much time is being spent in the green room, but this too shall pass. And when the curtain comes up, how ready are we? How are we ensuring that we reshape this hospitality industry? And I think it's not going to go back to normal immediately. I think the next 2-3 years will be one of a constantly changing landscape, different customer expectations. Like I say in the city hotels, those of us who run city hotels, I say it's the return of the bathtub. Many of our city hotels had got rid of bathtubs because the business clientele that we had would want a quick shower, and they would hate to get onto a bathtub because nobody used it. And our double occupancy was about 17 to 18%. Today, our double occupancy is about 60, 65, 70%. And everyone wants a bathtub, because it's a different form of clientele, which is more staycation, etc. Now, I think in all our processes that we do, when we say about service excellence and we talk about process excellence, or empowering our teams and knowledge of our teams and attitude of our teams, and of course, then embracing technology to reshape the industry. I think all of us are giving it a lot of thought as to saying that how do we integrate technology into what we have integration of artificial intelligence systems or machine learning. I think all of us have learned so much on machine learning, and whether it is customer staff interaction or whether it's internal staff efficiency, how are we using artificial intelligence in the hospitality industry? And I'd like to invite Anupam to join me in this discussion on how AI and machine learning software can be used to simplify, automate, and expedite a myriad of menial and repetitive processes in the company, which will free our people to then focus more on the customer. So, Anupam, what are your thoughts on it, and how are you evolving your teams towards this new tomorrow?
Thank you, Ranveer. So, in many ways, the pandemic has sort of fast-forwarded many of the technological innovations that were probably would have come into play maybe 7 or 8 years down the line. You and I know that contactless check-ins and check-outs have become the norm more than anything else in 99% of hotels. E-concierge services, either through the simple WhatsApp with somebody at the end of that WhatsApp chat who's interacting with guests because they don't want to come down or speak to anybody directly, or even for that matter, chatbots have taken over this particular very important interaction, which is the concierge service. Although that is something, for most classical hotels, you still want to see the tail-coated, double-keyed concierge, with gravitas, directing you to the nearest museum and stuff like that. So that is not going to go away too soon. But I feel for the millennial and the Gen Z, for them to be interacting with somebody on their phones, if they want something, if they are unhappy with something, that is something that will continue to stay. I think the other thing that's important and that has happened is that in many ways are the brand.coms in all our hotels, and I'm sure it's the same with Parag and Sharad and Krishna as well. Our brand.coms have become akin to the OTA platforms in terms of the ease of booking. How has that happened? That's happened through AI. Through better use of innovation and through better use of intuitive technology that is again brought into play, because a lot of our hotels want to keep that 17-18%, which is going off in commissions within the industry. So that's another thing that I feel has happened. Chef Brar was talking about food tech. That is another very, very, very important innovation that has happened. All of us have, in order to keep the fires burning, in order to keep cash flows going, and keep our keep our revenues coming in, all of us have pivoted towards delivery and takeaway. And whether it is using our own using our own system, or using our own app, or using third-party delivery, I think that's another thing that we've all embraced. More than anything else, virtual tools for show rounds. That's another new thing that has happened. People don't want to come down. I mean, if you're talking about let's say a MICE engagement 3 years down the line, something which is like a convention center being booked out, or like a doctor's conference, international conference, 3 or 4 years down the line, because that is the usual time window. People are doing that using VR now. So that VR tech is very important for hotels. So these are things which I think, innovations, AI-based innovations that would have happened over the next 7 or 8 years have now suddenly been funneled into the last year and a half. And I think all hoteliers have adapted to this, if not many.
Thank you, Anupam. I think just catching on to what you've just explained, I think, people are talking about augmented reality, and, where you use an augmented reality to create augmented hotel environments and give your staff members, the interactive tools they need to manage guests and their requests more efficiently. I mean, you can imagine AR as augmented reality integration can even aid the guests to unlock their rooms with their mobile phones, etc. Just coming to Sharad, Sharad, I think there's been a lot of different things that we've talked about, whether it's AI or augmented reality, or the use of outsourcing, how it's increasing rapidly, or biometric technology. How do you, use hotel technology instead of people using their own personal gadgets? What are your views on whether this is going to change immediately, or you think that the high touch will still remain and the low tech will become high tech, but the high touch will never go away?
Thanks, Ranveer.
Over to you, Sharad.
Thank you. Taking on from what Anupam said, I think our industry is no stranger to innovation. For us who've been in the business for a while, the key word of innovation we've heard all through our careers. And Anupam is quite right. It's only now that this pandemic has kind of acted as a catalyst to speed up the entire process, and it's more out of necessity rather than the ability or the need to change. But I strongly believe that there are two things here. One, yes, we need to be in sync with what's happening on the technology front. We need to be in sync with what the world is doing with handhelds, with the way that they conduct the business, with the way they interact with each other. I mean, in this pandemic, there are so many people who are first-time users of AI, whether it's sitting at home and watching something on TV or interacting with their friends. It's become more of a social thing rather than a business in many ways for a lot of people. But for our industry, while there have been changes a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, if you had to travel by air, and that's also part of our industry, you'd carry your boarding pass and you'd show it, and the guy would stamp it at security. All that is gone. Everything is, you take your phone, you've got the pass there, you scan the code, you're in. So these things are more out of necessity. For our industry, taking from what you said, Ranveer, I think there will be an element where the human factor will need to remain. We're an industry that thrives on human contact. We're an industry that needs to feel, to smell, to see, to touch, to really get the essence of what we do. And that is one ethos of our industry that will not go away. While change is inevitable, I think there are certain pillars which are the fundamentals of what we do that must remain. And we must be careful that we don't disrupt that too much. We must be careful that we keep that ethos of hospitality, the warm smile, the greeting. I would like a bot to come up to me and greet me. I'd be fascinated for a second, but then I'll miss the other play, which really drives me to come to a hotel and stay. Hotels have great design. Of course, innovations will have, designs will be innovative, processes will be innovative. Anupam mentioned about certain processes that will change. One of the things that we are looking at out here, and I'm sure other hotels are also doing, is this bot technology for, let's say, finance. Repetitive items of finance, like uploading of invoices, etc. That's something that you need to just put into bot and leave it, so that there's minimalization of human, there's minimalization of errors. So these are things that we can definitely use to enhance the effectiveness of our business. But let's not forget,
Sharad, I think you've hit it really. I feel that at the end of the day, you cannot take away the human touch as far as our industry is concerned. And I remember in a very earlier presentation I'd made, I said that from iPod to UPod, the whole thing was that UPod stands for under promise, over deliver. But the whole point is that at the end of the day, it's the human touch, and the biggest asset for any hotel is still the human capital that we have. But I think you're absolutely right. We need to free our people with back-end technology so that it frees our people to be more with the customer. But there is going to be a thin red line where service has to be unobtrusive, yet very, very, very attentive. And I think the thin red line will have to be redrawn. I'd like to now come to Krishna and ask him, the importance of new and innovative ways of doing business. That's really imperative. And as I had mentioned the earlier part of when we began as to how important it is to have a team which is very innovative, very creative, and good ideation, who are able to understand what is their goals, what are their goals, what is the vision, what is their unique value proposition. You reach your target audience intimately through interaction. Now, how do you build word of mouth into your product or service, or proactively seek out win-win alliances, modernize the user website experience, incorporate live chats into every online service? It's all about how you communicate. So, Krishna, your thoughts on this and what you feel is the power of these online reviews, or how do you optimize your website, how it looks on, say, a mobile device? Website might look great on a computer, but on a mobile device, how well does it work? And, are we really seeing the world through the eyes of Gen Z? And because that's what we need to embrace at the end of the day. And of course, what are these new ideas that are crossing our minds?
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Ranveer. And thank you for great to be a part of this panel. So my perspective is going to be slightly different because I come from a slightly different vertical of hospitality. After about 25 years with hospitality, co-founded a co-living and a student housing company, and with about 18,000 zillennials and millennials staying with us, I think I'm in a better perspective to advise on how this actually works across. So first of all, I think, when we made this jump about 4 years ago from, to a different vertical of hospitality, the first thing I had to do was to understand the psyche of Gen Z. I would say I was not stunned because of the fact that suddenly you see the widening aging gap, but that's another discussion some other day. But just what really drives is the sheer consumption of internet data. The sheer consumption of data has completely changed the buying cycles of Gen Z and millennial. And most of these thought processes that I had was basically taken out of context in terms of their ability to understand tech and their ability to embrace and work on tech was simply just mind-boggling. I'll give you a few classic examples, where I think the hospitality in general, and when I say hospitality, that includes a lot of us as well. I think where most of the innovations have gone is more in terms of supply chain logistics, delivery mechanism. There have been different ways of how we actually reach consumers, and that's evolving. That's evolving every single day, and that's a learning that we're going to be having. And a year later, when we're going to be talking about a few more areas that we would work on. But I'll give you some classic examples of what we did. And first and foremost, what really appealed to the Gen Z and millennials, etc., the prime segment that's going to become larger and larger and larger. And as things go by, we see that as going to be the major stakeholders of what is going to happen in the future of hospitality. First and foremost, I think mobile. So we have completely pivoted. So initially, we looked at outsourcing our tech. In Istara now, I have a 25-member tech team that develops our own tech. So the way we've distributed has completely changed from doing anything which has got to do with web and completely gone to mobile technology. So whatever we do, whether it's an app that we have, the ERP that we've built for ourselves in terms of beds distribution, or any interfaces with this particular market, it's all been mobile. So it's actually futile to look at any more technology that is not mobile linked. It's absolutely useless to go to these people and say we would do anything with any other technology but this. The second part of it was basically, if you had actually read the success, one of the key disruptions in hospitality that sticks out of my mind is Airbnb. One real disruption that happened and shook all of us was Airbnb. And when we look at it in my industry, for example, today, in how we are consolidating scale. So, when we talk about 18,000 students staying under the roof every single day, 25,000 students, I have my peers who talk about 50,000, 60,000 students. you cannot simply function without tech. Tech is not luxury anymore. Tech is a necessity. So the entire operations mechanism of how we cater to scale and how our entire SOPs is driven through tech and not through personnel has now become the foreground. I guess this adaptability has been a catalyst. I think this whole COVID scenario has catapulted that to be a very important component of growth. But in alternate hospitality, we see tech almost in every single place that we are actually moving into. And then one final aspect was in how the whole tech works with the community element. I think we, social animals as we are, we can't take away the food from the table. Innovations in food, we've got to, as Sharad rightly mentioned, we've got to eat, we've got to taste, we've got to smell, we've got to have all those key elements in. But what is really critical is for us to understand how these guys behave in their own little communities. So what has happened is 10 years ago, 8 years ago, we had a market. We had a huge market. All of us said we've got to go and we've got to get to our MPIs, we've got to get to our RGIs, and that's the whole market. Now what has happened is you've got smaller markets, and every single smaller markets is now compartmentalized with very difficult buying patterns, very different buying patterns. For example, we have communities who only look at fitness. So anything got to do with fitness, it goes to about 12,000 people, etc. Then we've got communities who are entrepreneurs. This entrepreneurs, mindset of these millennials and seniors, unbelievable. That is consumed. That entire data is only consumed by this. So what has happened is what was initially a common distribution system has become far more micro, and now it's extremely targeted to say, if you want to reach the right audience, to talk to compartments and not as a whole. And to me, that is a key learning that hospitality has to go through.
Thank you, Krishna. I think very, very relevant points raised, and great food for thought for all of us. I'll just move on in the interest of time, because we've got a few more questions in our panel before our time runs out. And I think going back to what we call, how important it has become for employee creativity and innovation and, new ideation from, and how do we empower, how do we reward and recognize employees who are innovative? How do we ensure? See, I think what this pandemic has taught us, that luxury is no longer the glint of the marble or the chandelier. I think luxury is all about creating unique experiences and memories, and that these unique experiences, which are pure and true, are all created by the hosts who work in every hotel or every organization. Now, how do you make innovation a core value? How do you hire people with different perspectives? How do we give employees time and space to innovate? I mean, are we really encouraging them, collaboration? Are we doing cross-functional feedback systems, where we can implement ideas like NIBI I spoke about, or reward employees for their great ideation, where you catch people doing things right? And of course, maybe offer training to align people in that thought process. So how do you foster this open creative work environment, to foster creativity? And here I'd like to bring in Parag and his perspective on the same.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be on this panel. You've actually given me a topic of my choice. Creativity from the people on the ground is the mantra today. You and I can be chairing a lot of meetings, sitting in the boardrooms and thinking what a customer wants, which may not always be the case. So multitasking has been the name of the game, and I can clearly say that Sharad, Datta, Anupam, Krishna, you all would agree. No more a front desk agent or front office team can only do front office. They've started going across to the all their dining and started serving the customers on the other side. Also, equipping themselves with some new skills, knowledge about food, knowledge about wines. So today it is a lot more easier with technology, with trainings that people can do on their cell phones. So, again, Krishna Kumar, I totally agree with you. If it's not on my cell phone, I probably wouldn't want to do it. They want to do things on the go. So as they're sitting in the cab for their evening drop, that half an hour, 20 minutes, they want to finish a course. And people are doing that. So Ranveer, just as you've got your plugs, they all have the fancy gadgets that they use. I see it in my team restaurant. We've got
Mine's not so fancy. I'm still too old school.
I'm sure they work well. So you look at half of your team in the team restaurant with social distancing, what have you, is actually sitting, having a meal, and doing something of their choice with the headphones on. It could well be, watching a music video or equipping themselves with something more, getting ready for maybe an upcoming sort of chat that they want to have with the guest. So it's amazing. The sales folks on the go can research when you go for a sales call and tell you the latest development as of this morning that could have happened in the company. So I totally am for the fact that doesn't matter. In a hotel, you see a spectrum right from somebody in the early 20s who joined you, and you also have some of your sort of more experienced associates in their late 50s, mid 50s, to bring everybody onto the same page, to take that fear away. That how is it that we've always done it this way? How can I go across and carry out a different function? I believe we at the Western Hyderabad have seen that those who are wanting to equip themselves with new knowledge have really gone ahead, and this includes our interns from the very IIHM college. Gone are the days when we were not allowed to meet guests as interns. Now the interns can tell me more about my guests than I know. They are walking across, they're shaking hands, they are punching the micro system, they're allowed to come in and do a check-in if they feel confident. So definitely we are not only sort of equipping our current talent, but we also allowing, and at least at my hotel we've done so, allowing the talent pool which is in our hotel for a good period of 6 months. It's a lot of time. Today, my average length of sort of service for the millennials is, or Gen Z, definitely is not going to be more than 18 months, because they either want to move on to the next level in that 18 months, they want to move to a different geography, they want to go to maybe a different sort of a country, or pursue a different education. Like Krishna, you said you hopped or you moved sort of your lanes after 25 years. I don't think today's generation, if they're not kept interested, if they're not kept engaged, is going to give us that 2.5 decades to be in the industry, right? So they got to be allowed to move from finance to, let's say, revenue management to sales. Why? Who are we to restrict, right? So sorry if I've taken.
Yeah. No, I think a very good answer, Parag. And let me tell you, a lot of it, what you just said, is also because of inspirational leaders like you, and people who enable. We are more like facilitators and mentors and coaches, and I think we unlock people's potentials by recognizing, empowering, and creating an environment which is warm, sincere, and caring. Because otherwise, they will not even. The only way is to have an enabling environment where we encourage people to be creative. We encourage a listening culture where people are heard and they understand that we are valuing whatever they bring forth as a part of the decision making, and not really kept it as just an ex-com in the hotel which runs all the ideas, etc. I'm going to, in the interest of time, hop on to the last question on, is e-business changing the consumer behavior all over the world? I think it's almost a stated fact, but I think online we've seen that, especially in this time, in these times of the pandemic. I mean, how e-business has changed. I think any kind of business, not only the hospitality, and sharing information across the internet, communication, whether it's B2C or B2B or consumer to business, C2C. There's always, business to government, but it is, lumped up into B2B. But I'm saying all these have an e-business strategy, and it defines a long-term plan for putting in place the right digital technology in our hotels to encourage this. So electronic communication is the new way, but communication, of course, is the bedrock. Now, I'd like to ask Anupam. Anupam, what do you think we can further do to ensure that we are e-business ready as far as the changing consumer behavior patterns are emerging?
So I think the first thing, Ranveer, we need to do is, as I think a lot of the other panelists have also mentioned, is, we need to enable our teams to, and give them an environment of, where technology is easily integrated into their lives. Because if you see, there's work and then there's work outside, there's life outside work. And one of the things that we need to do is, and as we're doing in my company here, is that we're making interfaces very easy between the company and the employees, again through an electronic medium as well. Because people, they spend at least 4 to 5 hours of their lives every day on the phone. And I mean, as Krishna said, that, and that is all phone. I mean, we're not talking about laptops and iPads. We're talking about phones. So why is it that employees will not want that experience to be extended? In terms of, like, for example, something as simple as downloading their Form 16, or applying for leave, or wishing a colleague. People are comfortable doing that now. So I think we need to start closer home. We need to start with our employees. We need to give them Wi-Fi, good, high quality Wi-Fi. We need to enable HR processes that also encourage this, right? I mean, many of us have grown up in different environments where we frowned upon phones being carried in the public areas. I mean, you and I know that when we worked in the same company earlier where we used to do that. But but now everybody has their work on their iPhone, on their smartphone. Housekeepers are clearing rooms using smartphones, right? I mean, how can you take that away from the team? So these are all things that, but like I said, it starts closer here, closer at home. I think the other thing that has happened is the ease of doing business depends a lot on the interfaces that we create. The interfaces which are electronic in nature. Somebody wants to make a booking today, will want the interface to be as easy as booking.com. How much time does it take for you to make a booking on booking.com? How much time does it take for you to get a confirmation on booking.com? Right? I know our brand.coms are moving towards it. Many of us have done it already, but a lot more needs to happen. Some of the websites of at brand.coms of some hotels and companies are still antediluvian in that sense. So, this is, I think, another thing that where technology needs to be embraced. And it's like water today. Wi-Fi is like water today. If it's a bare necessity, and the faster the internet, the easier the work environment, and the lesser rules that we throw at our guests, the easier will it be for everyone in the future.
Right. Thank you, Anupam. Sharad, your thoughts on the same topic?
Sharad, I think you're on mute.
Sharad, you're on mute, Sharad. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Apologies for that. The concept of e-business itself is not new. In fact, this term probably was coined in the late 1900s. And if you look at the last, and that's 25 plus years ago, that's a long time. And how things have moved, and purely talking from the consumer perspective or the customer perspective, whichever way you want to look at it for us, and how that whole e-business transformed your regular travel agent into the Make My Trips of the world, and many other things. And you had disruptors coming in. But I think from our perspective, yes, one thing that Anupam touched upon, I think, is very critical, that when we are engaging with our customers through e-business, I think e-business customers today are extremely demanding and probably unforgiving also in a certain sense. I think if you look at it, they would expect, and all of us would expect, that if you have your homepage, the download of that homepage should be less than 5 seconds. And the entire process of, let's say, shopping, because even when you're buying a room, you're shopping for a room. So that entire shopping process, from the time you download the page till the time you log out, should be less than 10 minutes. So that's the kind of efficiency that we need to bring into our systems. So I think the customer does demand convenience, they demand speed, and they demand a seamless shopping experience from my perspective. I think for our organization, e-business definitely exists already. How do we scale it up? How do we innovate? This is really an invitation for our industry to invest more. And when I say that, we represent perhaps a fraction of the real industry that exists out there in the country. Not everybody would really have the ability or the scale to do it in the manner that large hospitality organizations or the amazing startups that we have part of that in this panel also can afford to do. So there, I think the opportunity lies for finding more cost-effective ways of them getting enrolled on this e-business platform. Just food for thought.
Thank you, Sharad. I think that was a very valuable point. I think we're almost out of time, but I will say that our industry is not immune to change, and I think business leaders like us, if we want to future-proof our businesses, we need to implement innovative practices in order to stay ahead of the game. I think there's no question of that. And these 5 innovations that we spoke about, I think you can pave the road to long-term success and build a business for the future. But I think one few final thoughts that I had is that, the pandemic has definitely taught us to introspect and say, how do we lessen our impact on this planet? Are we doing the right things as far as responsible communication or sustainable communication or sustainable practices that we do? And the second part is that it's going to be a very post-pandemic. People are quite stressed out. I think there's a lot of stress both for the internal customer and the external customer. And how do we create wellness aquariums in our hotels to ensure that we create an environment where people, whether they're working in the hotel or living in the hotel, have a stress-free existence? And Parag, your thoughts on that?
Thank you so much. I mean, in terms of stress-free, let's look at the Arogya Setu app, right? And we just want to talk about it, that everybody was very confident when they could see that they are in a safe zone, right? We were continuously, at least so this is the case with me and my family, checking wherever I was, what's around me. Is there any infected person, what have you? And talking about COVID. So that somewhere gave, how true it was is a different thing, some mental reassurance, right? So I think definitely when the associates and the guests are allowed such accesses across the board, I want to touch base a little bit about, our state. Many of the states in the country have restrictions around female workers. We talk about working, behind the bar or late in the evenings or late nights, but at the same breath we talk about equality, right? So why is it that the hotels or chains like ourselves, we can't have quick SOS apps on these gadgets, right? If they've got a challenge, allow them the freedom to just go ahead and at a touch of a button rescue themselves or ask for help. We go clean guest rooms, and at times people don't feel comfortable. I mean, our people don't feel. So why can we not further enable and bring that interface to look at their health and safety? Same for the guests. If my foreign guests who've just come down to Hyderabad for the first time from America, let's say, they want to go to a local pub, how can they still be secured and safeguarded with these gadgets to say touch a button and there you are at the security of the hotel? They'll come to rescue you 4 kilometers out. That's me. I know we're short of time.
No, well done. Thank you, Parag. And Krishna, your final thoughts on this?
So, I think classic example is what we did yesterday, in terms of inclusion facility in India, which was trans-inclusive. 140 beds, which included, and the first property to say we welcome, everybody. And the first trans-inclusive property of ours was open in Bangalore. Safety was always going to be a priority when I say trans-inclusive. 50% of my leadership team are women. 50% of my general managers are women. So when we say inclusions and security, I think what we have done is we have our own app, which, as Parag was talking about, alerts everybody. And so, yes, I think safety and security and hospitality is key. But I just want to leave one thought to all the students who are here. Technology has got you to be a new competitor to us. Every single one of you who's hearing it. What technology has done is allowing every single student to challenge all of us, the 5 of us here. It's connected you. You're no longer alien to the marketplace. You are the marketplace. Number 2, you can either choose to be in a 5-star hotel giving services, or you can do a shadow kitchen that nobody knows of and still connect yourself to the customer. So what it has done today as tech is it has empowered every single one of you guys, something that none of us 5 had in our generation. We all had to go through the grind of 25 years, 30 years, etc., etc. But you guys have a 30-year head start. Have fun with it. Enjoy tech. That's the thought I would like
Fantastic.
to do.
Very lovely last words. And I think it's been a wonderful session. I really enjoyed moderating it. And I mean, I know each one of you are really experts in your field, and so good that we all came together and shared our thoughts. I think the important thing is to continuously share what we know. I think that's makes a positive difference to all the lives of people we touch. And over to you, Dr. Bose, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Mr. Mr. Bhandari, Mr. Dasgupta, and of course, Mr. Datta, Mr. Krishna Kumar, and Mr. Parag Sahani. Thank you so much for joining us here today. It has been a wonderful conversation between all of you, and I'm sure not just students, everybody in the hospitality fraternity has been able to take a lot of great insight from this wonderful discussion. I would like to not take much time and invite Dr. Bose to come and thank each one of you here. Over to you.
Yeah, I think it was excellent. I followed every word of it, and it was very inspirational, I must say, if I can use the word, for all of us. As Sanchari said, yes, students, yes, but also to a lot of people who are actually online in this global conclave all over the world. I'm sure it's been a very, very thoughtful, very inspirational, and that's what the leaders are made of. And this is a leadership conclave which we have actually designed for the day. 8x. 8x is about 8 hours continuous non-stop conclave, 8 powerful panel discussion, 8 talks of 8 minutes each, and about 65 business leaders talking from all over the world. So thank you very much, Mr. Bhandari, Mr. Dasgupta, Mr. Datta, Krishna Kumar, and of course, Mr. Parag Sahani. Thank you. It's been an absolute joy to listen to all of you, and look forward to all of you for tomorrow's celebrations. Thank you, and namaskar from all of us here. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. Thank you, Ranveer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you guys
Thank you
soon.
so much, everybody, and thank you so much, Dr. Bose. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, our dear students, I'm sure all of you are really, really happy with all the wonderful sessions which is going on, and definitely you're able to take down a lot of good notes, because yes, all these sessions are remarkable and there's so much of learning. So we really hope and we know that you're taking down notes for discussion later on with all your teachers. So ladies and gentlemen, without taking much of the time, we are going to be going for a small break, so please do not go anywhere. Come back shortly after a few seconds later. All right, and here we are back, ladies and gentlemen, our dear students, parents, all the entire hospitality fraternity is watching us today. Yes, today we are almost covered about a few hours, 2 hours already, and we have a fantastic day ahead with loads of great sessions, conclave sessions, ed talks, fantastic ed talks, and we are, of course, about to start our second ed talk of the day, and this is on entrepreneurship by none other than Mr. Sharbendra Sarkar, who is the founder and MD of Signal Hotels Group. Not just that, Mr. Sarkar is also a very, very proud alumni of IIHM Group. We are extremely humbled, honored to have him here today. And Mr. Sarkar, from Dr. Bose and from all of us here at IIHM, so happy to have you here, welcoming us, and definitely have all our students listen to your inspirational talk on entrepreneurship. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay, for your introduction and having me in this 8X Hospitality Edu Talks. Very good afternoon to all iconic leaders and esteemed team member of IIHM. At the outset, I want to thank you, Dr. Bose, for his incredible initiative for this global conclave. And I must congratulate of all IIHM aspiring talent in this arena, those who are participating in this e-conclave. So topics given to me, entrepreneurship. So I would like to start up with the 3 ant vision sharing story of Bilit Nair. The 2 ants sitting and sharing their vision. One end is saying, I want to be a richest ant in the world. The second end is saying, my vision is I want to be a fastest ant in the world. And after some time, they met another third ant. And then these 2 ants ask you, do you have any vision? This ant, yes, I do have a vision. My vision is I don't want to be any more ant. I want to be a butterfly. So all the butterfly are entrepreneur. The day ant is born as a butterfly, the entrepreneurship is born. Fortunately, some butterfly take off, some butterfly does not take off. If you see any organization, there's a lot of ant running here and there without any intention. So now, within short form of what is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is an innovative idea creating into a job and wealth. But what makes you entrepreneur success? What are the quality required to be entrepreneur? Is it a very special kind of person to be entrepreneur or a special skill required to be entrepreneur? According to me, there are 7 attributes required to be a successful entrepreneur. First is the entrepreneur mindset. Mindset means conviction, passion, risk-taking capability, self-belief, dare to do things. Look at the other successful entrepreneurs like Richard Branson or Steve Jobs. I think there's many qualities that made them a successful entrepreneur among from their competitor, their passion and their mindset. Now today, if we look at this generation, I met so many people want to be entrepreneurs. Somebody loved pizza. He said, pizza is my fashion. He does not identify his passion. He said, let's do a pizza outlet. After some time, he's shut down his pizza outlet is not going to work. So really is required, you need to identify what is your passion. Passion and mindset, one of the key aspects for it to be an entrepreneur. Now, second important thing, application of talent. I think the entrepreneurship is very much like a talent. However, having a talent is not enough. It's knowing how to use that talent in your advantage, how to apply your talent. The third important aspect is the innovative idea and differentiator. How your idea is the best, how your idea is the cost effective, how your idea is unique and different from others, how your product and service are different from the other. You have to create your own USP. Entrepreneurship depends on the innovative idea. If you look at the Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all are multi-billion-dollar corporation, only an innovative idea. But it does not have to be the multi-billion-dollar idea. It may be as small as setting up a tea stall or a kiosk. Like today, if you see the Indian kiosk chain like Bow Momo, Child Point, Chayos, they are the $100 million company. So innovative idea, one of the key factors for your, if you want to be an entrepreneur. Then market acceptance, whatever your idea or whatever you want to do, the product or service, you need to be, to market to be accept whatever the product or service is going to provide. Then fifth important aspect is your vision. Clarity on vision is very important. If you don't have clarity on your vision, you will not be future success. Then sixth important aspect will be the team. How you have to identify the talent and add into your team and create a great team who they will bring your success. Without team, you will be not achieve your goal. So team is one of the very, very important factors. The seven is your leadership skill and value system. See, initially you had a lot of hard work, you were working 20 hours a day, you are not getting a salary. So this is really, really tough time. You have to, you have to apply your skill. And after these seven attributes, I think now is need to source out your fund. In this business, now is a lot of opportunity. Somebody want to start up in a good idea, innovative idea you have, and then initially find some VC or seeds capital and they start. And somebody want to start with his own capital, and later on they find out a HNI or VC or P private equity funding, or maybe the crowdfunding also available to you. So now, how this business can be thrived since now this, the entrepreneurship, this is that, if you have all these things, but the world has changed this due to this pandemic, how this business can be thrived in your new world order. So as an entrepreneur point of view, I can say this, adversity is always an opportunity if you can capitalize on uncertainty. Is, this pandemic has taught us. Let us be clear that world will not be the same. It's simply fact. Now we have to accept this fact. It's maybe today is the COVID-19 case. Means after some time something can come, but we have to be prepared to accept this. It's going to change fast with the world. Let us be, look at the other point of view. If the witness of the devastation effect of COVID on the several industries like real estate, aviation, hospitality, restaurants, school, university, many others. But yet, despite of this major challenge, the post-COVID world, I believe there will likely to be so many opportunities will come in the new innovation idea. Already there is a lot of innovation happening in the technology world. So this has to be continued. I think if you want somebody who want to be entrepreneur, you have to think a little differently because the world has changed. Now, in fact, many industries have experienced the growth in the since COVID, like IT industry, home entertainment, AI, robotic, telemedicine, hospital, medical equipment supply, e-commerce, e-learning, the food delivery service, and many others. So there is a one where is a negative impact of the COVID-19. There is another, so many industries also rising, so many new new invention is coming, new entrepreneurs are born. So my advice to you, keep motivate yourself to don't keep moral down. At the end, my suggestion, big dream, work harder, believe yourself, don't afraid to make mistake, be innovative and creative, always ready to take challenge, never give up. That is the advice for all young aspiring entrepreneurs from my side. Thank you, Sanjay.
Sorry for this. Mr. Sharka, thank you so much. I think it was very, very motivating and very inspirational, especially at the times when entrepreneurship is, in fact, one of the major curriculums in the IIHM syllabus as well. I'm so proud to, in fact, hear from you on these particular grounds. And having heard that, and I'm certain all students and everybody who's listening to this conclave has understood the impact, and of course, they understand the entire importance of being an entrepreneur, and of course, this entire journey. So without taking much of a time, I would like to now invite Dr. Shubhanu Bose here to come and thank you, sir, for the same. Over to you, Dr. Bose.
Yes, I'd like to thank Sharbendra for his excellent ED talk, the 8 minutes new format talk, which we are kind of creating, powerful and so positive. Sharbendra, thank you so much for motivating all the audience, not just the students, but a huge audience who have been following this global conclave, which is called 8X, which goes for 8 hours continuously without a break, with 8 power-packed panel and 8 talk of 8 minutes each. And thanks very much for sharing your thoughts about entrepreneurship. And for those who don't know, Sharbendru is a very successful entrepreneur, and he has got over 40 hotels running all over India and abroad also. And had not been for the COVID, he would have crossed 100 by this time. But I'm sure that he's looking at a very aggressive expansion. So thanks for being with us, and thank you, and look forward to see you very soon. Thank you, Sharbendra.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharkar, and thank you so much, sir. It is indeed a pleasure to have you here today, Mr. Sharkar. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in this very, very power-packed day, where we have already completed 2 excellent panel discussions and, of course, 2 excellent ED Talks, we are not going ahead and, of course, having another very, very important panel discussion. But before that, let us go ahead and take a small break and come back. All right, welcome back, dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, everybody who has been here with us since this afternoon. We have now a very, very important topic to discuss, and the next topic is going to be culinary trends in the new world order. For this topic discussion, I would like to invite Chef Sanjay Kak, who happens to be the culinary director of IIHM Group Institutions. A very, very big welcome to you, Chef Kak, and I'm sure this entire conversation with you today, with all the other rest of the panelists, is going to be very, very important. I would like to also take the pleasure of inviting our panelist members, Chef Manish Mehrotra, who is the corporate chef of the Indian Accent, New Delhi, and also New York. A very warm welcome to you, Chef Manish, for joining us today, all the way from Delhi. We also have Chef Chris Galvin, who is, of course, the 3rd Michelin star chef. He received his first Michelin star in the year 2000. We are so, so happy to have him here today. He's a chef patron and director of the Galvin restaurants. And not just him, we also have Chef Stuart Littlejohn, who is the executive chef at the Oxford and Cambridge Club. A very warm welcome to you, Chef. And we also have Chef Himanshu Taneja, Culinary Director, South Asia Marriott International, who has joined in all the way from Mumbai. A very warm welcome to all of you here for the panel. And over to you, Chef Kak, for taking ahead the discussion.
Very much, Sanchari, and it's been a wonderful day till now, listening to all the greats of the industry in this 8X Global Hospitality Conclave. And good afternoon, everyone from the east, and good morning, everybody from the west. It's a wonderful day for all of us. We are listening to the stars of the hospitality and an extension of the hospitality industry today. And it's my privilege this afternoon to be a part of an august gathering of panelists who are basically at the pinnacle of their respective domains. Sanchari ma'am has already introduced the panel. I would just like to do that once again. I have with us Chef Manish Mehrotra, corporate chef of Indian Accent. And he is recently being touted as the most exciting modern Indian chef in the world, and that's a hat which means a lot of responsibility. We have Chef Chris Galvin. He, as Sanchari already introduced, he's the chef patron of the Galvin restaurants. He and his brother Jeff own 2 very, very fantastic restaurants in London. And they have 2 Michelin stars with both the Galvin Bistro Deluxe as well as the La Chapelle. And we have with us Chef Stuart Littlejohn. Chef Stuart Littlejohn has been the chief executive chef of the Oxford and Cambridge Club for 21 years. And he has recently diversified his domain into full-time training the future generation of culinary professionals. He has been doing that for ages, but he has just made it his focus recently. And then I think probably the youngest part of the panel is Chef Himanshu Taneja. It's wonderful to have you here, Chef Himanshu. He's the culinary director of Southeast Asia Marriott International. Chef Himanshu has around 100 odd hotels which are being operated by the Marriott in South Asia under his wings, and he's very motivational for his teams. And he is currently working on the talent development and training in his organization. He's very instrumental in positioning his brand's food and beverage image and reputation in the countries that they are operating in. Thank you very much, everyone, for being in this panel today. And our topic for the day is culinary trends in the new world order. I will be starting with the panelists. I will give you around 5 minutes of time, base initially to put your word through, and then of course we will get into a discussion. We all know that the world has gone through a virtual meltdown of unprecedented scale in the last 2 years. And with the complex and cumulative power and learning of human mind, we have to a large extent overcome the challenges. Chef Chris is basically one of the first who has come out of the pandemic among all of us. Like many other businesses, the trade of hospitality also had to reimagine itself. It had to reboot itself to survive. How we did that is a matter of volumes. Probably a lot is being said today, a lot is being written, and a lot will be said in the future. And I can promise you that it is going to be a pot boiler of sorts when it will be written and talked about finally. And I like this expression, the new world order. The new world order was a word which was an expression which was generally used for colonialism. It used to be used for the world wars, and of course it is again being used for the post pandemic phase of humanity. We shall be hearing from the panel today about your perceptions of how you expect the world to change in the future, or for some, it has already changed. We shall also be hearing from you about your ideas of what is the way ahead. When I say way ahead, I mean to say short term and long term. I will start with Chef Manish. Chef Manish has been the head of the restaurant, the chain of restaurant. Now he has got one here in India, and he's got one more in the New York. So you are basically working in two separate, different demographics. And Chef, you have also been a path breaker of sorts, because your making of the menu at your restaurant basically redefined the way people looked at Indian food, especially the original Indian food. I think your USP has been cooking Indian cuisine with international ingredients and vice versa. The blue cheese naan and the bacon naan is a testimony to that. Chef, what changes from here on? I would like to hear from you. Is there going to be some continuity from pre-pandemic era, and what is going to change in the post-pandemic era? Let's say, for example, for chefs like you and industry at large. Chef, you'll have to unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Chef. Welcome.
Perfect. So, thank you so much. Pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, in the entire world, this is going to be the thing, what happens before and what happening now. And for hospitality industry, and especially the restaurants, we are the one who face the most kind of a damage, because people stop going to the restaurant, and especially in India, wherever there is a problem, especially with health related, our forefathers also don't eat from outside. So we are the one, we really suffered a lot. And now we really have to redefine our business, our approach, and how we do the business, and how we run the kitchen, which is now we are thinking how to improve and how to excel even in this period of time. So the first thing is the manpower. The manpower in India, we always used to take it for granted that we have a lot of manpower, and we used to have a lot of manpower in the kitchen. Now we really have to look into the manpower in the kitchen. Second is, you cannot increase the business, then you have to save the cost. You really have to scrutinize and save the cost in whatever way you can do it in the kitchen, prevent wastages. When the restaurants like Indian Accent or Michelin star restaurants, we do pre-plated chef tasting menus, we tend to maintain the quality and everything, we tend to use the premium ingredients, and shapes and sizes all used to matter menu in such a way that the minimum wastage is taking place in the kitchen, and the things can be reused in different ways. Now, the third most important part is we have to be more, all the restaurants we follow, but now we have to more transparent about our hygiene practices, and so that you can invite the guests in the restaurant kitchens to see. It has to be more transparent, and guests should have more confidence. House is as hygienic and as clean as front of the house, and you have to pay a lot of attention on that. Um, and definitely, you have to rework your menus, because people are now looking for more local, more healthy stuff. And so you have to revamp your menu in such a way that people really don't want to indulge in very long tasting menus. So you have to really rework on your menus in such a way that people are more comfortable. So this is what I thought is going to be the next new normal.
Thank you, Chef Manish. That was quite insightful, and obviously it has given a kickstart to this discussion, a very worthy kickstart. I will go to Chef Chris Galvin. He will, I think, Chef Manish, agree with you when you talked about manpower. He has been talking about it for the last month or so. Chef Chris, you have the advantage of coming out of the pandemic much earlier than many of us who are there today. And we know that your restaurants have set very stringent standards, and you also deflected to home deliveries very early in the pandemic. And I remember you telling me one day that you will have to do home deliveries ever in your career. Okay, so what do you think are the changes or the challenges that you faced upfront once you got back in your restaurant, and you are kind of balancing between home deliveries and your in-house dining, and what do you think is the way ahead from here, and how do you think things are going to change for restaurants like yours, which are high standard restaurants, which have a very stringent standard to follow and expectations of the people?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chef Sanjay. And Manish is a hard act to follow, because he's absolutely right. Everything he's talked about is absolutely spot on. So I think, for the last year and a half, people stopped. They examined their lives. They looked for more simplicity. A good thing is people had to buy protein, they had to buy vegetable, and I think they appreciated the cost, the cost of good ingredients. And then when they tried to cook them, I think they got a good appreciation of craftsmanship, which is all important to what I have to say. I think all of us realized how small the world is. This has touched every single life on the globe, and nothing before has done this. So it's pretty historic, and I agree, Chef Sanjay. We're looking at a new world order, that's for sure. And how I see this, I just believe that 2030 is now on our doorstep. We haven't had the luxury of having 8 or 9 years to adapt to better work schedules, to working more sustainably, looking at our prices, menu mixes. We've had to do it in weeks instead of the best part of a decade. We've literally had weeks to change. But you know, this, and for all the young people listening, I think this is the true strength of our industry, hospitality, that we are so agile and that we can change so quickly and react to what is happening around us. And as you say, we were stunned when the restaurants were closed. We were in shock. For a couple of weeks, we were in total shock. We realized we had this horrific cash burn. You know, we still had to pay rent. We still had to pay rates. We still had to pay pension. And Galvin Restaurant, you know, it was nearly £250,000 a month we had going. So we stripped all of our assets very, very quickly. And we had to come up with something. So we created Galvin at Home, which was a Michelin star delivery service to the north, south, east, west of UK. I learned more about cardboard packaging, sustainable packaging, digital platform, delivery companies, what worked, what didn't work, and we turned our restaurants into factories. From a standing start, we created £1 million business. And if, as you say, Chef Sanjay, if you ask me, I would never in my life dream that I would do takeaway or delivery. But we had to survive. We had to do this. And I wouldn't be sitting in this beautiful restaurant here if we didn't do the deliveries. This would have been taken away from us. So we had to find a way to come through. So just before opening, we realized that we couldn't do both. It became very lucrative. We got up to 2,000, 2,500 boxes a week, but it took over the whole business. And my brother said, you know, Chris, shall we use it as another revenue stream? Because all around us in the city, all of the offices are empty. All of our corporate business is gone. In one foul swoop, we lost our entire corporate business. And he's never going to come back. He's maybe going to come back 3 days a week, but people are going to do flexible working. And we know that offices are only going to be open 3 days a week. So we have to replace this business. Unfortunately, when we looked, and as Manish says, we got to be whiter than white and transparent about our health and safety. And there's no way we could do this production and run our restaurants. So we had to take a tough decision and decide to stop. Or we could have found a dark kitchen. But we were so full on with getting the business back open that we had to make this decision. And I think it was a good decision to stop. But it allowed us to reopen. So future trend, you know, I like to think that we were on the cutting edge of what was going to happen, what was going to happen. The biggest thing that everybody didn't see coming was no staff. And Manish, you know, he's so correct in what he's saying about manning. You know, we looked after 400 staff for the best part of a year and a bit. We did Zoom calls together. We paid pension. We paid top up. We paid NI. But many of our staff lost the will to work. And they didn't want to come back to the traditional kitchen of intense pressure, long hours, unsociable hours, especially. So in the UK, we've had the shock of our life, and it's not just our industry, by the way, it's every industry. From, I think we're 75,000 lorry drivers short. So even getting produce to our restaurant is difficult. We are electricians short, we are cleaning short, we are engineers short. We have an incredible shortage of manpower. So quickly we had to think on our feet, how do we resolve this? How do we open the doors of our restaurant? And Unfortunately, a lot of my colleagues have not been able to open. Some of us have decided to only open 5 days instead of 7. Some have decided to analyze their business, to go back and look at sales analysis and say, okay, where was the intensity of our sales? This is where we should focus on. And so we've had to do that in one of our restaurants. We close now 2 days a week and we close every lunch. We've gone from 29 chefs in one restaurant to 8. We have 8 chefs and we used to have 29. We are seen in the industry as one of the best employers for training, for working conditions, for pay, for development, for education. And if this happened to us, it has ruined many, many businesses. So it's no use crying about it. We've got to get on with it. And what are we going to do? So the first thing we did, we said, okay, people want to do less hours. And our generation, we worked all our careers 70, 80, 90 hours a week. Our wage packet said 40. But the trade-off was we were learning. We were acquiring new skills. One day, hopefully, we will climb a ladder and the big payday will come. But I think unfairly, the millennials, Generation Z, Generation X, are labeled the now generation and they want things now. I don't think that's wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting something now, but you do have to work hard if you want something now. So we've looked at reducing hours down to 40 hours, 48 hours, increasing the pay, giving golden handcuff, giving 2,000 bonus to all our team. But of course, where is this money coming from? Who is going to pay for these huge costs? And it's the customer. The customer is going to have to pay because they've been artificially subsidized for the last 6-7 decades. They've been dining in restaurants. Chefs have been working for 50% of their pay. Now, in one foul swoop, somebody's got to pay for this. And so most of us, most in the UK, our prices have gone up by 20%. Service charge is going up. Food is going up. Deliveries are going up. And so our messaging, and this is really critical for those students studying marketing and PR, we have to very carefully message why prices are going up. And it is for these reasons that we are having to pay well-trained staff to work unsociable hours. We're having to pay people that are dedicating their lives to hospitality, to sourcing ingredients that are sustainable, which was, IIHM identified this years ago. It was a huge messaging about the sustainability, but here we are. We thought it was going to be a long road, but it's here now. And we better find out about where our ingredients are coming from. We need to eat less, but we need to eat better quality. We need to be ethical. We need to work locally. We need to cut down air miles. We need to cut down transportation. It doesn't matter if an ingredient lasts for 2 weeks and disappears. This is the beauty of life. It's something that is 100 years old, 1,000-year-old way of working. It's not new. It's not a new trend. Trends are like a cycle. Professor Foskett always taught me about things that are circular. But we have to analyze them and refresh them, rebrand them. We need to, so on the one hand, I'm saying we need to charge more for these amazing things that we deliver. But on the other hand, we better deliver. My mantra with everybody is we better deliver something incredible. We need to shock and amaze and work with awe. When people come in, they need to feel like they're stepping into British Airways first class. Welcome aboard. Welcome to first class. And we need to carry this magic carpet from start to finish. So when people get their bill, they say, that was value for money. It was a treat. Did we give them delight? You know, we have to deliver. So right now we're working very hard, very quickly on measuring, are we delivering delight? Are we amazing? And here we need to look at vessels. How are we serving this food? So we're working with local potters. They're creating, we need to be different from other restaurants. How are we going to survive? How are we, we can all work hard to shock and amaze. Putting prices up is easy, but if you're not doing it right, you are soon going to be out of business. So we need to be working in a more bespoke way. So we're hiring potters, we're hiring artisans to make the look and the feel of Galvin restaurants different. How do we stand out? And finally, I think guest recognition and our colleagues front of house are absolutely critical to the way we go forward in how we deliver, because restaurants are becoming more and more experiential, and food is one thing and cooking is one thing, but the art de table is absolutely paramount. We need to entertain at the table, we need to delight people at the table, and we need to recognize them. So these are old skills that we've got to revisit, and we've got to hone, and we've got to polish them. But we better do it. The most important thing, we better get on with it. I've just spent the last hour and a half working with Unilever. And Unilever have spent millions on asking what's gone wrong with our industry. They've put a lot of money into a think tank to say hospitality is in free fall. What's gone wrong? What has happened? We need to analyze this. And what are the solutions? So I've spent quite a few hours with the Unilever team. They're interviewing all our staff today. There is a movement called Fair Trade, #Fair Trade, where we want to know our coffee is being produced ethically, that villagers are getting paid the money they should be, that most of the money when you pay for your coffee or your product is going straight to the producers, so it can help village education. Education is everything. And if that money is being put towards education so we can learn to live a better life, then that's the only way global family is going to move forward. And so they've now created something called #Fair Kitchen. And this sticker will go on the front of a restaurant, same as a Michelin badge, or same as a Good Food Guide, or same as I'm trying to think of an international sticker, like a Zagat sticker on a front door. There will be a Fair Kitchen sticker. And what is meant by a fair kitchen is no bullying, no violence, no mental bullying, fair pay, fair hours, fair conditions, fair training, education, development. So it's on our doorstep. I thought it would. I've dreamt of it all my life. I've been educated brilliantly by people who wanted to see this day. But it's here on our doorsteps, and my fellow panelists and my colleagues, it's happened on our watch, and we need to make it happen, because that's what we've done all our lives, make it happen. So that's where I believe we need to be going, and I'm sure we'll make a good fist of it. But it needs to be collaborative, and we need to be honest. And as Manish so rightly said, we need to be transparent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chef Chris. That was very neat, wonderful, and it's an amazing thought, which I am sure is going to play a very important part in how the businesses, especially the culinary businesses, are run in the future. And I will come back to your individual points of manpower, sustainability, local ingredients, etc. later. I would now like to have another perspective from Chef Stuart Littlejohn. Chef John, you have worked at the Oxford and Cambridge for so many years, and a club for so many years, and you have been interacting with the who is who of the United Kingdom, because that is the elite, that is the top people, that is a big chunk of the people who visit hotels, restaurants. How do you think a little bit of a different perspective from what Chef Manish and Chef Chris said? How do you think the expectations of the guests and the public at large will change? When let's say things come to the normal once again.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I mean, thanks to Chris, I mean, that pretty much covered anything anybody else could say, to be fair. As a general rule, the pandemic hit and we closed. And up until that point, we were sort of trading in the usual style of old school, slightly modern. We were finding that the trend was coming on, that we were having to look for more vegan and vegetarian style food, healthier eating was becoming more and more popular. And to attract a lot of our members, new members, we felt that we needed to start offering a wider range of those foods rather than the one at the bottom of the menu. Since then, I've obviously left the club, and I know they've faced a lot of issues opening up, reduced menus, and as Chris said, locally sustainable foods, keeping the carbon footprint down because of transport issues, getting stuff in, again, the workforce, drivers to deliver, to receive commodities. So as far as I know, they've reduced their menu and they are offering a greater plant-based offering. So for me, the big thing going forward, I think, is plant-based foods. And I've been talking to a lot of people out and about, and it's not so much our generation, but it's children as young as 10, 11, 12, making this conscious decision to look for alternative proteins and foods. So these are going to be our clients in 5, 10, 15 years time. So, and these individuals are going to drive this whole sustainability and plant-based foods forward. And if they've made that conscious lifestyle change, they will educate their children in the future. So I can only see personally that this is going to be the driving force over the next few years. The sustainability, plant-based foods, fair trade, carbon footprint. So for the clubs going forward, I think there's still a market for the old gentleman style club food, but also to attract newer members in a closed community where you're offering, depict who wants to become a member. These are going to be the questions that are going to be asked of chefs within the clubs. Are you offering this kind of food moving forward? Because what's in it? Why? That's my lifestyle. And if you're not providing that style of food for me, do I want to become a member? And then if the membership can't be filled, then the clubs will ultimately suffer. And so I think going forward, clubs have to diversitise, develop, and just generally move everything forward. Again, with transparency of health and hygiene. Again, talking to a lot of people, there's the COVID brigade that will, yes, it doesn't bother me. I'm going out to dinner, I'm going out to the pub, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. But there's a high majority of people that, even if restrictions are lifted, will still stay at home. They will still be nervous of going into a public area. So again, as Chris said, if you can have a sticker of COVID safe and all your practices are transparent, it gives people confidence to enter your premises. They want to feel secure, they want to feel safe. So I think going forward, all these things in clubs will all need, although clubs have been quite a close shop, I still feel the members, the more transparent you can be with the members, the more likely they are to travel into London and to use your facilities. How this all goes, we've got to wait for Boris and the world to open up. The vaccine has been a massive help. And it's just that's inspiring confidence into people to come out and dine again. So overall, I think clubs need to diversitise, look to more plant-based issues. You know, I'd hate to say it, but I'd hate for the breast of chicken to be at the bottom of the menu. There you go, there's your meat option in the future. I mean, last year, a mix and an even keel of all that. And to promote healthy eating anyway. I mean, it's so high in the media now that, you know, healthy eating is high on top of a lot of people's agendas. Some people, like our age, my age, you know, say, I'll eat plant-based food twice a week just to give me that healthier option. They're not quite committed to the crossover completely, but like I said earlier, the younger generation are, and they're doing it at a very young age. So, you know, and the supermarkets now are all carrying massive amounts of these plant-based foods. As far as I can see, Linda McCartney's coining it in with her sausages. You know, the people are looking to that, and I think, you know, for all the industry, not just clubs, that will be a high topic on the agenda going forward.
Thank you, Chef Stuart. That was a completely different perspective. And now I come to Chef Himanshu. Chef Himanshu, from you, you know, a completely, you know, varied perspective, because you work for a, you know, corporate hotel group, and you have a footprint all across the world, and especially for you, you operate in many, you know, geographical locations, and I'm sure you are in touch with all your teams all across South Asia. What are the inputs that you're getting from the various locations that you deal with? And how do you think the pandemic is going to take us away from the established standards? And before you start answering, I also saw your tweet, one of your tweets, which said, and I'm quoting you, you said, "Cleanliness is the new amenity." And did you mean by this that it is a sellable amenity, which it was not before? And why do you say that?
All right. Well, thank you so much, Chef Kak, and very thank you very much, all the co-panelists. Yeah, pleasure seeing you all. Yes, our business is actually, see, end of the day, you're cooking food, but our business is completely different than the you know, separately run restaurant, the standalones. It's more diversified because we all spread about 5 countries, which is India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. This is when we say India, it's again divided. It's completely different in terms of north to south to west to east. So I'll talk, you know, in 2 different ways. What exactly happened during pandemic? How did we adapt ourselves? You know, so get going and to, you know, surviving and, you know, ensuring that we're making some kind of, you know, livelihood. And then a second, we're going to talk how the future is going to look, what we are understanding with different standards, and how Marriott is, you know, evolving for the future trends in culinary. And I'm going to talk about you know, the amenity part as well. The cleaner is the new amenity. Yeah, so, you know, this is back in March 2020. This is where, when everything got shut, your planes were, you know, down on the grounds, and then our challenge was almost 30-35% hotels were shut. And when we say the hotels are shut, we have different kitchens, you know, to operate, you know, handling and managing those chefs, different locations. This is, I'm talking about the first wave. And then when the situation started getting slightly better in the month of June and July, and then we actually launched a campaign called Staycation. And that was one part. And the second was the Marriott on Wheel, which is now so-called as a Marriott Bonvoy on Wheel, as a separate, different home delivery vertical. Like Chef Chris, he never thought in his life. Same with me. I mean, we always used to say no for a home delivery or a specialty restaurant. I mean, I'll tell you, the first hotel we had opened in 2019. In the end 2019 was the Ritz-Carlton Pune, and then we opened a beautiful Japanese restaurant, UQ. And we completely said no. It's a modern Japanese restaurant, no home delivery, and that was the first hotel we started the home delivery business during this pandemic. So we all understand as a chef how difficult it was, you know, to maintaining. Though we had a lot of standards we put in place, you know, to ensure the food delivers and we create the right experience Marriott experience at home, though it wasn't easy. But at this point of time, it's separate, different vertical with 70 hotels who are doing home delivery at this point of time. Anyways, that was one. And then second is like the staycation. This is where the biggest paradigm shift happened in our life. We had the hotels who were actually designed and trained the talent to deliver the corporate guest, suddenly seeing the staycation. We used to have a 7:38 morning, super busy in the breakfast. Okay, that's not happening. That's happening after 10:30, 11. The people actually coming for the breakfast. It's like a complete, the chaos, and then the demand completely shifted from what the international food we were cooking to completely, a very, very, I would say, a comfort in the local food. And the second biggest challenge we had with the talent, specialty restaurants were shut. We have Japanese restaurants, Asian restaurants, Italian restaurants. What about those talent? And then the talent what we needed were not available. And today also we are struggling as the second wave is going down, and then we are opening up. We are just, things are really haywire. So how we did adapt ourselves. So home delivery business, we really worked a lot. We did a serious menu engineering with 10, 12 big hotels like a JW Aerocity or Ritz-Carlton Mumbai, Pune, Bangalore, St. Regis Mumbai, a couple of JWs in Bangalore and Mumbai. And to understand how this food delivery model works, we didn't know that. Chefs had put their coffee shop menu in the home delivery menu. We didn't know. We were learning. Things were evolving. So after that, we understand what is the demand, what works. That's how we curated our menus and put it on Marriott Bonvoy on Wheel platform. At one point of time, we used to run a Marriott Bonvoy, Marriott on Wheel truck, a comfort food. So this actually moved into. So now the second wave did hit. We did open a few hotels in between. But the biggest trend what we saw is a complete shift into a comfort food and the Indian food. We had a serious cash crunch. The stuff we used to fly, we used to pick up the ingredients like we want a pata negra from Spain. I'm sorry, we can't get that. We can't get beluga. We can't get this chutoro, utoro, akami. We can't get that. You have to live with local fish. So the word changed. Our demand changed. Our thought process changed. And this is where the different, the shift started. So that's one. I will talk a little bit about Commitment to Clean later. Commitment to Clean is a campaign which we launched, sometime in the month of April. That was launched by the global office across, worldwide, all the continents. Marriott. Commitment to Clean is a very exhaustive, the checklist which is followed in all the departments. That depends your food and beverage, your culinary, your housekeeping, all the departments. So this is where you must have read that, it's a new humanity. The cleanliness, the hygiene is the new humanity. So that's one part. How did we survive? What we did do now? Now we are gradually opening our specialty restaurants also, and the coffee shops are completely, open, and then we're doing the business, good, touch wood, things are coming back. Now the second, what is going to be in the future? So what trend, what we see as a Marriott? I think the biggest trend what we see is a sustainability. Health is one, which is of course going to be there, but sustainability. Today, sustainability is more of a marketing word, but I would say it's something which is really a responsible word, and we as hoteliers really put a thought to it, that what is sustainability, how you can achieve. So we as Marriott, we have three biggest things we have worked on. One is like Chef Stewart said, to reduce the carbon footprint. The biggest way of reducing carbon footprint is go local. Okay, reduce the travel. Second is no plastic, which we've already introduced. The in-room amenities, the bathroom amenities have reduced. The plastic bottles are slowly going away. We are putting bottling plants in the hotel. There are A lot of hotels have already done that. No plastic. We in the culinary also as chefs have completely gone away from plastic, at least in our hotels. And the third one is the wastage control. The food waste control we have as a pledge by 2025, we will reduce it to zero. Zero food wastage. We have already started one. We have a technology and a foolproof tools which we have started already implementing in our properties. So we have pledged that by 2025 we will have a zero wastage in our hotels. So what are we doing about it? Yeah. And now I just talk to you about what are we doing about the sustainability.
Chef Himanshu, I may interrupt you because
yes.
We have another panel that is just about to start. So just a final concluding question to you is if I ask you to list 3 priorities, you already said sustainability, you already said no wastage, and then you said a reduction of plastics. Would that be your 3 major priorities?
No, I think I would say sustainability is the first one, which is extremely important. When we say no plastic or wastage, this sustainability is a subjective word, and rest everything will fall into that. I think what Chef Manish said, and this is what we are also working on, the health menu, the menu towards health. People are looking for that. This is extremely very, very important. This is our priority, to ensure we serve responsible food to our customers. And the third one is the biggest one, and the biggest challenge in today's date is the talent, to have the right set of people. Yeah, in few places you cannot have multi-skilling. You can't have a chef who rolls sushi can actually, roll pizzas as well. So it just doesn't work. So talent is the biggest piece. So I think the 3 priorities we would have, and we look forward to the future. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chef Himanshu. And it was so wonderful listening to the panel. I'm really elated to be a part of this. And I would like to thank all the panelists, Chef Manish, Chef Chris, Chef Stuart, and Chef Himanshu for being a part of this wonderful panel. And it was wonderful. I know we could have heard them for another 10 hours. But of course, because there are so many panels upcoming, over to you, Sanchari. Thank you very much again, chefs, and hope to see you and hear you soon once again.
Thank you so much, Chef Kark, and thank you so much, Chef Galvin and Chef Stuart Littlejohn, Chef Himanshu, Chef Manish for being here in this amazing panel and the discussion on the culinary trends in the new world order. Now, I would like to invite our chairman, Dr. Shubhodno Bose, for coming and thanking all of you here. Over to you, sir.
Well, it was such a great pleasure to see all my favorite chefs in one frame. Manish is I'm a huge fan of Manish, as he always knows whenever we meet, we catch up with our Bihar days. And my chef Taneja, always inspiring. Stuart is our dear friend from YCO for last 7 years, and of course Chris is one of the guy. We are so inspirational for all of us, Chris, for all that you have done for YCO and the students, and for all of us in International Hospitality Council. So thank you very much. As Sanjak was saying, that actually we should have kept this as a 2-hour session. We learned it because it's such a great knowledge, and we were all enjoying it, in fact. But then we have to also have John. I could see John Wood impatiently waiting for his 8 talk on that side panel frame. So we have to say bye, but thank you so much for being with us, and thank you, and look forward tomorrow for the celebrations, and have a great weekend. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bose, and thank you very much, chefs. And now, before we go ahead and welcome Chef John Wood, another very, very favorite chef of ours, why don't we go ahead and take a small break and come back? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on this very, very wonderful afternoon in India. We are all here, and from across the world, we have, our global hospitality leaders joining us today. And I would like to now go ahead and welcome our favorite, one of our another very, very favorite chef, Chef John Wood, who happens to be the managing director and the co-founder of Kitchen Cut. And Chef John here would be talking today on innovative technology in hospitality business in the new world order. A very, very warm welcome to you, Chef, and we look forward to your talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thanks for everyone for inviting me to this. It's always a pleasure seeing all your wonderful faces. So really, yeah, the sort of subject today, really, we're talking about sort of innovative technology in the hospitality business in the new world order, and really, technology is something that's been slowly creeping into hospitality for many years, and people have been adopting it in various forms as you see that across the industry. Front of house has been using EPOS systems, CRM systems, booking management systems for a long time, and it's been widely accepted as that as being a sort of a norm. And no self-respecting business would operate or consider operating without these. So all of this improves sort of customer experience, speed of front of house service. However, back of house, when you're talking about sort of kitchens and the back of house of food and beverage departments, it has been longer, as taking that as part of it. The big question everyone always asks about technology is it ruining customer experience, and is it ruining that sort of personal touch? And when we talk to five-star hotels and Michelin-star restaurants, a lot of people are scared about with technology, are we going to lose that personal touch? And the answer is no. Actually, what you need is a sort of a blended approach, to sort of that to enhance that customer service. For example, when you're in a hotel and you're sat on a sunbed with maybe 200 other sunbeds around you, and you want to try to get an attention of a waiter or waitress, and you're sat in this lovely surroundings, and you just want to get a drink. And that's quite difficult sometimes to try to find somebody, because then you need lots of people from a service point of view running around constantly to see if somebody's looking for some service. But with technology, you can literally pick up your device, place your order, and then somebody brings the drink to you. It's not damaging service. You still have that one-to-one interaction when you deliver that, but you're enhancing that speed of service. And customers and people, because of technology, people want instant gratification. They want that immediately. They want to be able to go onto, web browsers and get it instantly straight away. So people's patience has got less, which is not a good thing, but we need to look at that as technology. It's the same when you're in your room. You can then go to your room, sit in there and pick up an iPad, and Four Seasons have been doing this for a long time, is you can change the temperature of your room. You can turn the lights on and off. You can close the curtains. You can play your favorite music or request something from housekeeping or food and beverage service. That's just enhancing customer experience. And that can only be a good thing when you're looking to sort of work with people, and people are time poor. A lot of people are coming in and giving people the opportunity to either ring up and place their order as they would do traditionally. But if you don't want to do that, here's another option for you. So it's not going to take over and everything's going to be eliminated. It's just giving people that option. And some sort of new technology that I've been sort of been looking at in the past is there's a lot of things around voice control. So you can talk to a device in your room and saying, I want to change my room settings, or find a local restaurant, or order some food, or request something from concierge. You can do that through voice control. And that's really powerful. And people are getting used to that, with different devices that they use as part of that in their everyday lives. There's robotics. I was looking at something the other day where the room service order get placed inside a robot. It then goes to the lift and takes that to your room as part of that process. And again, that just increases that sort of efficiencies as part of it. It's not replacing people. It's just enhancing that speed of service from a customer point of view. And there's also chatbots. Chatbots are about, having that sort of virtual concierge available to you. And then you still have your concierge team there as part of that. And they can have that human interaction as well of it. But they can also look at, asking questions. And if they can't answer those questions, it'll be passed on to somebody that will have that sort of human interaction as well. And mobile technology, having things on your device, instead of carrying around a key card and you put it next to your phone, it doesn't work, and you've got to go back downstairs again to get a new key card because you've wiped it clean. This can all go on your device. You open your room, you order your restaurant reservations, you daily newspapers, sports tailored to your own requirements. Instead of having everything that's just generic, you can have that tailored to your own specifications and requirements. And on that, you can start to gather data, which a lot of the hotels we've done manually in the past, is you can then start to take people's personal preferences. You can set up with 2 pillows because they like 2 pillows. You can set the in-room dining fridge just up with Diet Coke because that's all they like to drink out of the room service bar. Anything that personalizes and tailors that experience from a customer point of view can only be a good thing. And with digital transformation, which everyone's talking about, and we're doing a lot of it, in our businesses and changing businesses. And what does that mean to food and beverage? Is then really sort of enhancing customer experience and level of service, enticing new customers to your business, protecting your customers with supplier-led allergen information. Hugely important, and it can be catastrophic in many cases that we've seen in the past, where you're not being delivered accurate allergen information. A lot of people now are worried about health, and they're looking at nutrition and calories, and having that accessible on your device with that restaurant anytime that you want that is really powerful. You can then improve accuracy on reporting data and figures where previously they've been taking a long time to pull these figures together. And that huge administrational burden, and a lot of chefs will be nodding as I'm saying this, is as chefs, we've just been asked to do more and more and more, apart from an admin point of view. And we're having less time to actually go in and create dishes and work with the teams and train and develop the chefs of tomorrow. We're just bogged down with this administrational burden. So this allows chefs, FDs, CEOs to take a good snapshot of their business and see in an instant on any device, anywhere, anytime, to see how they're performing, and they can spend more time with their customers. So in summary, technology advancements in hospitality is here to stay. We'll continue to grow through customer demand and people wanting that piece of technology. And the hospitality industry needs to embrace this technology to be future-proof. Customers will start making booking decisions on how good your technology is, whether you're a hotel or a restaurant or a catering business. They will be looking at technology, and if yours is poor, you will be left behind. So what do we want to do? The chefs need more time to be creative and innovate and create fantastic food, which then makes their customers happy. The managers want to spend more time with their customers so they can deliver that world-class experience, a great level of service. The finance teams need their figures instantly so they can make quick decisions to improve profitability. And most importantly is looking at waste management and be able to use technology to reduce the global issue of food waste and be able to look at that and using technology to embrace that instead of doing everything manually and trying to deal with it. You need information about food waste to come back to you to make sensible, calculated decisions. So in a nutshell, everybody wins by having technology. It's not detrimental to customer service. It's not detrimental to delivering that world-class level of service you want in your hotel or restaurant. Everybody wins from it. The customer is then dealt with in their requirements. They have an option if they want to go manual for a process and speak to somebody. But for the operations teams, they can become far safer, far more profitable, and a lot quicker and slicker and sleeker as part of the whole process. Any questions?
Chef John, that would be all because we'll not be having a Q&A in this particular session, Chef. But then thank you so much for this very, very insightful, you can say ED talk on technology, on innovative in technology in hospitality industry. Thank you so much for that, Chef. And I would like to call in Dr. Shubhodno Bose, our chairman, for his insightful talk on this. And of course, for thanking you for the session. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Chef John Wood. It was always very interesting, but then I was listening to every word. And I think you are so right that technology is now no more a luxury. It's a part of our life. And whether we do it for culinary, whether we do it for hospitality, or for any business that we can ever think about. So it's a part that we have to embrace. And I think that is the lesson that we have learned. We kind of knew it all, but I think in the pandemic, we learned it very, very hard, and that's what the world should be going. So thanks very much, John, for your very insightful ED talk, which is at 8 minutes power talk on one particular focus area. And we look forward to see you again soon tomorrow, and have a great time. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chef John. Thank you so much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are going to be going and moving ahead to another very, very important panel discussion. But then before that, we'll be going ahead and taking a small break and coming back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have now again another very, very important discussion which is about to start in. The topic again is extremely interesting, and of course something which is very much needed today. That is sustainability and food security in the new world order, the way forward. For this panel, I would like to invite somebody very, very special, Mr. Niranjan Khatri, who is the founder at iSambhav. And also he has been a veteran with the ITC hotels for a very, very long time. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Khatri. And he is going to be the one who would be moderating the session today and leading the panel. And with him is joining Chef Gary McLean, Mr. Mike Berthett, Chef Avijit Shah, and also Chef Neil Rippington. A very, very warm welcome to our esteemed panel members here. And I would like to now welcome Mr. Khatri for taking over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sanchari, and a very warm welcome to all my speakers, eminent speakers, and to the audience across geographies. So I'm going to do a small presentation for about 4 or 5 minutes to give an overview, and then I'll do a Q&A with all of you. So Sanchari, can you share the screen, please?
Yes, Mr. Khatri, we are just getting it done from our IT team. I'll request my IT team to go ahead and share the screen. Yes, thank you so much.
Can you see my presentation?
That's right, Mr. Khatri, we can.
And am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, sir. You're audible.
Okay. So once again, a very warm welcome to the eminent speakers and to the participants across geographies. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on which geography you are in. I'll quickly run you through the impacts of climate change. It's an existential threat, we know that. So, and I'll touch a little bit on carbon budget, food waste scenario as per FAO, and opportunities through the lens of our speakers. We are all used to seeing these pictures on our television screen or on mobile also, so I need not labor on this particular picture, which is happening very often. And why is the next screen not coming? And you're also used to seeing the ice falling in the Arctic and Antarctic. However, I'm going to stop on this particular slide and discuss the kind of dangers that we are in already. And I'd like to give some historical view of the emissions globally. According to International Panel for Climate Change, there has now been a carbon budget has been set up. And to keep global warming below 2 degrees centigrade, the world is allowed to emit 2,900 gigatons from pre-industrial age of 2,100. And till 2011, we have already exhausted 1,900 gigatons. So we have only 1,000 gigatons to play around with by 2,100. I think we are skating on a very thin ice. And this caricature depicts the challenges that we have with regards to how to share this limited 1,000 gigawatts across the geographies. Now, if we want to address the climate change, we have to handle the land and water with tender, loving care, because land has a great quality of absorbing CO2 if we change our tilling practices like no-tilling farming, which is slowly becoming popular in many parts of the country, but needs to be scaled up. And we also need to invest in green infrastructure like rainwater harvesting and using water optimally for farmers. Because in many countries, the farming is dependent on groundwater. And just to give you an example of India, we are in water stress like many other countries, and 80% of our farming is done on groundwater, and this is not sustainable. Along with this, the soils across the globe has degraded because of various reasons, and we need to now rejuvenate it through composting with green manure, which will help to revive it very quickly. We call waste, and we don't look at waste as a misplaced resource. The moment you start looking at waste as a misplaced resource, huge opportunities come. And it is very unfortunate that we throw 1.3 billion tons of food waste every year. And if food waste for the country, this will be the third largest emitter of emissions. And when you're throwing food, we do not realize that we are throwing away huge quantity of water, chemicals, and energy. So we have to look at food from the linkages of energy, water, and fertilizers. And look at the amount that we throw in the dustbin. The value is about $950 billion per year. So, right. Now, one of the challenges that we have on account of climate change is the heating of the earth, as everybody knows. And therefore, the Indian government recommends all organizations to set the temperature at 24 degrees Celsius. Now, here is a great opportunity for us to not only reduce our energy cost, but also be climate friendly. And I think the hotel industry across the world, especially in tropical countries, have a great opportunity to shed coat and tie so that people are more comfortable in 20 degrees as opposed to the existing setting of 20 degrees, which will be a game changer to fight climate change. Right now, the way we are producing is like take, make, and waste. We are in a linear production process. We need to move away from linear production process to a circular process, because when you have a linear production process, this is the kind of waste that you see in landfill sites and other places. And we need to rectify our existing practices. And circular economy has the advantage that nothing will go to waste. Something will be repurposed for something else. And hopefully we'll have no landfill sites in next 10 years if we focus on waste very closely in our hotels and restaurants. And just to give you a flavor of how many landfill sites are there in USA, I can't even count it. Similarly, in India, close to about 1,546 square kilometers occupied by landfill sites. And this is going to be about 3,546 square kilometers by 2030 if we take a business as usual approach. Well, I've already shared the slide. We'll go to the next slide. Yes. So now we'll come to how do we save food for a better climate. So Andre Gide made a very beautiful statement. She said, the real voyage of discovery lies not in seeking new horizons, but seeing with new eyes. So we are going to look at the sustainability of food security from the lens of these four eminent chefs in the order that is given over here. And then I'll be posing questions to them for 2-3 minutes, and there'll be another round of questions, and thereafter we'll close. So thank you very much, and I'll get out of this presentation now. Yeah. Okay. Am I audible and clear?
Absolutely, Mr. Khatri.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
So my first question is to Abhijit. How are you reducing your food waste in your hotels and restaurants? What are the strategies that you're employing? Abhijit?
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon and good day, everybody, and good morning, wherever you are in this world. And thank you for the wonderful introduction, Mr. Khatri. So I think Mr. Khatri has set the agenda perfectly well for the discussion. For us, I have been a hotelier and then a restaurateur, and now I'm a food service consultant. And my primary job is with the Bangalore airport, which is obviously a large, food and beverage operation, both in terms of lounges and a la carte restaurants and all of that we have. So basically, what happens is that when I went to the airport, joined the airport as a consultant 2 years ago, the first thing that I saw was everywhere they were using plastic bottles for water. So my first point that I put up was that why do we have to use plastic bottles? So within 3 months of my joining, we stopped the practice of serving plastic bottled water in the lounges. But then again, there was COVID-19 and then things were a little reversed. But from now on, we have already set up a unit at the airport, which will reduce the usage of plastic bottles by 95% within the airport. So I think that's a very, very important area that we are looking at. Now, as far as food waste is concerned, I undertake training programs for food and beverage concessionaires, chefs, managers, and everybody. And in fact, food waste is in the last month, food waste, how to prevent food waste and recycling were the important topics that I discussed and had the opportunity to discuss with the team. So there are several, steps that we have taken. This includes, first of all, ordering food in the right quantity and, making sure that we serve the food in right portions. So the wastages come in the back of the house and in the front of the house. So making sure that the right portion size is served, the right size of plate is used. In cafeteria, to introduce no dustbin days. So there are several things that we have done in the airport right now to reduce the food waste. And we are making also customers conscious bulletins and also information throughout the airport where we are saying that, they should try and see that how they can avoid wasting food. They can take as much as they want to when they're in the lounges, or they can buy as much as food that they want to. But, they should try and see that how they cannot waste food and, take it again and again, but take it in quantities that they will be able to consume. So we are doing a dual approach where we are training the team members to be careful about how they are doing their job in terms of not wasting food. And then we are also making our customers conscious that, they should not be wasting food either. When we talk about recycling, there is a detailed recycling process that has been set up to make sure that nothing goes to the landfill. We are trying our best to serve the wasted foods to the different, farms, animal farms that are there, that is food waste that is generated. We are trying to recycle as much as materials as we can. Segregation of garbage is of number one priority as far as I'm concerned in our list. And I do personally the audits at least twice a week for the different outlets that are there. So this is definitely making people conscious. And as you have said, that connecting food, not just looking at food as food waste, but connecting it to water. As we all know that it takes 150 liters of water to make 1 cup of coffee. It requires, agriculture uses 75% of the fresh water that is available to us as far as, human beings is concerned. And as we know that 95% of the water is seawater, then 4% or 3% is trapped in Antarctica, and 1% is only available for human consumption. Out of that 1%, 75% of it goes to agriculture, traditional agriculture. So we know when we are wasting food, how much of energy, how much of water, and how much of carbon that we are wasting as far as food is concerned. So this is of utmost importance and priority to us. And these are some of the steps that I have taken and we are taking very consciously at the airport.
Thank you, Abhijit, for that very detailed response.
Yeah.
Now I'll switch my question to Mike Berthet on two fronts. One on how you are handling or reducing your food waste. And I believe you're in the fishing business. So I'd like to know what steps are being taken to sensitize the guests not to eat the fish which are endangered category. Is there any system that you've set? I'd like to hear on that also, along with what you're doing on curbing food waste. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Niranjan. Well, I'm going to pick up on, first of all, the last panel, where the word sustainable is being used almost as a greenwash. And I think what's happening in the world of food service is it's catching up with the hotels, the restaurant groups, the catering companies. They can no longer hide behind just having the word sustainable in their policies. Now, I've been banging on about this for the last 20 years, that chefs in white coats and hotel managers and restaurant brigades and kitchen brigades have a responsibility to have a seriously demonstrable sustainability policy that they walk the talk. And that simply is not happening widely enough in the food service industry. There are some great initiatives. The World Association of Chefs has just run a course on sustainability with Chef Chris Koetka, covering a huge amount of sustainability within the kitchen. And I'm happy to bring together the chefs, the leadership chefs here in the UK, and really run a sustainability masterclass, because every time I speak to chefs at this high level, they lack the knowledge and the detail sometimes to be able to make these decisions. And that's the cruel twist to all of this, because the chefs want to make the right decisions. They want to know that their food is sustainably sourced. But we're not taking the steps to prove that they're sustainably sourced. And I think it's time now for the White Chef Brigade to make a stand and to make a commitment to only source sustainable food, and in particular, sustainable seafood. And if I could give you a couple of examples, Niranjan. Last year, the word sustainable was used by the biggest salmon company in the world, a salmon company from Norway called Movi. And they were taken to court in a lawsuit, and they agreed that they should not have used the word sustainable in their marketing materials, and they paid $1 million over to whoever it was that brought the lawsuit. I'm seeing companies taken to task for finding child labor in their sustainability food chain. These things have got to stop. And the only people that I believe in food service that can make this stop are chefs. They are the gatekeepers to the menu. They decide what goes on. It's not the purchasing manager. It's not the hotel manager. It's not even the group executive. They leave it to the chefs. And when I met with the team at YCO 19, there is a passionate top-level leadership team within IIHM and within the YCO leadership team that have the passion to deliver this. I think what we lack is the arena and the forum to get the knowledge transferred. And you know what the previous speaker said, Himanshu Tanya, he said that they had to use local fish because they couldn't get the beluga caviar and things like that in. That is fantastic news. Using local sourcing is fantastic. All you have to do is make sure it's sustainable. And the biggest seafood product that faces a disaster, and it's used by everybody, is tuna. And if I spoke to 100 chefs and asked them to tell me how sustainable tuna is, I'll bet you only a dozen could tell me. And that's not good enough. We need everybody to have that knowledge. So for me, the issue here and the challenge is how do we get that knowledge across? Because it's there, it just needs transferring. Thank you.
Mike, I was going through your profile and I'm very happy to see that you're part of the Prince Charles Sustainability Unit. So you're in a very influential position, and I'm sure your radius of influence is very large in UK. So in order to answer to your question that chefs do not know what is sustainability, I think we need to have some systemic changes in our education process, whereby if I join a catering college today, I should be getting this knowledge in schools, or schools and colleges. So
Totally.
that when I join the hotel industry, I hit the road running.
Totally agree.
So thank you for your inputs.
Thank you.
And now I'll request Gart McLean. Gart, I believe you're a master chef. Congratulations. Can we hear your version?
It's only a TV show, so don't worry too much about that. Thanks for having us on in such an important, subject, which I think I totally agree with Mike. The key holders to this are the chefs, from every level. From a 16-year-old first-year student, they have to understand that as they grow and work in industry, that they're going to have so much power, so much buying power, so much influence on the market. So education is the key. Do you have a question for us, or?
Yeah. So, what steps have you taken to mitigate or reduce food waste in anything innovative? If it's been said by some, please do not repeat that.
Well, I come to this subject with sort of three hats on. One is I work in education. I'm executive chef of the City of Glasgow College. I also represent the Scottish Government when it comes to initiatives on net zero and food waste and reducing the sort of carbon footprint and sharing that kind of knowledge with regular people. And I also own a seafood restaurant. It actually opens next week. And again, back to what Mike was saying, I'll get 9 dishes on the menu, all of which are local Scottish fish and shellfish. And if there's ever any change to what should be caught, the menu changes accordingly. But from a college point of view, we're at the heart of COP26. So those of you who don't know, COP26 is the world's largest climate summit, and it's taking place in Glasgow. So the City of Glasgow College are taking a major role in that. But things that we've done, from the ground up, we've got 7 gardens in the college. City Centre College. We have a team of gardeners. We've got, we grow our own fruit, vegetables, herbs. All of this is supplied to the students, and the students get to see where the food comes from. They get to see the time and effort and energy. But again, going back to education, it's vital that this is on the curriculum in every single lesson that we do. And I think there's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of dare I say, Netflix stuff that doesn't paint the real picture. It's sensationalized, and I don't think it helps. So I think we have to get back to getting the correct information, because the reality is, you know, the world cannot all eat plants. You know, for instance, in Scotland, we can't grow anything. You know, we live in a mountainous country that is very, very small. So we're very good at producing sheep and beef. And that's what our landscape does. And that's what our ancestors did for thousands of years. So for us to be fully sustained on plants, we will then be looking all around the world to bring them in. So then you've got that emissions problem. So I think it's back to education. And with the government sort of role that I do, I kind of look at this as, you know, I often get asked for a recipe that saves on food waste and things like that. But I think it's lifestyle. You have to look at everything that you do. You have to think about what you're buying, how much you're buying, you know, because the general public are very, very wasteful when it comes to food. They go to the supermarket once a week. They pick up the exact same stuff the week before. You know, creatures of habit. They go home, they unpack the food into the fridges. They take out a chicken, put it in the bin, and replace it with a chicken they're going to put in the bin the following week. So it's breaking those habits. It's thinking about how you feed your family. You know, it's, you know, if you've got kids, don't fill their plate up. You know, I do a thing called family service, and everything goes in the middle of the plate, and the kids can help themselves. And what I tend to find is, you know, particularly younger kids won't take more food than they think they're ever going to eat because they don't want to be under pressure. And what I find with all my kids, I've got 5, I've learned from experience, you know, that they will take smaller portions and they will go back and they will clear it again. So it's about that sort of lifestyle change or lifestyle towards the climate. But again, I think the biggest problem for us is we have to come together as a world. You know, we've got so many, even when you look at, you know, the misinformation on electric cars, are they good, are they not? All these sorts of things. So there's always that doubt in people's mind and what is the real answer. You know, and right now there's 690 coal-fired power stations being built as we speak. 690 are getting built as we speak. So, you know, it's great for us, it's great for hospitality, it's great for education, but if the governments don't take it serious, you know, I think we're in real trouble.
If I may interject, Gary, if I understood you right, I think you are in the education field only. You're teaching, am I right? Did I understand correctly?
Yes. Yeah, that's
okay.
my main job, yeah.
Right. So my mouth is salivating considering the fact that I'm talking to you, because some of the new inputs that you can give to the college students is that when they learn food and beverage service, one of the new service designs that we should create is that suppose I come with 5 or 6 of my guests, and if I have over-ordered, they should be taught to tell me that, sir, I think you've over-ordered.
Yeah.
Okay. And unfortunately, I won't name the countries. There are countries where people have a tendency to over-order. And if they are told that they are over-ordering, they take offense because they like to show off. So we have to unlearn a lot of things if you're talking about sustainability.
Yeah, it's in the culture, yeah. Again, it is a mindset, but I think the younger generations coming through are taking it serious. You know, it's you know, we're passing our past mistakes on to them, and it's ultimately them that are going to have to fix this. It's my kids, it's your kids and grandkids that are going to have to inherit what we've done. But I really see a big change in the young people coming through, and I'm sure the other educators on the call will see that as well. It is an agenda point. You know, the young students are coming straight in for their first class, and it's already on the agenda for them. They understand it. They've got an opinion on it, you know, one way or another. So it is a talking point in almost every lesson. So I think that the next generation coming through is a lot sharper and a lot brighter and a lot more interested in the subject than probably we were at that age. In fact, when we were at that age, it wasn't even a subject. You know, we were just wasteful, shall we say.
Thank you. Now may I come to Neil. Neil, I believe you're a chef and a book publisher. So I'm so happy to be interacting with you.
Yes, I've published.
With you. And before you give me your answer, I'd like to give you a small input. You know, in India, we're a water-stressed country. And yet our culture is such that if you come to my house, I'll give you a full glass of water. And I have been suggesting for last 8-10 years that we don't know the thirst quotient of the other person. So why are we giving him or her full glass of water? We should be offering people a small peg of water or a large peg of water. This is humor by design in a very serious way, because then you bring into the conversation the concept of scarcity value pricing. Unfortunately, the price of water is so low that nobody respects the cost of water. So having said this, maybe in your next book, which will be a global bestseller, you should please plant this idea of offering small peg or large peg of water or no water if the person is not thirsty. Over to you, Neil.
Okay, well, yeah, I think I have to concur with, first of all, thank you for welcoming me today. It's a real privilege to be here. But water is a really interesting subject, because you alluded to it earlier on in sense of how much of the water on the planet we can use. And then there are different types of water. I'm just trying to join a few things here together, and some of the things that Gary was just saying there, that obviously we've got rainwater, we've got tap water, we've got water that's used in to dilute pollution, etc. And it is a very valuable product, and the majority of the water on the planet isn't fit for human consumption. But water is an essential product for growing vegetables. It's an essential product for rearing meat and beef and things like that. And I think, going back to what Gary was saying, that different climates and different geography across the planet are set up, and their nature of being makes them more appropriate for growing and rearing different things. So, for example, here in the UK and places like Wales and Scotland, the north of England, where there is a lot of natural rainwater with a very lush green mountainous landscape, and it's perfect for rearing sheep and cattle. Therefore, you know, farming systems around the world, so there's a lot of science and technology going into farming systems. In America, they've actually made some great strides in terms of the way that they have been able to make rearing of things like cattle much more efficient and utilizing less water. Whereas in other areas of the world where there isn't that natural resource, that has to be brought in and added to the solution. So I think in terms of the use of water and the way that we operate as a global community, we have to be aware of, you know, what is natural. As Gary was saying, in Scotland, the climate there is, and the beautiful waters around Scotland are perfect for fish and seafood. So Gary's 100% right in that should be celebrated, and that's the backbone of his restaurant concept. So that's great. It's when these messages get confused, and I think Gary was referring to Seaspiracy, the Netflix documentary recently, which is very, very scary if you watch that and look at the way that that it's argued that we're treating our oceans, and you know, there's this fight. It's an economic fight and survival as well for different communities around the world, and how they're using and utilizing their natural resources to live, and that's the way that the human race has survived throughout its existence. So I think you're absolutely right in that water is a fundamental basis. It's life, isn't it? The water of life, eau de vie, as they would say in France, although that's an alcoholic version, so we don't drink too much of that one. But yeah, it's such a great debate, and I think that the small steps that we have to learn as a community, and again, I've got to agree that young people, from my experience, are so in tune nowadays, and they're not restricted to hospitality and catering and culinary development. In the university I worked for 10 years, the comments from students from all different disciplines and backgrounds was that they were very in tune with anything to do with, you know, waste management, energy waste, and they would be very vocal in coming forwards if they saw things that they didn't appreciate or that they thought could be improved. So I think globally we have this responsibility to make small steps on a personal basis, to make personal sort of contributions and personal choices in terms of the way that we utilize food and our resources. So in terms of chefs, I think it's absolutely essential that people are taught about seasonality, utilization of food, creativity. The essence of a chef is creativity. So side products, offcuts, and such products have to be considered in the optimization of dishes going forward. I've seen plenty of times back in the day where the prime cuts are taken and everything else is sort of discarded, and there's too much effort and energy required to actually turn that into something. Whereas now I think more chefs are looking at the whole product. How can we utilize 100% of that product and actually not waste anything? And that's great for business management as well, and profitability, because if you can recoup more income, I know this is a side issue of the sustainability, but it makes perfect sense that if you're utilizing 100% of the commodity that you're using, and that is in a very creative way, and you're doing it with a clear conscience, in that you've considered the environment, you've considered the product, you've considered your customer, you've considered the education of the people around you, then I think we'll be heading in the right direction.
Neil, since you're a writer, I'd like to give you two quick inputs. One, Premier Begin came to India in 1992, and he said that we in Israel use water like you use eye drops. I was very impressed with this particular statement. And I do a lot of teaching. I keep sharing this quote of Premier Begin, and I'm sure you've been to Israel. And if you've not, I think you should travel there to see how they use every drop of water as an eye drop. So thank you very much. And my next question is open to anyone. My question is, what steps are being taken to address the food sustainability as part of the core management strategy of your organization? Anybody who wants to answer this, please go ahead, raise your hands, and you'll have the floor. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, as part of my work each week, I'm representing the Global Seafood Alliance, and we're involved in promoting aquaculture globally, safe, responsibly farmed aquaculture, because one of the things that chefs will know is that we have another 1.5 billion people coming on the planet in the next 20, 30 years. And the United Nations has established that the only way that we're going to enable people globally to have a nutritious, healthy lifestyle is to grow protein through the medium of aquaculture. First of all, the feed ratio is much, much lower than land-based protein. It doesn't need as much energy to grow because it's not fighting gravity. A lot of aquaculture is extremely sustainable. If you take things like mussels and clams and oysters, these are filter feeders. They don't need any feed. If you take carp, tilapia, pangasius, they don't need any marine protein. They're vegetable eaters, and we cannot continue to cut down any more rainforests to make room for land-based protein. So from a sustainability point of view for humanity, I'm promoting aquaculture as one of the ready solutions to help us manage responsibly this planet. And if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, which I know Dr. Suborno-Bose is passionate about, there are about 10 of those that are applicable to aquaculture. And sourcing responsible aquaculture, not just any old aquaculture, is again a priority for our chefs. And I'm here, I'm happy to come to any college, university, and present to the students sustainability as I've seen it over my career of 35 years in the seafood industry, in hotel catering, etc. I am a trained chef. Way back in 1976, and I really do believe it's one of get that knowledge out there, let those youngsters soak it up, and they will be our champions, they will be our messengers, and they will help sort out the problem that we're leaving them.
Sanchita, how much time do I have so that accordingly I tailor my questions?
We are just at time, Mr. Khatri, just about ending.
Just about
maybe
ending.
A minute or two. Yes, that's right.
Fine. So I'll stick to my timeline. And before we leave, I'd like to once again thank you. But before we go off, I'd like to give you insight that hotels, by virtue of their business, have got tremendous connects with various stakeholders. But to my mind, those stakeholders have been suboptimally leveraged for sustainability. And one area which the hotel industry and many other industries are also still not gone into seriously is the greening of the supply chain. And when I talk about supply chain, I like to reach out to my supplier through my intermediary and to the farmer. So one of the things that I'm doing now, I'm based in Bangalore, in order to enhance the groundwater moisture in water-stressed region in and around Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, we're growing vetiver grass in the flight path of the water so that during the monsoons, the water does not run, it walks. And the vetiver grass has the capability of harvesting the water in large areas, especially on the banks of the check dams. If you put vetiver grass, it reduces soil erosion and water is available for a longer time. And the attributes of vetiver grass is that it binds the soil, it harvests water, it has aromatic qualities, and it is fodder for animals. And the second thing that I've started for the malnourished people of India, and this can be replicated anywhere, is that I've started Bank of Nutrition, where we encourage the local villagers to grow moringa, papaya, guava, lime, banana, etc. These are all superfood categories. So if I'm a poor guy, if today I'm eating rice with chili or something, tomorrow when these are planted behind my hut, I grow this. So we need simple, replicable, scalable ideas so that this enhances green cover. And once the green cover is enhanced, the collateral benefit is that the birds, bees come back. And if I'm a farmer in that particular region, the yield of my crops increases through these routes. So in case you're working in Africa or any other country, please transplant these ideas over there. So since my time is up, I'd like to thank all of you very much and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khatri. In fact, before I call in Dr. Bose for thanking the entire panel, I would like to, in fact, introduce all my esteemed panelists once again to the audience who has been hearing to this lovely conversation between everybody. So today we had in the panel Mr. Niranjan Khatri, who is a founder at iSambhav and who's also been with ITC for a very, very long time, a veteran with that. And with him was Mr. Mike Berthard, who is the MD at Aquasia Limited. We have Chef Gary McLean, Scottish chef, author, MasterChef winner, and the first national chef of Scotland. And with them, we have Chef Abhijit Shah, who's a chef entrepreneur, hospitality, kitchen and food service consultant, and also an author. And we have Chef Neil Rippington, who's an instructor in culinary psychology, Harvard Extension School, Harvard University, US. It has been an amazing, amazing time with all of you. Chefs, thank you so much for this lovely conversation. And I would like to now invite Dr. Bose to come ahead and, of course, give his insight. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, very good afternoon and morning to all of you. So it's lovely, lovely session. So I'd like to thank Mr. Khatri, Mr. Abhijit Saha, who has been a great friend for years. My very close friends, Gary, the national chef of Scotland, and we're very proud of you, Gary. Mike, such a lovely time to see you back again, and with your aquaculture. Yes, we are absolutely committed to aquaculture at IIHM, as you said. And of course, Neil Rippington, the knowledge bank of culinary education. Neil, thank you so much for joining us. And so to all of you, very big thanks from all of us at that team IIHM at the first ever global conclave of the IIHM International College of Distinguished Fellows. And as we wait for the celebrations tomorrow, thank you very much for joining us and thank you for your time. It has been absolutely an incredible session. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bose, and thank you so much, everybody, for joining in for this amazing panel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here with us since afternoon. It has been an incredible day. Just like Dr. Bose mentioned, this is the first season of the ATEX Hospitality e-Conclave, and we are having a very, very exciting day with loads of panel discussions and, of course, some great ed talks. We are, in fact, just in the midday because we have so many things to offer to you as of now. So before I move into another very, very interesting discussion and, of course, an ed talk coming up, why don't we go ahead and take up a small break and come back? You can actually grab on your coffees, your teas, and come back here and get seated for the next ed talk. All right, good evening. And I have to say now, good evening, world, because the entire world is watching us right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you that this entire, discussions and entire thing is basically being live streamed across different platforms, whether it is FB, whether it is, the YouTube lives across the world, people are watching. And today is a very, very important day for the entire community of hospitality. Now, without taking much of time, I would like to go ahead and introduce again another industry stalwart, a very, very famous person once again, Mr. Deepak Ohri, who is the CEO at the Labour Hotels and Resorts Company Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And Mr. Ohri today is going to be reflecting and talking, in fact, having his ed talk on hospitality in the Southeast Asia in the New World Order. We are extremely fortunate to have you here today with us, Mr. Ohri, and we look forward to your ed talk.
Thank you, Sanchari. It's a great honor. I would like to thank you, and I would like to say thanks to Dr. Bose. Nothing gives pleasure than to be at the platform of IIHM, which is one of the world's famous schools. I think one of the top 3 hospitality schools. Soon going to be, I'm talking about world. So it's an honor, it's a pleasure. I would like to congratulate Dr. Bose on being one of the biggest achievers by Forbes in India. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes. So I'm waiting for Sanchari.
Yes. So, Mr. Ohri, would you like to basically start your ed talk first, and then I come over with some questions? I've got some interesting questions for you lined up.
Why don't we start with the question? And I think I will like to talk during those question answers platform. I know the time is very precious, so I don't want to take much time.
Absolutely, sir. And since it is your 8 minutes spa talk, we would definitely want to hear a lot from your end. So the first question, Mr. Ohri, that in fact we would want to go ahead and of course listen from you would be, with the bounce back expected by the year end and as a surge in tourism, would the impact on hiring be positive?
Okay, so I'll, if given the permission, I'll just correct the question a little bit. I don't think so the business is going to bounce back by the end of this year. That is not such a positive news. But the other positive news is that anyone who's looking for employment or has been laid off, I think this is a new era where we will see, or the hospitality or for that matter, any industry will see that there'll be less candidates and there'll be more jobs. So that is one very comforting factor that is coming. But business is going to go through its ups and downs till the time all the governments all over the world decide that COVID is there to stay. And we should not be doing close downs, everything, and work together with the science to make sure that we reduce the rate of casualty. So that is what I'm going to say to that question.
Wonderful, sir. We have the next question here, which again, has been thought of by, of course, our educators out here, and they wanted to know this from you. Moving forward, what are the new learnings that students as aspiring hoteliers must take in terms of skills and traits?
This is the best time to be in any institution. whether you are a student or whether you are faculty. So I'm a little bit jealous when I look at all of you being directors and the owners of these schools. And also I'm very jealous of the students, because the learning that is going to be coming out of this time is a learning of the century. I don't think so students can learn far much more, because pre-COVID, students have learned about all hospitality leaders, what they are, what are their values, what are their vision. And during COVID, a time of crisis, they have also seen that how everyone has reacted or everyone has acted during the crisis. So now if the students are able to do RCT, that is, R is rise up to the occasion. Second is correlate. And third is understand that time is very precious. I gave one Bloomberg interview in the month of November, year 2019. And in that interview, I was asked a question. And I said, Hindu mythology teaches us that time can change at any time. Understand, time can change at any time or at any moment. And for me, I would say time is the most important factor. So students, what they are doing is they have seen something. It's the best case study. They have seen, they have listened to the leaders, they have seen them acting before the crisis, they have seen them acting after the crisis or during the crisis, even if the crisis is not over. They have also seen how customers behave. That's the another part. And that is a learning that nobody can or could have given it to the thing. So that is something what students have to do. Second is the faculty or the institutes, the way they have managed the students. Because the biggest stress, if anyone would have, would be these aspiring students that, oh my God, this crisis has happened. So many people have lost their jobs, especially in India, which is the second biggest employer in the world for hospitality after China. That what would be our future? But what I see is that there are online classes, the students are quite calm, composed. So hats off to the institute, the teachers, the principal, and also to everybody who's giving them that kind of knowledge. So I think this is the best knowledge they will get. So that is my message to them.
Right. Mr. Ori, of course, we are going to be moving in for a very important thing, of course, for your book launch, which is going to be happening very soon. And we would like to hear about that. But then before that, Mr. Ori, we would also like to hear your, complete points on different certification programs that students currently are taking across the world. In fact, they're doing it, different platforms, and they're acquiring these certifications. How much important would these be when they're going ahead and considering being employed in different particular verticals?
So I think it's getting recorded, and I'm not shy to put that on record. Until 2019, Labua used to employ in single hotel. Okay, we have not tried that in India, but we will try that now. It was a pilot project for a period of 3 years, 200 interns at any given time. And we made them, except one department, that is marketing department, we made them go to, and you will ask me why, you should ask me why not marketing department, I'll come to that. So except the marketing department, they were put in every area, including those areas where we wanted our restaurants, or one of the restaurants at that point of time, now we have 2 restaurants, was Michelin star, and they did very well. I think I can relate. One, this means there's one of the ladies, she was an intern and she was going back to the college. Normally I don't do that. And I said, what? And she was going for a higher education. She had finished her hotel management. I said, why don't you stay back? She said, what will be my future? I said, what do you want? She said, I want to be manager of this particular restaurant. As we are talking, we told her that she'll be manager of that restaurant in 2022, 2023. She has been a manager of that place for 10 months already. She has already achieved the ambition. So I want to give one message to the students. First, we respect them, because right now, with the way the teaching is going, they are learning far much more than we can get in the job market. Okay, so students become very I would say, a rare and a very precious resource. Second thing is these students, they bring a lot of energy. They bring new ideas. They are not afraid to take the risk. And that is what every organization needs at some point of time. So I think they came to us at the right time. We are the only hotel in the world to win the Michelin Best Service Award. And the restaurant that won the Michelin Best Service Award had the maximum student interns working in that restaurant from different parts of the world. So this is the power of education. Now, coming back to my book is a very simple book. It's getting launched next year. I'm not yet fixed. This thing is called A Bridge Not Too Far. And the book is my journey and a quest of self-respect. Very early in my life, I came from a very humble background. I still remember vividly that I was a 3-year-old child, and on this side of the road, we all were staying in one room and just a small road, and across the road there were big bungalows. And we were always told, everybody on this side of the road was told never to cross the road. I took liberty to cross that road. That was a part one. Very early in my career, there was an incident which prompted me that at one point of time, we are going to create an organization where a respect would be treated as two-way road. Not that you expect to be respected, you learn to give respect to the people. So the book is all about this. The book is not about Deepak Ohri. The book is about not for anyone working in hospitality industry. The book is about every person who wants to be an entrepreneur, who wants to achieve things in his life, who wants to be someone, because they are Fortune 500 companies. Take 10 top positions, you have only 5,000 people in a world where the population is around 78 billion, 8 billion. So with the 8 billion population, only say top jobs of 10,000, this book is about everyone to find a respect, find your position in every organization you're working. Okay, so this is what this book is all about, Sanchar. I think I've done justice to the time that was allocated to me.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, Mr. Ohri, because you have really reflected on a lot of need currently for both academicians as well as for students. And I'm sure, with your very, very positive thought, and of course, with the book coming up, it will be a huge impact to all hospitality aspirants. I have a final question for you, Mr. Ohri, if I may. Which has in fact come from, one of our team members, basically from, Chef Kak, who happens to be our culinary director, has, going ahead and patiently replying to all our questions. I'm sure, and I'm certain, there would be many such questions, and we'll be definitely getting an opportunity once again to have, a call with you and definitely have you meet all our students and everybody here. We are very excited. Thank you so much for this power-packed session, sir, with some fantastic questions and answers. And now, without taking much of your time, I would like to invite our very, very endearing chairman and chief mentor, Dr. Bose, over here talking to you. Over to you, sir.
Very, very good session, power-packed, 8 minutes, and that's what Mr. Luxury Deepak Ohri believes in. Everything you do in style, you do it elegant and do with luxury and do with a lot of power. More power to you, Deepak, and it's such a proud moment for all of us in India. And whenever I go to Bangkok, we had to go to campus in Bangkok, and whenever I pass Levua, I really, really feel so proud that it's one of the best.
We need to meet, and we'll be taking a lot of interns from your Bangkok campus soon.
Thank you so much.
India also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And it was lovely to have you, and look forward to see you tomorrow. Congratulations in advance. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ohri. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ohri.
Thank you, Papa.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the world, in fact, who was all watching us and, of course, being an audience with us since this afternoon, I have to say, the Spa Pack sessions are not going to be ending at all. We are just in the midday, ladies and gentlemen. We have so many more fantastic Ed Talks and sessions coming up our way. And before I go ahead and announce and welcome the next session, why don't we go ahead and take a small break and come back? again. And now I would like to introduce the next topic in front of all of you. And this is a very, very young topic and a very important one. This happens to be the Young Hospitality Leaders Forum. And the topic would like to basically welcome Mr. Rupam Datta, who is the General Manager of Feathers Hotel, Radha Hotel in Chennai. Rupam Datta also happens to be one of our star alumni, and we are extremely proud to have him here today. Welcome, Rupam. And joining Mr. Rupam Datta today in this panel would be Mr. Ashish Kumar, General Manager at the Hyatt Regency Lucknow, Mr. Sunny Verma, General Manager at the Mercure Glasgow City Hotel, Scotland, UK, and Mr. Yangduk Lama, who is, of course, the star celebrity, bartender, author, entrepreneur, Bar World's 100 most influential figures at the Drinks International UK 2020. Wow. Welcome, all of you. We are so charged up and happy to have all of you here, all our superstars and definitely our iconic alumni of IIHM, and we are extremely proud to have you all here. Welcome, and we go forward and begin the session. Over to you, Mr. Rupam Datta.
Hello.
Yes, Rupam, we are able to hear you.
Good evening, everyone. It is wonderful feeling to see all of you together, and I wanted to thank Dr. Bose and every one of you from all centers of IIHM for making this possible. None of us thought before COVID that such a huge conclave can take place virtually with so much of efficiency. This is really, really great. So looking forward, Sanchari. So let me, now that I have Yandu, I have Ashish, as well as Sunny, all three of them join. And so can we go ahead and start?
Absolutely, Rupam. We can.
Right. Yamdu, let me start with you. It's such a joy to have you here. What's your...
Thanks,
wanted to welcome Ashish also and Sunny. Great feel. I'm sure you are all excited, as all of us are, to come here together and share the screen. And of course, we'll go ahead and do some discussions for the young leaders in the industry and for the new strategies for the new world that's coming up. Welcome, Ashish and Sunny, both.
Rupam, I would just like to interrupt. I trust Mr. Verma is not having a good network. He must have logged out. So okay. With you, we have Mr. Lama, and definitely Ashish is here.
Hi, Ashish. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Rupam. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here, and I take always pride to just make myself free and available. Anything of such type happens, and IIHM very close to my heart. I'm always there to be a part of this hospitality industry. Great learning every time.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yangdu, let me start with you. Please go ahead and share. I'm sure a lot of young students are all here. We would like to have a quick bites from you.
First and foremost, thank you very much. It's really, really wonderful to be a part of this forum. Thanks IIHM for this wonderful initiative, because it not just helps students, but I think it also helps people like us who are already in the profession to come together in a platform like this, discuss and exchange ideas. So congratulations to the team at IIHM to be able to organize such a wonderful workshop. And what an opportunity to connect to Rupam, my batchmate from my IIM days. So it's indeed a great pleasure to be here. And coming from a perspective of, how to shape up the future as a youngster, I think the present day is all about innovations, number one, purely because it is about the consumer getting as experimental as possible. As students of hotel management or hotel school, also somebody who passed out from college almost 25 years ago, we went with a lot of, do's and don'ts. It was very, very important. It is still very important. Foundation for that matter for any career is very, very important. But I think what is changing is the fast pace of consumer trends, and what is in these days and what is happening to the millennial consumers, who are also the future in terms of potential consumers for any product, is that it's become very, very experimental, and therefore, as service providers, as people who are in the space where you could do as much, there is so much of flexibility in the area of hospitality. I think one of the key things for sure would be to focus on innovation. Innovation does not mean you have to be creative, because to a lot of people, creativity is a gift of God, right? But I think innovation is purely about doing the right research, being in the consumer space, and understanding the requirement of the present day, with absolute being on the ground. That's very important. You need to connect to your audience. Gone are the days when you work on rules. You definitely keep your rules as a foundation, but you got to be flexible and you got to be as innovative as possible in everything that you offer. So that's my little message to start off with.
Very true. That was so nicely placed, Yangdu. I'm sure you know it, and what you said rightly, that innovation is not about doing always new things, but innovation is also finding out to be flexible when time comes, when needed to be changed. I think that's a very, very important part. Ashish, it's been a roller coaster 15 months for the hoteliers, and I'm sure things are getting a better shape. So how do you look at, how do you perceive the whole, the next few years or probably the next decade is going to be? What's your thought, Ashish, on this?
Okay, so I completely feel, my city and my hotel went through a lot of ups and downs. Last year also, we had to close down the hotel for 3 months, and almost May and June was definitely bad for us with almost negligible business. So it's important that what do we do? Because, we always need to start that everybody's starting from ground zero level.
That's right.
So there is no strategy, there is nothing, there is no competitive set, there is nothing that exists. It's you and how much far-sighted you are. And you should have a strategy, you should have a tactic. Your thought process has to be very clear what you want to do. The first thing, I went back to basic. When I was in Taj Hotel and I was doing a TQMS, Tata Quality Management Service, we did a Malcolm Baldrige model, understanding people, process, customer, finance. Basic, back to business. So people is something who will drive the business. That is your own colleagues and associates. You have to be completely empathizing with them, motivating them, showing them some great picture, and just try to be honest with your associate. They are your principal weapons. You have to train them. You have to inculcate the culture of multitasking, and you have to be honest with them. So this was the time that how much more you can train them and make sure that when they are doing or performing any sort of job, which is going to be very tough in terms of the manpower that we are working with, so that our efficiency is stretched and our efficiency has a qualitative output by keeping our customer happy. Bottom line, customer has to be happy, staff has to be happy, and that's how you position yourself in the digital world, you position yourself in the market. The rule is the same, that I believe that repeat guest is what you can do. You need to have repeat business. Without that, hospitality doesn't work. So we saw all these 4-5 tickets item, and we focused on all level of our associate, starting from top level. Top level was busy in strategizing, and strategy and tactics are two different things. So the idea is that we measure that what will be our ramp up time. We have to be quick in that. And we cannot see that what our competition is doing. Nothing. You have to compete with yourself. There is no competition. I will not focus on any sort of competition at this point of time. because you are competing with yourself. At the end of the day, we are in the business, and what matters to us is the GOP and the profitability. So the ramp up lead time has to reduce. How is the separate subject that we have to talk. So what happens, I feel more happy when the last person of my hotel starts giving me ideas. The last person start giving me tactics. I go and talk to everybody. That just a simple question that, okay, how can I improve my business more? And trust me, the best of the ideas in terms of guest satisfaction would come from the down the level associate of us. And you have to be like a family. It's all about motivation. It's all about making the mind strong. And if your mind is strong, you can go through any of the scenarios. So I don't say any tough challenge thing or any this thing. This is the scenario and we should enjoy it. So
very true.
Enjoyment part is very important for the leadership team to keep using it. No stress. Trust me, and I mean it when I say no challenge, no stress. We are enjoying the given scenario.
Very true.
Yeah,
very
we are enjoying.
Excellent.
So my business is through entertainment, enjoyment, me along with my colleagues.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And Hyatt has laid great fundamental, our values says fun, work-life balance. So, you know what, even if there is a mistake or sort of a satisfaction which is not appropriate, but when my associate approach to those guests and truly empathize and acknowledge the mistake, you win that guest. He's back again.
Absolutely.
Multitasking, very important. So cross trainings are very important because this is the time that, housekeeping gets busy one day, front office gets busy the another day. So how the people can go to each other department and then they can contribute towards one goal. So I learned something in my college, which I always keep using it. So I learned a statement when I was studying in my IIHM in my, one of the management classes, that you don't work like separate watertight compartments. You work like one watertight compartment. So the buoyancy and the pressure is everywhere. There is no one part that would say, okay, the pressure is more. So it's fun altogether. So when a team works together, no service, no production, no stewarding, no culinary, no front office, all of us are working together. Salespeople go and help during the breakfast time and then they start. So what happens that there is a new energy in the team and they want, because nobody likes sitting back at home. So everybody, when they're coming with a fresh mind that this is the place we belong to. So the accountability and belongingness post-COVID I have seen more in my youngsters. And this is what I have to tell all my youngsters, that be creative, be energized. You will have a lot of time to rest and enjoy every difficult moment. But your team is the biggest weapon or your support with you. Because the business is picking up and you need to do justice if you're in business. Yeah, there are various stakeholders. You need to establish balance to the various stakeholders. So I find it very fun in conducting business post-COVID. And it also helps me to be prepared that what happens in future, how sustainable my hotel is and my organization is. I am committed to Hyatt. I am committed to my owners. So I need to make my business sustainable. And say, suppose if tomorrow an emergency comes for a month or two, I should be able to sustain. So I have a larger perspective. And then how it's important that my vision and my perspective, how it gets aligned to everybody down the line. So that's the key thing that I conduct my business with, which is very important, I feel. And no stress, trust me, no stress. It's a happy moment.
Very true.
We have chosen to be in this industry. It's not a profession, it's passion. Yeah.
Excellent.
So this is something little that I want to say to everybody.
Very nice, Ashish. Very well said. Who knows passion more than Yandu? Taking the cue from Ashish.
Yes.
So coming back to the best man who is driving his dreams. Young has been always very different. He never portrayed himself to be only a student. He looked forward to create something very unique in his from the college time onwards. So, Yangdu, this time you are not just, I look at you as an entrepreneur more than everything else. Like you creating a new concept, you are bringing in a new thoughts in the customers and consumers' mind. You're creating products that caters to the taste buds of various age group also. You have amazing thoughts on those. Yangdu, I just wanted to know psychological change that the students may go through now. The pre-COVID time and now there is a change that's happening even in their thought process. So how do you like to talk about this? What would be your take on psychology? Do you think the college also should have someone who is constantly working on their mind, like what Ashish is sharing, more than the academics and the skills, other technical skills? It also to do about being happy, being a part of everything. So how do you bring in that? What do you think can be done for this generation to be up on that?
Yeah, I think it's a very important touch point to be able to understand the importance of mindset, right? And the last 1.5 years especially has kind of taught us that apart from working hard, apart from putting in all your resources in terms of going up the ranks, your inputs in terms of wherever you're working and whatever you're doing, it's so important to have a mindset that is helping you, not just in terms of professional growth, but also in terms of personal growth. And I think mindset is a very, very important aspect. And I think the best way to drive it, there is no specific formula. I'd never ever think there is any formula and anybody can say this is the way to drive it forward. I always feel as far as mindset is concerned, it has to be driven by the leaders. If I have a team of 20 people, it is how I'm going to drive my team with my mindset. In the sense, I'm not going to tell people how to think positive. It's very easy to say, think positive. But I think you'll have to show through your actions how to think positive, right? Every time I address them, every time I talk to them. So, for example, I have 2 bars and I have a bartending school and I also have a mobile bartending service, which means I have at least about 25 odd people who are working with me as a team. I think throughout the last 1.5 years, of course, to be very honest, we all had that setback. We all were very a little depressed in the initial days of the lockdown. So we were hit hard. We had to shut all the places. But then I think as a leader, what was important was to come out with the thought process that every time your chips are down, you got to come out with the best, right? And you could only do it with the right mindset. And I always feel there is an opportunity. And every time I had a meeting with my team, whether it was an online meeting or whether it was on the ground meeting later on, I think the idea was to let them know that, look, there is an opportunity that lies ahead of us. And this is the time when we could use this particular time where we are all free to upgrade ourselves in terms of our knowledge, in terms of our skill, in terms of our creativity, and to come together as a team. And I think we've been successful to a large extent to be able to do that, as a team, to come together, not just in terms of our work performance, but also as human beings. I think we've been able to connect with each member of our team better. That's very important because the more we talk, the more we interact. As a bar, one interesting thing that I keep mentioning is as a bar, we even had interactive sessions on how important music was to a bar, how important every person in the bar should be able to enjoy music that we play in the bar because it's our music. It is something that we need to enjoy as well, not just the guests, right? So the important aspects of these things, which otherwise in a normal situation, we would never be thinking about it, right? Similarly, when it comes to mindset, I think the most important thing is to be able to feel happy about where you are, right? It's important to be ambitious. It is good to be ambitious. It's important to dream big, but at the same time, you got to move with the flow. You got to live with the present times. So I always make sure that in every aspect of my trainings or my interactions with my own colleagues or people who work along with me in my bars, or when I'm addressing a set of amateur bartenders or professional bartenders or hoteliers, or for that matter, anybody, I always lay a lot of emphasis on the idea of mindfulness. Very important. You know,
True.
what it does is it keeps you in track. Again, the thing is that it's very easy to say, but I have to practice it myself. It is something that I would do it myself. And after I've done it and I've kind of applied it into myself and got some results, which is positive and makes me a happier person, a more, enthusiastic person, I think it will automatically show up in the rest of my team. So, like I said earlier, for anything that we do, starting from mindset to setting the right example to being a great leader, I think we got to do it ourselves. If somebody can make a drink of one particular type, I should be able to lead them and, through example by showing them how to make the same drink in 10 different ways and still achieve the right balance and the right presentation. So I think it has to be led from the front. And I think, especially for students, I think the teachers, the people who they look forward to and who they keep on meeting on a daily basis, I think they are the leaders, they are the mentors, they are the heroes for them. I think it's they who are going to set the right example. All my juniors look up to me. Everybody wants to become like Mr. Lama. But I can't be behaving like the seniors and always giving them instructions. I think I'm being watched in the way I walk, the way I talk, the way I interact, the way I behave, my body language, what I'm bringing to the table in terms of ideas. So you got to be very much involved and lead the team from the front. And in terms of the mindset also, that's very important.
Very true.
Thank
That's
you.
very well said, Yangdup. Ashish, coming back to you, another thing, there are two aspects we are looking at. We are looking at hotels as a career, and also look at the students. So you have a team of leaders who are working at your unit, and as you said, the students at the college. So with the change, if you have to do bringing them, aligning your core operating team to one thoughts and bringing the students. So what would be your advice? What would be the 5 things the students will bring those changes in their behavior? That if at all the hiring starts, let's say post this pandemic, the things are becoming normal, I look forward to hire students now. What are the key areas that we'll focus on while selecting the next batch for yourself? I mean, for your unit or your company, whatever. What are the few things that you will be seeing with them? And then I'll come back. How will you, what are the things that you like to train your team, your core team, that this is what you would like to? So first is the students and then the managers. Ashish, mute. You are just, yeah.
Yes, sorry. So for students, I would like to recommend that they should start thinking like an entrepreneur. At the end of the day, they have to become a businessman or a person to be associated, either an entrepreneur self, or you have to live somebody's dream to give them back on their return on investment. Number one.
Right.
Number two, there is no place for mediocrity or shortcut. One day, shortcut in life, gone. So you can't compromise over there. You need to, that there is the 7th habit is always about sharpening the saw. From day one, they should start thinking the thinking has to be like a CEO. Simple. You have, at the end of the day, if everything goes from you, every asset, everything, your thought will remain with you the way you think. So your thought process need to be coached from day one, from the student life itself. So that is very important. You have to be multi-skilled.
Right.
You have to explore opportunities to learn. And I really feel, maybe that's my personal thing, you cannot go wrong, whether you like it or you don't like it, not to understand the financial results of the company. It's very important for students. They can't run away from accounts and being good in mathematics.
Absolutely.
Being good, because when you're sitting in the boardroom, it's all about how quick you are. And, the figures are there, always there. It depends how you interpret them and how you convince the stakeholders.
So it is up to a personal acumen and aptitude how you are interpreting them. So they have to think big. From day one, they have to think big. Where they land up in this journey is a separate. It's a lag. The lead measure is think big, think like a CEO, no shortcut, no mediocrity. You can't die as an average person. Simple, fundamental in life. So it is very important that your thoughts need to be cultured very well. Always filled with positivity. Because at the end of the day, if you're a positive person, you will spread positivity. Every situation you have to dissect it and make it a very beautiful scenario. You know, every tough time, tough situation in the hotels, you know, we keep facing every day. So either you cry or you smile, because at the end of the day, how happy you are is going to make another 400 people happy.
Absolutely.
You know, so you are accountable for 400 people. You're accountable for your stakeholders. You are accountable for everybody. You're accountable for your own health. And take care of your health, which is very important. No compromise there. A healthy person can do a healthy business. That's it.
Absolutely.
How disciplined you are is up to you.
Now, coming back to the leadership team, what was your advice? How did you prepare them in the last 15 months? How did you make that ready? Yeah.
So everybody cross-train them. So now, say suppose my ballroom is on and the AC is on. So if my banquet manager has to control the electricity, he has to understand how the chiller functions. So he needs to be trained in engineering. So if my executive chef, so all the leakage of the money which is directly hitting your bottom line needs to be learned and felt. Now, if say suppose I have 5 walk-ins in my hotel and 2 deep freezers. So if it can be made into one and squeezed into one, the chef needs to understand how engineering works, how the condenser works, so that these leakage of cost can be controlled for a better bottom line.
True.
Housekeeping needs to understand how to maintain the room and at what level the temperature needs to be set. So that's how we identify the training plan, a IDP or a development plan that we do it. I have done it for my leadership team, given it to them, take personal interest in coaching them of some big ticket subjects and aligning them together. Say suppose a problem happens in front office, you ask F&B service why this problem happened. So you know what, you're linking them, aligning them towards a common objective.
True.
So everybody's problem is everybody's problem. Everybody's success is everybody's success.
Absolutely.
So rather than me giving solution for a scenario, first my leadership team talk among themselves and get the best solution. And then I choose from those solutions. So this is something for leadership that I have implemented in my hotel, which is very important. Cross-train, make them financial. Their financial acumen needs to be very strong, because at the end of the day, only I should not be responsible for financial sustainability of my hotel. They need to feel every cost everywhere where things can leak, and how to sustain without compromising on associate food, the cafeteria, without compromising anything there. You can still run a sustainable business, is what my understanding, provided everybody feels that.
I'm so happy that Ashish just spoke about cafeteria food. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes. So what happens?
I would like to just interrupt. Ashish, I'm so sorry. I would just like to interrupt here. We also have Sunny Verma. Mr. Verma has joined in all the way from Glasgow. So he's also here in the panel now. Back.
Great.
So sorry for that.
Yeah. So it's important.
Sunny, hi. Sunny.
Hi. Sorry, I apologize. I'm driving. I had to leave work due to some personal reason. So I've been listening to Ashish and I completely agree with Ashish. I will speak once Ashish is finished. There's few points I would like to bring up too.
Yeah, sure. So we'll come back to you then. Ashish, yes, go ahead. Finish your.
And how your see in Hyatt we say we focus on emotional quotient, and it is all about how honest, because you see when there is a leadership team, then also we need to understand that you need to allow them to have a proper work-life balance, so they spend time with their family and they're happy and rejuvenated. They're happy when they're coming back. They do their due diligence over there, and then only they can contribute to me in my vision. So you have to be honest with your leadership also, and
absolutely
have them willingly contribute towards organization such. So again, training, raising the bar, raising the efficiency. Raising the efficiency is very important. So it all depends on how many classroom sessions, how many indoor sessions, and how much time we are giving on the floor. You know what? Just being there, just being with your team, just being with the tandoor boy, standing in where you have not given, and if that's the place where it is very hard, so just stand next to a tandoor boy and enjoy. You see how beautifully he will make the roti.
So basically, in a way, the industry is taking a shape that more than the manager, you call it mentor, the housekeeping mentor, the F&B mentor, so nurture talents, bring in energy, bring in life, and support them emotionally. That's a very, very good point, Ashish. Going back to Sunny, yes, it's such a, I must tell you, I'm so excited to see so many IIHM stalwarts. I'm saying the stars, they are doing so well. And we have Sunny joining us now from Glasgow. Sunny, thank you very much. Of course, we missed you at the initial part, but I know you have been listening to it. Please add on your thoughts for the new generation, the new young hoteliers who are going to take the decades ahead. Share your thoughts for them, what you want to do.
I would just elaborate. I think so the business criteria, either you're in hospitality or any business you're working, the criteria has to be the same. You cannot turn around. There is, as Ashish said, there is no shortcuts. Okay. End of the day, even if I'm an entrepreneur, I'm running a cafe, I'm working in hospitality, I'm running an IT business, or I'm working, running a cafe, whatever I'm doing, the basic criteria is you should always act like a guest, think like an owner. And that's the stuff which we integrate as a company. Okay. There's no thing there's always a word we. Okay. So you implement those two things, it helps the business. End of the day, every business will survive on the profitability factor and sustainability factor. No business will be able to survive until those goes around. And it has to come from your senior leadership team. And I completely agree with the point of mentorship. Gone are the days where you need to be the managers, the GMs, you need to be their friend, their mentor, you need to nurture them in a way that they understand what their responsibilities are. Okay, there's no shortcut. I agree with Ashish, there's no shortcut. It took us long time, a lot of IIHM, my colleagues have been, we started from the bottom. And the way I see it, hospitality is something which gives you a wide aspect. It's not working in a hotel. You can go work in a call center. You can go and work in a law firm. You can work this IT accounts. There's a lot of wide scope when you work around in hospitality. But it's true. If you're not good with numbers, you will struggle. You have to be good
financially.
With
the finance has to be good. Your fundamental, the finance knowledge has to be very, very strong.
Yes, I completely, because if you don't, you're not financially right in your head, you're not going to go far off. Simple way to work around. I know it's about P&L, looking at all the aspect of the costing, but simple scenario, what the young aspiring IIHMites or anybody who's joining the industry in doing the hospitality in a wide scale, they need to start learning from how to do their own budget. You know, you get your money from your parents, you get your pocket money. How would you sustain in a month? You know, how much I'm going to spend on food, telephone, on my traveling, what are my expenses, what is my rent? That's the basic criteria we need to teach the young people coming on board. Do your own sustainability. If you're teaching in the class, tell them this is your task. You've got sorry, I'm saying in pounds, you've got 3,000 pounds or 1,000 rupees. Tell me, how will you survive for a month? Or how will you survive for a week? That's the example we need to put to them. Once they understand the basic principle of life, they will understand how the business works. As I said, think like a guest, act as an owner. That comes when you have that within yourself. And being with everyone, giving big projects to people, giving your leadership team, be your anywhere, in any department, any business, being an entrepreneur, giving your leadership team the big projects, the task, to say them, okay, I need to renovate a bedroom. Tell me how much it's going to cost. You know back of the head how much is going to cost you. You know back of the head how much the restaurant renovation, but you need to tell. But it's not going to the national supplier. Going to the local economy is going to be very important. You want to help your local economy because you go, okay, if I can get this from a local supplier, I'm helping him out. He's going to give me good product. Any issues, he's going to come and repair within a minute. You know, yes, we get a lot of money. Big companies, we go, can you go do this? This is for me. No, but sometimes helping a local economy helps you in return in getting the business you want for the future. So it is very important for people to understand those aspects. And when we think the word we in the business, rather than oh, it's all about me, it's not all about me, it's all about us. The word we makes a lot of a difference. And that is where we need to make people understand, make them understand the daily life aspect. When we talk about family, it's a true. They don't talk about I in the family. If you're a family of 4, we talk about as a family, we need to do this. So in the business, we need to consider about family, work.
Sunny, someone has gone on a mute. Can you unmute yourself? Yep.
I was saying, remember everyone's birthday, remember their anniversaries, remember if there's any issues in the family, try to help them around. Remember when the kid was born. These are one of the social effect factors which we tend to forget. And that is what the pandemic has made us.
True.
And that can be included in the business. About sustainability, it can be included in the business if you teach them on the grassroots level from being at the bottom, understanding your day-to-day routine. I've got 1,000 rupees. How I'm going to survive? It's a prime example, which I said it before, to teach them rather than here's your spreadsheet. You need to do this. You need to understand your spreadsheet. You've got an exam in 2 days' time. Yes, we need to understand, but that will come with an experience. And it comes from starting from the bottom level, starting that.
True. So, very well. Sunny actually has put down very well. Understand your own, make your own budget. Yangdup, I'm coming back to you. You know, I always feel that the 15 months of experience should never go out of mind. So how do you think the collecting data and supplying them, providing them for study for the students, how important that could be for the students' future, so that they have all the data ready with them for study, that how and what point of time the economy is going through what and the industry is going through what, and how would they come back? How important that could be, Yangdup, for the students to understand and learn that part?
I think let's look at it this way. The last 15 months has given us all an opportunity to interact with each other in a much more better manner, right? So the connectivity has become stronger because it's so easy that I'm sitting in my drawing room at home and I'm connecting to people all across the globe. And we are talking, we're interacting on a particular topic. So similarly, I think for students, you know, fresh minds, a lot of energy with the kind of input that they're getting and the kind of input that I'm sure institutions like IIHM would have collected. I think in a nutshell, this should be so fruitful for the students, not just today, also in the coming future, to be able to understand the industry hands-on, right? You talking about hotels, or Ashish talking about the philosophy that they carry forward in their respective units, or Sunny talking about how to be sustainable in terms of your own financial, organizing your own financial status. I think these are great points which would not be part of a curriculum if you were in an institute, right?
That's right.
And these are not coming from books. These are, I think, coming from experiences. And like as a bartender, I'll tell you a very good example. As a bartender, I always say 90% of my learning comes from my interaction with my guests.
Absolutely.
It does not come from the books or meeting other bartenders. Because every time I meet a guest, I tend to improve myself, not just in terms of making a drink, but also in terms of understanding the guest cycle. At the same time, also being able to upgrade myself, learning a little bit more about his culture, his taste profiles, and there's lots to learn, I think. And even the same thing applies. Like I kind of connect much better off with slightly senior people, and the reason why I do that is because there's so much to learn through the experience, and nothing can teach you things better than an experienced person. Very early on, just before I leave, when I was leaving Calcutta to come to Delhi, and this was about to, I was just about to make a change in my career, leaving Calcutta, joining Fiat in Delhi over here. I met an old gentleman. He must be in his 80s. I went there with my batchmate. And when he got to know that I was moving to Delhi to start off my career in hotels, he had said one thing which remained in my mind forever. He said, success. Remember, you're going to start off a career in life. Success will come to each one of you at some point in time. So do not worry about success not coming to you. It will definitely come to you. As a human being, it will always come to you. It comes to everyone, every person in this world. The only important thing is to be ready whenever it comes. And it never tells you when it's coming, right? That's why I think knowledge gives you confidence, the exposure. I think our field is all about exposure. In the area of bartending, I always say, the reason why for the last so many years we've been a little, fallen back as far as the bartending fraternity is concerned is purely because look at the bartender in India, except for a few who've been privileged. 90% of the bartenders can't think of going out to another bar on their off day and having a drink.
True.
Because they can't afford to, right? But look at a Western bartender, a bartender based out of London or Sydney or Hong Kong or New York. On his off day, walks into another bar of the same caliber and can sit in the bar counter and have a drink and look at his exposure, his level of confidence. And that is purely because he's in that atmosphere. He can feel how a guest feels when he goes to a high-end bar or a cocktail bar, right? And that is the better understanding. We, theoretically, I might always say, in order to deliver great service, put yourself into the guest shoes. Very easy. Very easy.
All right.
But
Mr. Lama, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Extremely sorry. I know I'm playing the devil here. But then, yes, this wonderful session, I really wish, I'm sure all of us really wish that this would have actually continued and so much would have actually been learned from this. But then I am so sorry. But then, the next panel is already here and we would have to kind of, wrap this up right now. So I'll request if this can be wrapped at the earliest best.
Absolutely,
so that
I think
we can start. Yes. Thank you so much to everybody for that, Rupam. Over to you.
The atmosphere was so nice, and we could we were carrying on, forgetting that there is a next one.
No, I completely forgot, but I just realized we entered into happy hour. That was the problem.
That's right. and for that, I would like to basically have Dr. Bose. He's been watching and listening to all of you, and I'm sure he's very, very proud to have all of you in the same frame. And sir, over to you for your message to everybody.
Yep, thanks everybody. It was such a pleasure to see so many successful alumni and discussing the strategies and innovations, creativity, and we're looking forward, as you say, Sanchari, we wish this could have been also a longer session of maybe 90 minutes because people like Rupak, Yangdup, Ashish, all go on and on and on and on. And well, we missed Sunny in the earlier part of the session, but then we are happy that we got him in the later part. So thanks very much, everybody. And Look forward to see you guys soon. And also congratulations in advance for the election as a fellow. So we'll looking forward to see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It was wonderful.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bose. Thank you so much, Rupam and everybody, Mr. Lama, Ashish, and of course, Sunny Verma from joining us all the way from Glasgow. Thank you so much for this extremely wonderful session for all the young gen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without taking much of a time, I'm going to be going ahead and calling a very, very special personality. Well, the next session happens to be an Ed Talk, and the Ed Talk topic happens to be World of Amul in the New World Order. Now, if I talk about Amul, which definitely is India's favorite dairy milk, and of course mine, who else can basically talk about it more than Dr. Rupinder Singh Sodhi himself? Talking about Dr. Rupinder Singh Sodhi, he happens to be the Managing Director, Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation Limited, or as we fondly call about as Amul, who is here to talk about this and of course give us a power-packed, Ed Talk session. Over to you, sir. We are very, very happy and humble to have you here. Yes, we would. Yes. Could we please give the rights to Dr. Sodhi? Over to you, sir. Warm welcome.
Sorry, I was unmuted. Oh, sorry, muted. Well, thank you very much, IIHM, for calling to give talk. I was listening to this Shri Ashish Kumarji, Shri Shani Vermaji, and Jangdup Lama. And I believe this wonderful conference is going since morning. And generally what happens in each conference, when whole day you are under stress, this icebreaker comes. So I think I have been called as an icebreaker to distress everybody since morning, learning good things about the hospital industry, what to do, when to do, how to do. Well, since I'm an icebreaker and something odd man out, I was trying to figure out that what is there common between me, Amul, and the hospital industry. One thing I admire the hospital industry as a professional from outside, that whole industry has to learn 2-3 things from hospital industry. One is that for which you have called me, how to distress. I mean, whatever stress comes, whatever people are abusing, talking, complaining, you always see smile on the professional or anybody who is in the hospital industry. They never lose their temper. I mean, we have to learn that. Teamwork is the other thing which we have to learn from the hospital industry. How everything was very well, each team is sharing everything, and then motivated. I mean, type of motivation you see at a doorman standing or fellow is serving you food in the hotel is immense to see, and no doubt discipline and other things to learn. Well, the common thing is between us and the hospital industry is food. And food is the way from where I belong to, where the food apart is a dairy. Well, in India, food is around $500 billion business. Out of that, dairy is $110 billion, and only organized 10 or 20% in dairy. And so we belong to that area. Well, we have been talking about this pandemic, what stress came in the whole industry. No doubt, food was also not isolated. But only problem was that food was the one thing which neither growing of food stock, nor transportation, nor consumption. Rather, when people were at home, food consumption was there. Whether people who were eating out, they were eating at home. So our business, that is in dairy, Amul, was under test right from 1 minute after the lockdown. Reason is they had declared that milk is essential commodity. Well, for you as a user of a hospitality industry, you know only one side of the food chain of a dairy chain is where you use it, but food chain starts from the farmer's point. So this lockdown was for us, not for the cows or buffaloes. They continue to produce milk, farmers continue to milk it. So one side it is dairy is providing nutritious food. Other side, it is providing livelihood to the 100 million farmers family in India. So our responsibility is how to ensure that this supply chain, and let me tell you, the supply chain case in case of Amul is 3.6 million farmers, 18,500 milk collection center, then around 84 dairy plants, 74 distribution center, 1 million retail outlets. So all these were through 365, no holidays, morning, evening. We have to collect milk twice in a day. We have to process 24 hours and supply to the East City early morning. So stress was there, how to call people, how driver will come to the vehicle, how we'll get the this approval and lockdown, this pass. But everything what? I mean, everybody was using all the technology, this digital technology, maybe this virtual meetings, etc., remote controlling. Most of the people were working from wherever physically they have to work. Some people who in bigger cities who could work from home, they work from home. And initially, where the whole sector suffered, our sales increased for the first 15 days because a lot of panic buying was there. So whatever we lost out of home, especially the HoReCa segment, we gained in the household segment. And then gradually, dispatch of milk in tankers to all over India, tankers were stopped. So we had a very unique system of geographical tracking of system. So we could talk to the respective collector that please allow milk tanker because it is an essential commodity, and passes were taken. And in fact, because all hotels, restaurants are closed, drivers, we had more than 10,000 tankers taking milk from one place to all over India. So in the factories, providing meal 24 hours, all the 3 meals, giving packed milk to the drivers who are going for collection of milk or taking our products all over India. So that was definitely a very challenging job because when most of things are closed, but somehow because of our name and the product category we are in, it worked very well. And I think the one thing which I think if I have to sum up, that in pandemic, what is the one thing which has really worked for the continuous working of the supply chain? It is the communication. I mean, right before the lockdown, 2 weeks before, we started communicating with the farmers. 3.6 million, what are the precautions they have to take, hygiene precautions they have to take, social distancing or sanitization, other thing, or tankers were sanitized, workers were doing it. And second was the communication to our team. Because there are more than 20,000 workers and more than about 200,000 supply chain members, whether drivers or the distributors, that look here, milk is exempted, no doubt. When you are in milk or dairy business, it is your job or business. But today, it is your duty to the nation. Because if you don't provide food sitting at home, people will not follow the lockdown. They'll come out, there'll be riots, food riots, you can understand. So, but I think, and then communication with the whole local administration, collector, chief secretary, chief minister office, various states, wherever problems were there. Factories, packaging material factories were not open, so we had to open those packaging factories by talking to the respective collector. So local administration, communication with distributors, so everything worked very well. And I think, and second was communication to the consumers. You must have seen during lockdown, most of the brand stopped advertising there. But Amul, we not really doubled the budget. Because of nobody else advertising, we got 1+1, 1+2 scheme on TV and other thing. In fact, somewhere we got 10x benefit. So when no brand was visible, because we understood that this pandemic is temporary. And brand building is a long-term exercise. It's like asset building. And one should invest in assets when you are getting a most reasonable cost. So we continue to brand building and investing, and that has really paid us. Our brand was visible on the mass media. Our brand was available in the market. So that supply chain continued. But definitely after COVID, certain changes have happened, especially in supply chain. HoReCa, the hospitality sector, more or less closed. Modern trade, which was contributing 40-50%, was closed for a few days, then gradually opened up. E-commerce multiplied 2-3 times. General trade also increased, but we have to service that general trade. Just 2-3 hours windows given in the city. So that was also very challenging supply chain matter. And consumer, which were, when food VAT happened during this pandemic, lot of shift took place from unorganized or loose food to branded or packed, and that was beneficial to us. People were using loose paneer or loose cream or milk or sort of, I mean, they shifted to branded sale. So that really accelerated our sale. So overall, I can say, because I've got a limited time, I can only say that overall, this pandemic was a test to check your speed, your competence of digital technology, your teamwork, leadership among your people. That was a test, because you have to see which are the people who can show the leadership. And also the test of your patience, that how you face it as an organization. And I'm happy that most of the food companies played, and I'm very sure about your hospitality section. Whatever reasons have been, people are moving out. Once the day it opens up, whatever you lost in 1.5 years, I'm telling you, next 3 years, you're going to get much more than that, that people are waiting to go out. You can see all the hill station, Srinagar, already hotel restaurants are full. So my dear members of the hospitality team, you have done a wonderful job. We industry people have learned a lot from you, and please keep working with the same discipline, motivation, and very full of energy. And no doubt, Mr. Ashish Kumar mentioned in the beginning, you are in the business of happiness. And ultimately, after getting all the money, all the wealth, all the sukha, what you look for, happiness, and you are the people who are providing happiness. So I salute to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sodhi. It was indeed amazing to hear from you. In fact, that was a great sneak peek into the FMCG industry. But then, yes, sir, as you rightly said, it is about positivity, it is about happiness, it is about team build, and definitely passion, which is inculcating across all industry that we come in. So I would like to call in Dr. Bose, our chairman here, to thank you and, of course, present his insight towards it. Over to you, sir.
Once again, an amazing ED talk by Mr. Sodhi. You were listening to the Managing Director of Amul, India's most respected brand, and one product which we all have grown up with. And so thanks, Mr. Sodhi, for being with us, for your support, and for always agreeing to our last minute request. Thank you so much. And it was really so much to learn from you. We could have one day do an 3 or 4 hour programs with you, because there's so much to learn. I learned so much from you in the past also. Thanks for being with us. And I look forward to see you again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sodhi. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our dear world who is already watching us and has been so patiently, listening to us, and of course, being an audience to some great sessions, which we are in fact having since this afternoon today. I have to tell you, the next session again is going to be very worthwhile, because we have got a gamut of stars, in this particular session. And without taking much of a time, because we are already delayed by about a couple of minutes, I would like to introduce the session, and the title happens to be Strategies and Innovation for the F&B industry in the New World Order. Well, in the session, we have of course, very, very eminent speakers for this evening. We have Mr. Ron Scott, all the way from Scotland. He's the International Director in the Smart Group and Operations Director, APIU Global Limited. Together with him would be Mr. Zorawar Kalra, who is the founder of Massive Restaurants Private Limited, joining us. We have Chef Rahul Akerkar, who is the founder and managing partner at Qualia Hospitality LLP India. We have Chef Enzo Oliveri, all the way from UK, joining us, who is a celebrity chef at the Sicilian, of course, El Pascio restaurant. We have Chef Joel Basumitri, who is the head chef and the proprietor at Smoky Joe's Restaurant and Grill. And we also have Mr. A.D. Singh, who is, of course, a very, very well-known Indian entrepreneur, the founder and managing director of the Olive Group of Restaurant. A very, very warm welcome to all of you gentlemen out here. Extremely proud to have you all here. And over to you, Ron, sir, for this wonderful session here.
Thank you very much, Sanchari. And a very warm welcome to all of you to this session. It's a great pleasure and honor to be asked to moderate this session. And I must admit, I'm looking forward to hearing from the members and the making up this panel. Sanchari has already introduced who's going to be in the panel, so that's one of my jobs now gone. I don't need to do that, so thank you very much. But it's lovely to see you all here. I must admit to being slightly overcome at the phrase that runs throughout this event when it said, sorry, excuse me.
I trust we have lost him due to network problem, gentlemen. Let's just wait for him to come back. Yes, Ron sir is here. Ron sir, you would need to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I've been watching this for a good part of this morning, and everything has gone absolutely perfectly. And then as soon as it starts, and as soon as I start to speak, my laptop loses power or something. I don't know. These technical gremlins, these IT gremlins, don't like me at all. Anyway, go back to where I was. I was going to say that I must admit I was somewhat overcome at a phrase for this whole event today when they called the New World Order. To me, it sounded rather Orwellian, and my initial thought was of us living in a rather dystopian world now. Anybody who's read Brave New World in 1984 will perhaps understand exactly what I mean. However, of course, that's not the case. It's really a case that we're all recognizing that things are going to change. Things have to change after what we've been through for the last 15 to 18 months. And it's how we manage and cope with this change and this new way of businesses operating, but also as well the new way in which individuals conduct their personal lives and attitudes. We're not really going to expect them to move all the way back to as it was 18 months ago in pre-pandemic times. The F&B industry is really comprising of bars, restaurants, cafes, lots and lots of small businesses, not just big businesses. Many of them are parts of chains, but the vast majority of them, certainly here in the UK, are owned by private individuals who don't have big money behind them. So they have had to really fight to stay alive. Unfortunately, in the last 18 months, many businesses closed and have never reopened. Some are now beginning to reopen, some have reopened, but they're facing struggles. And that is something I think I want to look at today as to how businesses can deal with this, how they can look at new strategies and new innovations in terms of bringing themselves out of it. To me, one of the biggest challenges that certainly I see in the UK and talking to colleagues in the USA and over in Canada, for example, and elsewhere in the world, is our labour force. We are currently running, it's estimated, at over 200,000 shortages, staff shortages in the UK industry alone just now. So many of the staff that were put onto furlough or who lost their jobs during that, now we're opening up again. They're not, a lot of them are not coming back. And many of them are highly skilled individuals, highly skilled both back of house and front of house. So how are we going to fill these gaps? We can't do it overnight. We need to do it overnight, but it's not really practical. So what I want to look at and discuss with our panel here is some of their ideas as to what have been their experiences, particularly in the last, say, 2 to 3 months, as perhaps your business begun to move out of lockdown and back into a viable business. What have been some of your experiences, and what actions have you had to take to try to get your business back up and running to reasonable business levels, but hopefully, of course, eventually to a much better, stronger position, perhaps bringing levels back up to the sort of level of business that you're doing pre-pandemic. So I think if we can just get on, and I talked about the UK, and I'm not going to show any criticism here, but I'm going to come to Enzo first, because Enzo runs restaurants in the centre of London, and he's been at the real hit part because London has really been badly hit. So Enzo, can I go over to you and ask you, what has been your experience and what kind of strategies have you been developing in the last few months?
Well, it's been a really interesting and painful 1.5 years for everybody. And we really have to think, and thank God that I've got good friends, and I'm in panels with the Euron, all the IIHM and the International Hospitality Council, that gives me the chance to talk about my problem and to listen other people's problems, so we can solve as such the problem that we all facing now. Of course, it's all regional. Every country has got different problems, but we are all common is hospitality problem. We haven't got no customers because we have to rethink all again. The mentality of the customer has been changed. It's not the same anymore. It's, even though they are the same customers, but they've got a different mentality. So you have to understand them. You have to rethink again what you're going to be doing to please them, to make them come back, to put them to normality. And this is only time that will tell. We cannot do nothing about it. It's not down to us. The only thing we can do is give it the best service, give it the best food, and keep things up to scratch. One of the biggest problem which I want to really raise up with being on the board of the International Hospitality Council, I think we should talk to governments. I know the Professor Foskett thinks that it's a waste of time because they don't listen, but I think we should still talk to them because we need them on our back. They can't really give all these funds to people and make them give more money than when they work. Nobody wants to work anymore. Especially in Europe, they get more money with this continental grant, with whatever benefit they can get, they do get, and is in parallel what they earning. So they say, why do I want to come to work? I stay at home. So really we need to create a platform worldwide that we can offer jobs to people, and they must go to work, and not stopping this nonsense to give money away just because what it is. Yes, I understand. It's been a really difficult time. That's fine up to now. But now let's roll our sleeves and go back to work again. This is what I feel so far. Talking about business is a moment of very difficulties. As you mentioned, Ron, Central London is on its knee, and until there is all the theatre open, all the border open, so the tourists can freely go up and down the countries, then we might see soon again moving the way up. Rent's still the same as before. The hole on the credits is still there, and it goes up and up, so it's bigger and bigger. So we need to start to fill these holes and they go back to normality. But I don't want to be negative. I've been negative, but in the same time, I am a positive person, and I've opened up 2 restaurant in these difficult times, but with a different strategy, different mentality. One is got open air, is in the field, as you can see back on my, there is all nice green fields, and the people, they change the mentality. They want to be in the open air. Before, they want to be enclosed, they want to be next to other people, to listen what they were saying. No, they want distance, they want open air, they want fresh air. So this is the first thing I've seen, and it's doing very well, this restaurant here. One, because it's in the open air. Two, because I cannot give them the service that they used to, I'm not charging service charge to them. So people feel that even if the service is not 100%, because I cannot get professional out here, I don't charge for the service charge. So they get what they can get. I know it's not what we want to be in the long run, but a temporary measure, I think that's what I've done for this business here. The other one, which is opened up in Battersea, which is still London, but it's in the suburb of London. So people, they want to stay locally. They want to feel that there is somebody that looks after them. And again, I've got a big space, a big patio outside, and people, that's where they want to sit, outside in the open air. Luckily, the government now allows us to have tables and chairs outside, and we do get people in. Again, going back to what is referred to my friend, Professor David Foskett, we need to challenge governments. We need to make this platform of people. There is people with knowledge, with expertise, but there is a lot of places that they can open up because they haven't got the right stuff. So let's challenge them and open up the border, and for everyone that has got the knowledge, especially India, which has got so many interesting and knowledgeable people, thanks to IIHM and the people that are working into this project to make the hospitality world worldwide.
Thank you very much, Enzo. It's good to get that the ideas and the experiences you've been through, and I'm particularly liking the fact that you've opened up 2 businesses during the period of time, but both have one thing in common: they're open air. I'm trying to imagine that operating up in Scotland in the middle of winter, but there you go. Maybe we have to work on something. But it shows it's indicative of initiative, and I think I've read about lots of businesses where there have been changes during this period of time, and where they've begun to reach out and do home deliveries, taking your restaurant to people's homes and delivery, etc. And I think that is something which has managed to keep a lot of businesses going, keeps cash flowing in a bit and piece, and that's only been the case in this country. Can I maybe go and switch to Rahul, another old friend. Rahul, can I ask you to unmute?
Okay, unmuted.
Rahul, how about you? How have you found the impact on your business, and what things have changed for you?
Where do I start?
Don't go to government.
Okay, no. So clearly, I think the hardest thing and the most important thing for all of us during this period is our cash flow management. That's one, and it's cash flow management when there is no cash flow. So that's sort of been the hardest thing, I think, for us. During the first lockdown, we, unlike Europe, unlike the US, unlike you guys here in India, we've now gone through 2 lockdowns, and so the first one, took a while getting used to it. We had to slash salaries. We tried to keep as many people as we could employed. We switched to doing home deliveries. But, none of those things were really sustainable. I mean, you can't, expect to manage a business successfully, a dine-in business successfully, by doing home deliveries. You have 2/3 of your space is built for your guests, and it's wasted real estate if you are going to do deliveries at home. We had a bubble that we created of a group of our staff that actually stayed on the premises for many months, so that they could stay safe. This is all pre-vaccine. Of course, everybody's been vaccinated now. But these were the kind of things that one did. We all had to renegotiate rents and our leases with our landlords. Not always a successful thing. Sometimes they sort of yielded a little bit, and other times they didn't. What we have found is that during this second lockdown now, things are actually a lot harder. Our own investors are now thinking twice about putting money in to keep the business afloat, and it's just very, very tough right now. Having said that, I think at the end of the day we are a gregarious lot, and I think as soon as we sort of reach some level of normalcy again, I think you're going to see everybody coming out in droves. And so I think it's just a question of sort of holding on, trying to keep yourself afloat until that happens, by sort of by running a very tight ship, a very lean ship, simplifying your food, perhaps. We've had to change our food almost and make it more sort of user friendly, if you will, more comfort driven, more basic. Qualia was lucky that we had a really nice outdoor sidewalk area, which we converted to curbside dining, which was very popular over the winter. Of course, you can't do it now in the middle of the monsoon. So unlike Enzo, where you have beautiful blue skies in the background, we've got gray, dark rain clouds and like a very wet environment for the next few months. But I think it's really been I think it's just been a question of holding on, and that's sort of really where for us it's been. We're hoping that once this lockdown ends, people will come out to eat again, and I think they will. And we'll see then what happens.
Thank you very much, Rahul. Yeah, I quite agree with you. I think, already we've seen it certainly in the UK and elsewhere, that as the relaxation of rules continues and more bars and restaurants are reopening, there is certainly no shortage of customers. They're coming out. They want to come out. They want to get back into a routine where they can meet with friends, whether it be for a meal or just for a drink and a catch up. They want to. So the customers are there. Our problem is that we have the ongoing restrictions of social distancing, how many people are allowed to gather, and also as well, coming back down to the other point, staff. We don't have the staff. We have huge examples of restaurants where, because of that, they're, instead of being open 7 days a week, lunchtime and nighttime, they're maybe just opening at nighttime now. Or maybe they're only opening 5 days a week because they don't have the staff. So yeah, it is quite right.
We also have, really absurd laws here, or absurd COVID rules, if you will. You can stay open. You can stay open for lunch Monday through Friday from 12 to 4 p.m. Why you can't be open on Saturday and Sunday, who knows? Why it's only till 4 p.m. and not till normal hours, who knows? So none of these things really help us.
I think you're quite right. I think there's one of the points I think Enzo made as well about government and everything else. And we've gone through all sorts of similar sort of restrictions at various times. Can I maybe move on to Zoravar? Hello, good afternoon, Zoravar, or good evening.
Hi, Ron.
Hi there. Nice to meet you. How about yourself? You've heard the from Rahul and Enzo. Have you your own experiences of something different, or how you have dealt with the situations?
You know, I share restaurants in both the geographies that my two peers also enjoy. So I have a restaurant in London called Farzi Cafe. And of course, I have restaurants in Mumbai where Rahul has his wonderful space. And let me tell you, I mirror their concerns. I mirror your concerns about the staff. We're facing a similar problem with Farzi Cafe in London. Obviously, the Brexit is not helping. A lot of people have decided to either not come back to work because the furlough schemes are so exciting. Some people have just left back for their home countries in Eastern Europe or other parts of Europe and have decided not to come back. So we are facing similar problems in London, but we're also facing similar problems here in India. And what happened last time with the lockdown was that everybody was afraid. There was ambiguity. There was no real clarity on how long it'll last. And as a result, a lot of the staff tends to go back to their hometowns. And you have to understand that, you know, mega cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, almost the majority of the front of house and back of house staff for restaurants and hotels comes from other parts of the country. So in our case, for example, most of my kitchens are full of wonderful chefs from the region of Garhwal, which is in a mountainous region in Himachal. And let me tell you, it's, the moment they get an opportunity to leave, they will, because they have wonderful vistas that would make even Enzo jealous with the wonderful background he was sharing. So, I mean, fabulous parts, fabulous people that are from all over the country that simply, the moment there's a lockdown about to be announced, like to leave. And of course, you know, they get time to spend with their family. So it's understandable, similar problems we're facing here. You're also absolutely right with the consumer. I think there's going to be revenge consumption. I think you're already seeing that. The demand curve is going to be so good that come November and December, I think it's going to be the biggest bumper season the industry has ever seen across the world. And I'm talking about, you go 10 years, you go a decade back, and I'm telling you this November and December across the world, the hospitality industry is going to see a bumper season, provided, of course, people get vaccinated and there's no major third wave. But I'm an eternal optimist. I like to see the glass always half full. And I think, you know, it's part of being a restaurateur. I mean, we're in the highest failure rate industry in the world. We have to be optimistic, otherwise, why would we get into it? But let me tell you that I think overall, I see a lot of positivity amongst the colleagues. In fact, right now I'm in Kolkata, which is Dr. Bose's, I think, hometown. And I'm just about to launch a Farzi Cafe in Kolkata, the first one in this part of the country. We have one in Bangladesh, in Dhaka, but this is the first one in this part in West Bengal, and very excited. I mean, the kind of hype, the kind of love that we're seeing, you know, people just want to come out. We had a small event today. We called about 30, 40 people. That's another challenge, right? How do you launch a restaurant in the middle of the COVID? But we figured it out. I think if you space out, call 30, 40 people a day and space it over 3 or 4 days, you still get the maximum impact. But overall, I think the industry, despite its challenges, I think we're a bunch of troopers. I think we're able to deal with these problems, take one on the chin and come out on top. I think that's what defines the industry. I mean, it's, you know, Dr. Bose and of course, the MD of Amul, Dr. Sodi, who I've had the pleasure of meeting, were initially saying that, you know, there are certain facets that define the industry. And I'm telling you, one of the biggest facets that define the industry and the people that work in it is sacrifice. I think you learn about sacrifice by being in the industry. When people are off on weekends, spending time with the family is the time that we are out on the front lines. When people are at home, afraid of the COVID, not able to venture out, it's your delivery people and your delivery partners that go out and actually serve customers and ensure that food is available on everyone's table. So I think we kind of need and deserve a lot more credit than what we get. We're not just an entertainment industry. We're not a, you know, glamorous industry. I know it looks glamorous from the outside, but I think everybody here on this panel agrees that the glamour is very limited when you have to stay up late, deal with authorities, deal with, you know, so many issues that plague our industry. The glamour takes a back seat, and, you know, just survival, I think, becomes the key. So although we're trying to survive right now, I implore all my brethren from the fraternity to hang in there. I think beautiful times are ahead. Come November and December, you will see a time that will make you forget about past 1.5 years. And we will all have greener pastures, we will have clear blue skies, and we will have a really wonderful future
for ourselves, our family, and of course, most importantly, our colleagues. So I think that's the way I look at it.
That's great. Thank you. I'm inspired. I'm going out now. I can't wait to get back to Calcutta and to try out your new business. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be flying to India just yet. So you'll have to wait. Can I move on to Chef Joel, again from a different part? And what about your experiences and how on there?
Hi, Ron. It's a pleasure to be here and the panelist and to be among the greatest in the hospitality industry, and being associated with hospitality sector and also an alumni of IIHM Calcutta. It's an immense pleasure for me to come and speak. And the changes that we have seen in this COVID times is that we are having no footfall in the business, but then somehow or the other, like Sir Zorawar was telling, like the delivery guys, they are our sole breadwinner for us, because it's through the delivery guys that a lot of businesses are happening, and also with the pandemic that has hit us, and also with the lockdown that is happening. We've had almost lockdowns for 2 months at a stretch now, and then these are the times when this delivery guys plays a very important role. And also in the food sector, like we are seeing a lot of changes. From my perspective, I would like to say, like we are doing quite a lot of sustainability food, where we source local produce, and then we are also trying to innovate new using local ingredients. And also we are also designing menus where it's not just the regular menus, but also we create something where we use our own personal touch to it, but also using our indigenous ingredients into the mainstream market, and also promoting in that way. And then we are also doing in restaurants, designing menus, and also we are seeing that whether it's likable by people or not. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Yeah, so we do designs, and then also the main focus that we are trying to do right now is also incorporating our indigenous ingredients. There are a lot of ingredients that we are not using in the mainstream market, even in restaurants, even in the hotels and all. So by using that ingredients, we are promoting the farmers and the producers also, and then they also have a source of income. And it's through the chef's idea and also the innovations that we do, we create a platform for them and the farmers, and means basically helping the farmers and the producers. And we've been doing a lot of activities with the sustainability of food, where since we know that the F&B industry is such a huge industry with a billion dollar industry, where every day there is change of habits in terms of using plant-based food. Then we have changing of habits in terms of eating healthy food, which is a big concern at the moment with the ingredients that we are using, and also what kind of oil we are using in our cooking, and also the purchasing change of habits, and purchasing is also quite a lot of increase in nowadays. So with the new world order that is coming for the F&B industry, and also we are seeing a lot of changes with the traditional indigenous cuisine coming into the mainstream market. And I think in the coming 5 years, there's going to be a lot of changes with the food systems also in terms of the hospitality sector, because a lot of traditional and indigenous cuisines are being showcased in like festivals that happens in hotels. So those are the changes that we are seeing, and we are as a chef, we're quite happy and honored to be a part of it and also carry on the tradition of making something new.
Thank you. I think that's a really interesting way in the line and direction that you're taking, etc. I think particularly in face of what's happening around the world globally in terms of looking at what we eat and changing our eating habits and everything from the point of view of all the talk about climate change and sustainability particularly. And I think I find that very interesting. I wish we could talk more about it. But if we could just now move on, he's been very patient. Our final panel member, Mr. A.D. Singh. Good afternoon, or good evening. I think good evening now for you.
Good evening out here.
I'm sure you've heard the others say. So, what about yourself, and how's it affected the Olive Group?
Ron, Dr. Bose, my fellow panelists, viewers. Firstly, I would like to echo what both Rahul and Zorawar have said. There are much better times ahead for all of us restaurateurs watching. I do believe that sincerely. We have restaurants all across India, and the good news is that post the second wave, the numbers we're recording in many different cities are substantially better than what we were recording post the first lockdown. And that's very, very encouraging. You know, we restaurateurs always believe that eating out for all its various reasons is very much part of the fabric of everybody's life. And I think this is the time that we are seeing that through concerns, fears, change of habits, worries. The minute the lockdowns ease and the restrictions ease, people are coming out in large numbers again. But how do we survive? Our topic today was focusing on strategies and innovation in this new order. And I'd like to share a little bit about our experiences, the Olive Group. We have about 25, 26 restaurants across the country. And we survived the first lockdown. We also survived the second and third. What are some of the things we've done that I think will be of use to entrepreneurs watching moving forward? Firstly, I strongly recommend review and sweat your assets. For example, as Rahul said, they had a curbside. They never had any dining there. They put that in, and that's done fairly well for Qualia. We, for example, my signature restaurant, my most popular one, is the first Olive we opened in Bombay, in Bandra. And that's only been open in the evenings all week long for 20 years now. But post the first wave of COVID, I reassessed it and we opened up in the daytime, new chef, all-day menus, while trying our best to keep the evening experience the same. And that's been very good for it. We obviously lost quite a bit of money because bar nights were stopped and drinking. These were the rules in Bombay post the first lockdown. But we made up a lot of it by being open all day. My Olive in Delhi is a very large space, and we have a very nice terrace, which is used mainly for banquets. Now, after the post-lockdown, when there's issues about capacity, social distancing, we opened that up as well all day long. And through winter last year, that did fairly well and helped the Olive in Delhi do reasonably good numbers. There are many more examples, but in the interest of time, I therefore say, review your assets as entrepreneurs and try and sweat them to the maximum you can. What we have done as the National Restaurant Association of India has been to be petitioning the government here to increase the timings that we can be open. So with the same assets, we have the ability to perhaps generate more revenue. And Delhi, for example, has recently come out allowing us to stay open past the usual time of 12:31 till 3 a.m. Now, of course, that's not for everybody. In fact, for most of my restaurants, we can't really optimize that. But it's something. It's a chance to earn more, maybe on weekends, on special nights, on banquets. So as entrepreneurs, look at ways to Use the time that you have as well as you can. Use the assets that you have as well as you can. First, I think that'll be very useful to you. Secondly, I'd say, because this is unfortunately a pandemic that has hit the whole world and every sector, it's a very, very good time to tighten costs. Everybody is very worried. For example, one of the best opportunity areas for us as a company we found is HR. Unlike the situation it seems, Ron, in London, across the UK, here we actually probably were overstaffed. We've always prided ourselves on looking after our people and helping them build their careers. And we actually, it's very rare for us to let anybody go unless they're fraud and integrity issues. And as we've grown, I think we have become overstaffed, a little bloated. And at this time, unfortunately, we had no choice but to just call people back in line with sales as they went up. And this helped us keep our costs tight, which helped us survive through the first lockdown. And so I would urge everybody listening as well, review all the costs that you've been living with for so many years. It's the best time to be able to tighten them, and that'll help you survive through the period ahead. Thirdly, I'd say, as Joel said, and as Enzo also mentioned, it's a very good time to be creative. People are coming back out, they want to eat, but also they're looking for freshness and ideas. And if you can come out with those, that really creates a great buzz, and word of mouth is no substitute for it. So for example, we in Delhi are looking to open a deli, our first one with a lot of products that we are popular and known for. And that I think has a lot of potential. Even when things go back to normal, there'll always be potential for that. Olive, despite my best efforts in a way, has always been known firstly for its great pizzas. Though we do a lot of excellent other food, but pizzas is something that people always come up to me and say we love it. So we've launched recently a pizza delivery chain, the Olive Pizzeria. And we're doing our best to provide very good quality in line with our brand through that. And we're hopeful that should be something that will be a nice alternative business through the volatility that we've seen and will continue to see for a while more. I'd also urge all of you at this time, because all of us are in the same boat, to explore tie-ups and collaborations. One very good example in Bombay was some of our best restaurants. One is called O Pedro, a really nice Goan food restaurant. An Americano, a cafe run by Alex. An unlikely collaboration, but they collaborated. It was very exciting. It's only for 3-4 days, but sold out all the way through. Created great buzz and really helped them, their sales spike at a difficult time for all of us. At this time, I'd say that all of us are very open for collaborations and are looking for creativity, innovation, new ideas to bring the customers back in and create that buzz. And that's something I'd really, I think it's a good tool for all of us moving forward. In Bangalore, Chef Manu is obviously one of the most creative and well-respected chefs in the country, one of the partners in Olive. He thought a lot about the delivery business, and he created a line called, "These are a few of my favorite things." And this allowed him to put out the different dishes that he's been putting out through the various brands in the company, and many more, including Indian, which of course we don't do at Olive, but we do at some of our other brands. And that's taken off very well. It's different. People love the whole idea and concept of it. Very good quality food, of course. And that's something that's also growing and, is a nice sister step to have. So I think at this time, for all of us, feel free to be as creative and as innovative as you've been. In fact, put a focus on that. That'll help you a lot going forward. Lastly, I won't talk about.
Sorry, can I just butt in? I'm getting little messages from my favorite, one of my favorite directors in Bangalore. Time is of the essence, and we have to come in. So my apologies. And been lovely hearing and very inspirational to hear what the Olive Group are doing, and very inspirational from everybody else. Each of us have got, or each of you have got, a different take on it and how you reacted and developed. And also, I think one major message is coming across here, which is saying that I'm getting a double focus here. And talking about with great hope for the future, as Sorovar said it beautifully. I think that's something that we all share. Yes, there's still going to be problems ahead, but we are moving forward. The use of and creativity is so vital, etc. And I'd just like to thank you all for your contribution today. I've thoroughly enjoyed listening to it. I've learned quite a lot as well. And to find out how it is different situations in different parts of the world, different types of businesses. So I think we've had a good cross mix of ideas and suggestions and creativity. I just want to finish on one quick point, Sanchari, that just want to highlight, and I think this is a very important point, something about recruitment. Yes, it's good to be able to hold on to staff, but many places are having to look at new recruitment policies. And the head of a leading UK hospitality recruitment company recently is quoted after being interviewed, and he identified, amongst things, 4 very important points that all businesses need to perhaps recognize as we're coming out of it. One is to get the message across that our hospitality industry is a great workplace. There is a problem suddenly here that it's taken a bit of a hit over the last few months. Identify the barriers as to why people are not attracted to a career in hospitality. I've been in it for over 50 years. I can understand that. I loved it. I didn't come from a hospitality background, but I've enjoyed thoroughly all my 50-odd years in it. Look after what we already have. Protect what you already got and build and develop on it. Very much a wee bit like what you're having experience at the Olive Group. Grassroots. We must inspire the next generation. They are very, very important. It's not just the existing staff, it's the future generation. And finally, leadership training. And I must admit, I thought he put these quite succinctly, and it's a good message for all of us to think about as we move into the future. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for your contribution. It's lovely seeing you, and I hope that we will meet up again at some time, whether it be in London, whether it be in India, whether it be in Dubai, wherever we're going to be. Sanchari.
Thank you, everybody.
And thank you so much, everybody. And I would like to call in Dr. Bose, who is actually waiting to greet all of you. And definitely, thank you. Over to you, sir.
Yes, excellent 1 hour. Thank you so much, all of you. It's an excellent, it's a galaxy of reaches in the knowledge. Thank you, Zorawar Kalra, Rahul, my friend. And so we are really missing your Sicilian food in the Piccadilly. And of course, my alumni, Joel Edising, one of the most respected food and beverage entrepreneur that India has seen. And of course, our co-director, Rod Scott, all the way from Edinburgh. So thanks very much. It's such a shame that we could not carry on for a longer time, but because this is something which we decided to do an 8x, 8 hours non-stop, 8 panel discussion, 8 powerful ED talk, and of 8 minutes each, and everything is basically based on that infinite possibility of 8. Well, this is the first kind of anything that we have done from the International College of Distinguished Fellows. So congratulations in advance as we meet up again tomorrow for the conferment of the election of the IIHM International College for Distinguished Fellows. And this is our first initiative from the college. And this kind of initiative will go on throughout. and look forward for a fantastic relationship. Thank you so much, all of you, for being with us, for your time and for your wisdom. Thank you, Ron, for having, as usual, moderating with your Scottish Ellen. And with your Scottish accent, we could almost understand 80% of what you're saying.
Well, that shows improvement. It used to be 60%.
Thank you so much.
My apologies about the interruption then, but that was not my phone. That was my wife's phone.
Okay. Thank you. Look forward to see you all.
Bye, Ron.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everybody, for having this incredible
Enzo,
session.
ciao. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much, chefs. Thank you so much.
Bye to everyone. Ciao, ciao.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost mid-evening, and this is unbelievable because we are almost 5 hours into this program. Since afternoon, we have been having the sessions, some amazing sessions, panel discussions, and of course, Ed Talks, completely power punched. And I'm not going to be taking much time, gentlemen, ladies. I'm going to be going straight away to the next session, all the way from Maldives. Is joining Mr. Samrat Datta, the General Manager of Taj Exotica Resort and Spa. And of course, Mr. Datta is going to be talking about destination tourism. A very, very warm welcome to you, Samrat, and we look forward to your power-punched, destination tourism Ed Talk. All the way to you. Samrat, you would need to unmute yourself.
All right. I'm sorry, I was not. I was muted actually. Thank you very much, Sanchari, and thank you, Dr. Bose, yet again for your creative mind that constantly, is mind-boggling for me actually, and I really find it so interesting what you do. And this is a lovely forum. Very, very pleased to be here amidst great stalwarts of the industry and sharing some thoughts. And I'll keep it to the 8 minutes that I'm assigned and keep it brief. But I'm happy to actually talk about a subject for which I'm very aptly located. Destination tourism and reporting from Maldives. Maldives as a destination has been a very interesting destination for the world, especially through pandemic and and if I may say, almost at the end of pandemic. We saw some very interesting things happening in this part of the world, from a complete closure and the borders being closed for about 4 or 5 months, every resort getting shut down, and serious cash flow and cost related issues. But it was the overall resilience, it was the overall belief that things will turn around, and the certain strategies of seclusion, isolation, being able to manage the disease very, very smartly, and the concept of one island, one resort, which is a natural self-distancing factor, which used to be innate to Maldives tourism, has come to play as a positive for the country, and which is why a lot of travel still happened, and we got a fair share of that tourism business coming to us. Now, with the present trends, the overall concept of luxury obviously has changed from the usual thought process to more orientation towards safety, security, isolation, self-distancing, more of family holidays, not brushing shoulders against people, not crowded places, pristine locations, etc., etc. So that naturally calls for destinations which are like these to become more popular. And traveling, domestic travels has become very popular. I mean, in between those phases of ups and downs, you see people going to wanting to just drive away. And at the Taj, we are doing this 4D Dream Drive project where we are offering these lovely destinations away from the main cities, where people can go and have a lovely weekend out. And it's all about giving them a safe and sound environment and a very, very happy experiential outing. So it's also translated into something called workcations, wherein people are taking a little break out of their work, but at the same time being at work and in a holiday with the family. I think we are also seeing that there are longer sabbaticals that are coming into place. So
ladies and gentlemen, I believe Mr. Datta's
So there are
network
people are
is
coming for longer
fluctuating.
holidays. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Samrat, we can hear
I
you
didn't
now.
realize. Okay, so I don't know how long I missed it, but
it's just about the last 2 seconds, Samrat. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So the I also was trying to say that the experiential aspect of the stay is also very important. I mean, again, in Maldives, we do a lot of experiential, dinners, excursions, and things like that, which are in itself tailor-made for every guest, and those kind of things are going to become play a very big role, because unlike group activities in the past, there's going to be a lot of smaller group activities in the future. Even destination weddings are going to be smaller size. That's my prediction. And also there's going to be a lot of conferences in smaller sizes that will go out and about. So therefore, destination travel is going to be the order of the day, at least for the next few years. We hope to see, and we are already seeing with the Taj and in Maldives itself, a very positive uprise in terms of numbers, people coming for holidays the moment they get an opportunity. And as they say, the pent-up demand is very much felt. So yes, we are probably at meandered through the tunnel and now coming at the extreme end, which is definitely going to be much brighter than ever before. The few things that we did in order to be successful while being in this form of business is that we did a lot of, we did target marketing in those markets where the movements were from. And we did we used influencers for social media in kind of putting across, pictures and their experiences in a manner that millions of people watch them. And that has worked very well for us, because target marketing, targets locations has given us a great turnout, great interest towards our resort. We also have gone contactless. We have implemented QR coded menus and all possible as much as contact minimization that is possible. Of course, we are a personalized hotel. We will have, the people are important, but of course, following all the guidelines by the team, and that will spell success for this business. That's about it from me, actually. In terms of destination travel, I am very, very excited being in a place like Maldives, and I see a lot of future in this leisure tourism market all across the globe. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Samrat. Indeed, coming all the way from Maldives, I'm supposing everybody is extremely excited, and everybody is looking forward to, a particular time when they can actually hop in and definitely travel to your destination. Destination tourism is something which is extremely evolving, important. And thank you so much for that very, very motivating talk that you've provided this evening to us.
I will take one opportunity, yes, Sanchari, also to tell everybody that sure, Indian borders, like Maldivian borders, were closed for India and South Asian countries. But the good news is that the borders have again opened from the 15th of July. And we already have a flood of queries that have started coming. So it's certainly a good news I'm happy to share. And you are most welcome to come as soon as you can.
That's amazing, Samrat. And I would like to now invite in our endearing chairman, Dr. Bose. He's here. And he would like to basically talk about destination tourism with Samrat Datta. Over to you, sir.
I'm not going to talk anything, but Samrat has shared such a great news. I have to book my ticket now and to go and relax in the hospitality of Samrat once he's back. Thank you so much, Samrat, for the very, very power-packed 8 minutes ED talk. And it's lovely. And we're looking forward, actually, for more such talk as we all join tomorrow, join hands and join minds in the International College for Distinguished Fellows. So thank you. Congratulations in advance. I know you'll be traveling, but have a safe flight and look forward to see you soon. Thank you so much for your time and for sharing your knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bose. And see you soon in Maldives. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Datta. Thank you so much, sir. And now again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving into another very, very power-packed, session, panel discussion with a lot of eminent speakers around. But then before that, let's go ahead, take a small break and come back. we are back here with another very, very power-packed session, a panel discussion, which of course holds a lot of eminent personalities all over the world. For that, the topic, of course, which I'm going to be introducing now would be the next normal. How will the hospitality industry realign itself in the new world order? And to have this topic, we have some very, very important guests. I have with us Diwan Gautam Anand, VP of ITC Moria, and he has also launched and operationalized Fable Chocolates. Divanji has also founded restaurants like Otimo, Edo, Royal Vega, apart from various F&B brands. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. And joining him today here in the panel would be Mr. Kunal Katoch, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Pleotel Hotels, Mr. Manish Daya, who is the General Manager, Novotel Hyderabad Convention Center, Mr. Alok Kaul, who is the General Manager, Radisson Resort and Spa Nulavla, and also Mr. Araju Bharat, who is the CMD, Kellenworth Hotels and Resort. A very, very warm welcome to all of you, wonderful people, and we are extremely happy and lucky to have you all here together in this panel. And Diwan Saab, all the way to you to take ahead this entire conversation with everybody here. Thank you so much.
शौक थे तसव्वुर था सिर्फ लिहाज नहीं था शौक थे तसव्वुर था सिर्फ लिहाज नहीं था अफसाने थे शरर किरदार थे बस अल्फाज नहीं थे. So I thank IIHM and the redoubtable Dr. Bose, who is unstoppable, by given utterance to some sounds of silence which you have heard over the last 1.5 years or 2 years. And without much ado, we will start this dialogue of what is now called the new normal or the next normal. All right. Now, having said that, I'd like to share with you a couple of experiences. I was recently, and I'm not talking about the first wave or the second wave because we've been bashed around over the first wave and the second wave and now the third wave. But anyhow, having put caution to the winds and having got my second vaccination, which is a Covishield, which now makes me a beneficiary of international travel, I decided to go to my favorite resort in the vicinity of Delhi. I will not mention the resort because that would be biased. And lo and behold, the average punter was paying 25,000 rupees for a night with no breakfast. And yes, the 100-suite resort was absolutely full. There was cacophony. There were children. There were people in the pool. Things were really looking up. All right. That means I think we've lost some lights here. Let's take this. Sorry, I think, we live in Gurgaon, so we have power problems. Can you hear me? Okay. So things are working out. So the other thing that I did was I walked into another hotel the other day in Mussoorie, and this is also run by the same chain. And I was virtually assaulted by the number of people that were there. So what is very clear in our minds is that the lodging business is back. And the revenue management model, right, which is what we call surge pricing, is certainly back. Now, what's happening to the food and beverage business? I have my complete empathy and sympathy for those of us who we've just heard and who have capacities, because I think that will take a little while to establish. The other example I'd like to give is that my brother Nakulan decided that he needed a summer holiday, and he asked me whether I'd like to go to Russia. And I said, no, I have no intention of going to Russia because I don't want to get locked in by the Russians. And as it is, their cases of COVID were going up exponentially. So then he said that they changed their mind. And in the meanwhile, Mr. Jaipuria texted me to say that Switzerland is now opened to the Indian market. So the Anand family decided, please excuse me, Mr. Anand, if you're hearing me, the Anand family decided to go and visit Switzerland. But the problem was that there was no direct flight to Switzerland. They had to take a KLM, which incidentally stays at one of ITC hotels. The crew stays at an ITC hotel. But they said that the Anands are not welcome. So why are the Anands not welcome? Because the Anands are not welcome because they have Covishield. And the Covishield, as made by the Serum Institute, is not welcome at Schiphol Airport. So therefore, they cannot go. Anyhow, so they try to work around the whole thing. They got special permission or whatever, and they said, all right, we'll put you in one isolation room. And since you're first-class passengers, we'll make an exception. Revenue management does work eventually, even with KLM. But then they said that their progeny, that means Nakul's grandchildren, and his adopted younger daughter, who has not been vaccinated, is not welcome in Switzerland. So guess where the Anand family is going for a holiday? They're going to Pahalgam. Right. So we've gone around the world. We've gone all over the world. We tried to go to Russia. We tried to go to Switzerland. So we were hemmed in. So therefore, what is happening is that the processes of travel are getting disengaged, right? I am still convinced that the only encumbrance that I can do is motorable. I have a home in Simla. Okay, it takes me 9.5, 10 hours to go to Simla. Now I'm not mad to drive 9 hours a night. I'm not a very good traveler, so I'm not going there anyway. So, is that the future? Is motoring the future, or is this the future? That we are, ladies and gentlemen, vaccinated ladies and gentlemen, in the service of vaccinated ladies and gentlemen. But the Dutch don't seem to agree to that for some reason, which means that your Covishield is not recognized by many countries in Europe. So therefore, if there was some concern that you had over the other vaccines, the Sputnik and the Covaxin, then you may have a problem with the Covishield. So I guess good for domestic tourism. So I'm going to ask. So the other thing that I did, I'm also on the panel with the Hanover Messe, because I used to do the Make in India there year after year, and they asked me to join for a webinar, and so they asked me what the future of the 5-star market is, and I said I have a lot of confidence in the top-down approach. He said, look, most people in Germany prefer going to homestays or bread and breakfast because they feel more secure in the knowledge of smaller homestays, because they feel that there is more sanity and therefore they're more hygiene. Anyway, that's what the point. The first question is really for the giant in the room, and that is Raju Bharat, who has been a third-generation hotelier. I've known your father for many years, and I've also been a neighbor of your family in Hyderabad, where I ran the ITC Kakatiya for many years. Not very well, unfortunately. So, what is your story? I mean, I know that you don't run the Calcutta hotel, but you have a fledgling property in Goa, which apparently makes a lot of money.
Well, I share first. Let me say hello to Dr. Bose. Hi, Subarno, and I think you've done a great job again.
Thank you.
And you keep on motivating us and bringing us together. I think that's a wonderful initiative. And meeting such greats like Mr. Anand and all the rest of my family. So I think it's just, I think, a platform to encourage each other. And the first word that we heard from Gautam was the optimism that comes across. And I think I totally agree with you. We're going through a learning phase. I wouldn't say difficult phase, a learning phase. And we're all going to come out winners. So I think it's in the most difficult periods that you learn the most. And the industry will come out stronger, leaner, and definitely it will make much more money when it comes to, I think the bottom lines are going to improve post-COVID. But the fact of the matter is we are going through a dark period. There's no doubt about that. And there's a lot of pain, and there's a lot of bleeding, and there's a lot of struggle, especially for properties and people who just got into the business. So definitely when you go to a doctor, you have a stomach problem. So the first thing he recommends you a medicine that will give you instant relief. And then we talk about the long-term measures and how to safeguard yourself. So I think in the short term, we've got to survive. And as many of the speakers I heard is, handling your team members. I think that's where the maximum pain is. We've had situations where we've been reducing our team members, and there's been difficult times for them. We at the Kenilworth, we've been kind of rotating our people as much as possible, so that everyone manages to come back work for a couple of months and stay relevant. I think that's very important, because when people disconnect from an industry for a long period, whether it's anybody, you tend to either float away, go away to another industry, which seems more lucrative, or you lose. So it's very important for us in the hospitality business to reconnect and to keep on rotating people so that they stay relevant and they stay motivated in their jobs. So we've been doing that to some extent. Cash flows definitely is a huge challenge, especially for leverage hotels, and even those who are being managed. So they definitely have to. But I think at this moment of crisis, Gautam, I would just like to say, I think communication is key. And in a crisis, I think more than communication is you must over-communicate. Over-communicate with your partners, with your team members, with everyone you're working with, and your guests, which is the most important. I think everybody needs safety. Everybody is in a state of anxiety, fear. And I think at this moment, what we've tried to do is to communicate as much as possible. And now, with so many platforms available, in terms of social media, you can connect with anybody. I think this is a good thing that hotels should continue to do to stay relevant and to stay. Because the future is extremely bright. No doubt.
Absolutely. Well said. I think on that very happy note, especially in the resort destinations, and as I told you, I've had some minor experiences of paying a lot of money. So please, ladies and gentlemen, please be prepared to shell out lots of money to our last speaker. All right, but certainly, am I right? So what would be let's say like a punter like us? How much do we have to pay for a room, Raju? What would you charge for a nice a room with a view, so to speak?
Well, all our rooms have views. At least they're sea facing, if not sea viewing. We do something special for you, especially. The leisure market is definitely much more.
No, it's rocking, absolutely.
Yes.
Manish, Dayat, this Hyderabad. As I said, I worked there for many years of my life. Wasted youth, too much to drink, too much to eat. In a disbelief that I was a Nawab, I started wearing sherwanis with Anpar Parishani. Anyway, that's not the point. Now, how does a destination like Hyderabad cope with, especially in your case, because you're a convention hotel and you were pioneers in this business, right? You were absolute pioneers. And I remember going there because when we were doing the ITC Grand Chola, and the company sent me there to go and copy and cheat. And so I quietly took a flight and took my handyman and I said, Joe, ye inhone kiya hai, sab copy kar lo. But we were quite amazed by your facility, and it was ambitious. I'm talking about 10 years ago, 12 years ago. It was quite an ambitious. So what do you do with that capacity? Because I know that you created capacity, right?
Yes.
And you created a demand. And I think Hyderabad became a great conference destination, and that is what gave us the filial strength of doing ITC Grand Chola, which wasn't, incidentally, Chennai was no destination, right? But Hyderabad became this fantastic destination where you could go there. And so how are you coping with that capacity of, the auditoria and large capacities of rooms and all the space management issues that you will have?
Thank you, Diwan Saab. Namaste, good evening. And Dr. Bose, once again, lovely to connect through this forum. And thank you so much for keeping everyone engaged, coming up with such fantabulous initiatives, which kind of thrives the industry and showcases so many things that we all do together to keep the industry going. And Diwan Saab, again, yes, this was the first hotel for Accor in India. And this hotel, which is the Novotel Hyderabad Convention Center and HICC more popularly known, continues to remain the largest in South Asia. And of course, with this convention center and many others which followed suit in this beautiful city, kind of got this city a beautiful recognition. Apart from being known as the City of Pearls, is also now known as the Convention Center. And we are very, very happy and proud that we had our own share of contribution to this beautiful complex. Yes, I mean, if you ask me, even if I put it across in the smallest manner that I can put forward with all the panel members here, I would say that
I could break this down into 3 pillars. And of course, the first one that remained very important for us was to keep the staff engagement on, to keep the teams motivated. The second one was, of course, very important. Let the revenue management keep moving, let the revenue streams keep flowing, cash flows keep coming in so that we are able to sustain through this pandemic. And lastly, look at how we could market ourselves and use this tool of efficient marketing for our offerings and services that we have to offer. So yes, I would definitely say that the pandemic was probably one of the most challenging events in our lifetime. And of course, it has unimaginably changed the way we live. I think a German philosopher once said that, to be precise, Friedrich Nietzsche, and I took it from him, that what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. And stronger we have actually emerged as the industry saw some great initiatives come through, all the thoughtful gestures, and I think we were no different. We also stood front and stood strong through this pandemic and the waves that we have gone through, already 2 waves that we already know. First and very important was to keep the teams motivated. And of course, in this pandemic, while all of us suffered, the teams also suffered financially, physically, health-wise. And of course, what was important was to give them that confidence that we are there with us. And a company like ours, Accor, announced a wonderful decision way back in April 2020, was that allocating 25% of its planned dividends to this beautiful creation of a wonderful initiative called All Heartist Fund. And obviously, this was open to all the team members and employees across the company, which is almost 3 lakh plus team members. And just speaking about our own country, close to 2,500 team members benefited out of this fund. And to be very honest, this fund was not just allocated to our team members, but it was also allocated to direct business connects who were associated with us in terms of individual partners who were purely dependent on business through this complex, also benefited out of this whole fund. The second thing is to give that confidence for all the team members that if they are safe, they are healthy, we can keep contributing in terms of what we do. And of course, we had to kind of strengthen our whole initiatives towards offering the best of medical assistance, making sure that the insurances were strengthened, not just to cover this new pandemic of COVID-19, but also to make sure that we were all covered for our lives. And that has really helped us strengthen and bring that confidence that we could all stand strong together at the venue and cater to whatever business opportunities that came through during this pandemic. And most importantly, in the most current scenario, is to get the teams vaccinated. And this is something that we are driving across the globes and our country too, to making sure that with the first opportunity, we got all our team members vaccinated. So that was something which brought in a lot of confidence. But yes, to further answer, the first opportunity that came last year was to take care of the stranded passengers abroad who came through this Vande Bharat initiatives. And we were one of the first hotels, 5-star hotels in the city, who welcomed all of them with open arms, and we were able to look after their requirements and their needs. And this helped not only them, revenue opportunities were available during the peak of the lockdown scenario. I think the second important part was to keep the revenue streams moving and the cash flows coming in. So like I said, the first opportunity was the Vande Bharat. The second opportunity was to strengthen the F&B. And if we couldn't welcome guests at the hotel, at least the doors were open for us to deliver the same experience at the home front. And we definitely capitalized on these opportunities. We came up with various initiatives to ensure that we could deliver the same meal experience that they expected at the hotel, but delivered right at their home steps. The second thing that came across as an opportunity for us and through the government orders were that we could cater to only weddings and related events. So we utilized this opportunity wherein there were cappings which were in place, and that is something which continues to be in place even today. So what we did was we came up with a beautiful initiative taking advantage of our presence and our strong network across the country. We came up with this beautiful concept called Viva at Novotel, whereby we used both physical presence of the guest based on the cappings that were allowed, using live streaming. So we used technology and digitalization to kind of reach out to all the near and dear ones who couldn't make it at the venue. And lastly, what we also did through this initiative were we were able to deliver the same wedding feast or the wedding hampers that the guest chose across to all the guests, not just in the same city of the event, but also reach out across the country, utilizing our footprints across the country through the Novotel brand. And that really kind of opened up a lot of doors. So of course, we had to be innovative. The same brunches that we are most popular for in the city of Hyderabad, we were able to deliver it in terms of packed meal and home deliveries across homes, and the families really enjoyed it. What we also saw that as a complex and convention center, we are known, I mean, our segment mix was almost 60 to 70%, which was purely MICE driven. What we saw that there was a major shift from MICE because of course no other segment under MICE was allowed. So what was definitely in was the transient segment or the leisure stays segment for weekend stays, staycations. And what we did was we tried to come up with many initiatives that kept the family engaged, that kept the kid engaged, and made sure that the offerings were accordingly curated to ensure that the same experiences are offered in the current restrictions. And most importantly was the marketing tool, that once we saw that this is something which had to be adopted to based on the current scenario, as a core, we also came up with our very strong statement which spoke about up in terms of the hygiene and safety and sanitations were our all safe initiatives. This was spoken across. We brought in a lot of initiatives. This was definitely an initiative which was vetted by Bureau Veritas, and this gave a lot of confidence not just to our guests within the city to come and stay and experience, but also once there were a few relaxations and when the opportunities came to cater to a small segment of MICE, everybody had that strong feel that yes, we could go to this hotel, we could go to this complex and, you know, kind of have all the safety and sanitation processes in place and SOs in place. And some things we had to adopt, like we had to work around even more stronger for the contactless check-in, contactless menu options. The sitting had to be kind of reduced to make sure that there was sufficient social distancing. So a lot of initiatives were new, but we tried to work around it and make sure that we were compliant with all the safety norms and also made sure that the experiences were not compromised. And amongst all of this, I would definitely say that while everything is important, the personalized aspect of our services continue to remain, and our marketing efforts have to continue to keep pushing and offering the services that is currently in demand. And for that, what we definitely saw was that the virtual connect was very important. So through, again, our own connect, we tried, collaborated with Microsoft to launch something called All Connect. This was a new hybrid meeting concept supported by Microsoft thing. So whatever was in demand, we tried to bring it as our offering and make sure that everybody could leverage and take advantage of this opportunity, and the revenue stream kind of continued, and some of them will continue to remain for a long time. So I think this was very much that was required, and we tried to utilize all our opportunities.
Well, I'm not going to interrupt you, but I think we'll come back to you. I think you actually made a presentation to the board of Novotel, and I would, if I was your one increment, all right?
I would definitely take it from you though.
One increment. Okay, not two. All right. So I, on that very happy note, because obviously I don't think Manish needs any help from anybody since he's done his capacity utilization, he's made his money, he's got his promotion, he's laughing to the bank. Let's go to the more provocative sounding brand, which is called the Play Hotel hotels. And I am looking forward to go to Play Hotel hotels, and I hope it has a distinct relationship with the other Play boy hotels that, you know, there are many in the world. But I understand that these are not as promiscuous as the Playboy hotels, but these are certainly hotels for the younger people. Am I right?
That's right.
And so the younger people, incidentally, in my little 2 or 3 visits, Kunal, that I've had in these, it's the damn young people who were driving traffic jams. You know? So they were the ones creating chaos. They were using segways, having accidents, creating traffic jams, jumping into the pool with clothes, without clothes. It really became like a play hotel. Now, tell me, how do you deal with this over-enthusiastic, and because of the age, they obviously have just one vaccine. They're not even double vaccinated. Look at me, man. I'm 63 years old and I'm double vaccinated and I'm willing to put it on my forehead. So if KLM decides to take me there on transit, at least, I'll go to the transit lounge and come back. But that is what I really want to do. So how does a brand like yours exercise restraint with all this young, energetic tech people, or maybe they are better behaved than we are? I don't know. So over to you, Kunal.
Thank you, Mr. Anand.
Kunal, incidentally, is Chief Executive Officer of Play Hotel, and please, if you want me to be available tomorrow for the citation, that please keep yourself self-restrained. 6 गज की दूरी, double mask. ठीक है? Thank you. नहीं तो चाय पे चर्चा हो जाएगा.
So yeah, just to speak a little bit about Play Hotel, sir. So the brand, primarily we are speaking about the new normal, or exactly how is the industry rising out of it. So with Play Hotel, this company was started actually in the new normal. We started actually in amidst of the corona. This evolved during this time. That's one part of it. So yeah, there are two sides to it. When we started, yes, the name basically comes from basically a thought process that yes, this is a young country, and from that youth comes the word called Play Hotel. So yeah, very rightly said. Said that the very startup point which you just focused on, where you said this is the new normal, where yes, rooms are really picking up fast. But what about the food and beverage? That's not really going that fast. So that's where, as a company, we are more deep-rooted in terms of more deeper parts of the country we are taking care of. So we have our presences at Indore. We are opening up at present time at a city called Guna, which is on the way between Indore and Gwalior.
Right.
So smaller cities is where these hotels are coming up. Now, these hotels are in cities like Indore. We have brands which are focused more towards rooms. But then we also have a segment which is focused more towards food and beverage, which is the Play Hotel. Now, what we are seeing over here and what we are seeing day on day, we are definitely growing in terms of the occupancies, the ARRs, the RevPARs, all of that, and the revenue management is taking place in terms of hotels which are more to do with the room division. But as we talk about the food and beverage, and as Manish put it across in the right manner, yes, the only way through that we are also looking at it is home deliveries, yes, takeaways, yes, this is working out to be fantastic. It's contributing to food and beverage in a manner. Social gatherings, yes, it is working out. But then again, one thing which we've noticed here at Madhya Pradesh, and we are majorly focused on Madhya Pradesh, is that the number of functions have increased. What has not increased is the number of packs. That's majorly come down. So what it results into eventually is that yes, the per function revenue coming out may be lesser in terms of the gross operating profit. But yeah, you make it through in terms of the numbers that you do. So this is what is working out for us here at Madhya Pradesh. Rooms definitely is doing fantastically well. There are some initiatives that we took on with just about all other brands have taken up. So have we taken up in terms of bringing service to home at the end of the day. So that was a very clear point that a lot of hoteliers did a lot of home deliveries till the time, the government was permitting. There was time in between about 50 odd days where even that was stopped. So even the collector orders were there that you cannot even do so. So yeah, we had to refrain ourselves to possibly takeaways. Madhya Pradesh as a state and Indore as a city specifically is a city where people really come out. So we were surprised good sales in terms of people coming out. So we could engage them well. We've taken care of safe measures in terms of social distancing, sanitization, all the measures that possibly had to be taken care of. We've taken care of that. And as we are now coming back on our feet and we are opening up our inventories, yes, vaccination seems to be one of the major part. We are focusing on how our staff is vaccinated. That's one of the marketing point today, one of the greatest marketing points, which is somewhere giving in that trust to our guests that this is the right hotel to be selected. So that's where situations seem to be bettering up for us here at Madhya Pradesh. Food and beverage still is lagging behind, to be very open and upfront with you. But yes, numbers are up. Restaurants are still trying to gain up. Banqueting and social gathering, the social gathering numbers, the number of functions are many, but the pax count is low. So that is all in all.
I agree with you. Except that, I don't think vaccination is a marketing gimmick or a marketing. It is filial allegiance to living. So I have a friend called Veer Sanghvi. He and Seema called me the other day and he said, let's have a meal together. And we were quite inseparable as far as eating is concerned. So we decided that, he said, are you vaccinated? I said, yes. Have you had your antibodies? Yes. We've had antibodies. Yes. So where should we go? We'll go to one ITC hotel. It's safe, I think, and I'm saying and I'm going to give you this example. Okay. So Dang Imaging is embedded in that hotel. All right. And what Dang Imaging does is that every employee or every associate, they do an RT-PCR twice a week, right? And I'm a recipient of that because I checked in during the crisis here in where I was living. I checked in quietly at the Sheraton, New Delhi, and Dr. Bose is familiar with the hotel. And the butler who came to look after me first showed me his RT-PCR test. All right, he said, "Look, Mr. Anand, this is my RT-PCR test, and I'd be the only person in, and so on and so forth." So I respect that. So please remember that it's not. So there's Veer and there's Seema and Gautam Anand. We sat there. We took off our mask for the first time. Benaqab ho gaye hum. Ab samajhte hain, benaqab ho gaye. We took off our mask. We sat there. We ate. We drank. We touched each other. Touched somebody. And so I'm saying it's the reality. Okay, I'm going to come to Mr. Kaul, who's obviously very pleased with himself because he's been spanning right through. And like my home state, I was telling the Minister for Tourism, who is not exactly the brightest guy, and I said, Your Excellency, what you are selling there is the weather, right? So let's keep the quality going at least. Simla ko apne bhar dete hain, aap Kasauli bhar dete hain. So you're selling the weather. In your case, Alok Kaul is the general manager of the Radisson Resort and Spa in Lonavala. He's selling the weather. Now, he may call it the Radisson Resort and Spa, he may call it the pool, he may call it the plunge pool, he may call it the Playboy Club, but the question is that you have fabulous weather, right? And how are you monetizing the weather?
So there is nothing better than this time. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Bose. The whole excitement he created from 2020 and 2021, made us live. That's why I think we are all smiling and bringing this industry forward. So thank you so much for that. The weather, I think I come from Kashmir, and being a Kashmiri and dealing with the weather, there's no better person who can deal with it. And let me tell you, the property I have is based on 5 elements of nature and a culture of Maratha culture touch. So the weather is beautiful. If I show you the pictures around, you would leave your offices right now and you'll say, forget everything. Let everything go to hell. Let's go to Lonavala. This is the place to be. Let me tell you more. There is no COVID here. There is everybody's walking as if you're walking in 2019 or 2018. So that's why I've been smiling throughout when I hear this vaccination, COVID and all that stuff. And one thing our industry needs, it's a lot of positive message, is a lot of, I would love to forward the message, okay, this is opened up, everything is working great. And I think it's the best thing that has happened for our industry in domestic tourism. I think Indian hotels are going to do better than international now because you are restricted to India now. Probably services are going to be better. And people are waiting. People are desperate. Bhaiya, kab khul raha hai aapka hotel? I'll pay you 3 times the price. I want to come. So we are excited. I am excited. And I think we've learned a lot. And we are ready to kind of open our buttons or open our doors to create that wow or to create the difference.
So Alok, with all the happiness that you've created, you still haven't opened.
We are open. we are opening. It's a brand new hotel. We are opening.
Many congratulations to you, and I can see that you have forsaken your home state of Kashmir and made Kunal your new Kashmir. Anyway, that sounds very positive, and congratulations, because you're absolutely right. Please monetize the weather. So I'm going to ask the moderators here. Sanchari, do we have time, or don't we have any time?
Actually, we are just on, I don't want to say it because this is such an amazing session full of life.
No, but
and
darling,
I'm sure.
But somebody ate up my time. The last person, they ate up my time, right? So I'm just saying that I could have eaten him up also, but then I can't eat you up because you're a lovely woman. But
thank you so much, Diwan Saab.
So can we
will
ask
be giving you some more time. Absolutely, Diwan Saab. I'm sure. Yes,
so
wrap up quickly.
I go back to my favorite protagonist, who's the who has, and I must tell you, I love Raju Bharat, because he's one of the few entrepreneurs and hoteliers who did not name a chain after him. His father could have actually named the chain after himself, right? But for some reason, and I'm going to ask him that reason, why didn't you name the chain after yourself? And I also asked this question of Mr. Balji, although they were called Balji Hotels. He comes from Simla as well. Chandar Balji, his father had a sweet shop there. So I've always wondered, I said, why didn't you call, and originally they were Balji Hotels. So why weren't they called Bharat Hotels? Or they were called Bharat Hotels.
There's a Kenilworth Hotel on Russell Street in London.
I know that.
So at one time we thought we could be part of their chain. So we continued with the name.
Right. So tell me, Raju, with Kapil Chopra is breathing down everybody's neck about his, and I love Kapil Chopra. Okay. So please don't misunderstand me. I love Kapil Chopra. I love his enthusiasm. He's got quarter zones everywhere, and he has this fabulous hotels which he calls the postcard hotels. He's got cars. And he's aggressive, right? And he says that it's far safer to stay at a postcard hotel in Goa than to go and stay at Raju Bharat's Kenilworth Hotels. Or for that matter, at ITC Grand Goa. And I hope Nakul Anand is not hearing me, because there goes my free holiday.
I think with vaccination coming on, I think that's changing.
Right.
Because the feeling of safety is earlier it was, people felt more safe in their own environments. And there was a lot of misconception about COVID and how to manage it. There was a lot of uncertainty, a lot of fear, which I think now is changing.
Right.
There's more confidence, and I think people are getting to understand this problem. So yes, at that period, Kapil was doing better than us, but I don't think it's going to stay that way.
No, please, I'm not creating any. I didn't mean any.
No, I'm just sharing with you. There was a time, yes, boutique properties, more remote destinations were making more sense because people were fearful. But now I think with the vaccination process and more understanding of COVID, people are being able to manage it. And I think the future, as you mentioned, is bright. I think what we need to do is a couple of things. We need to, this has been an unprecedented disruption in our industry.
Right.
We had that security, those terror attacks, which made us really focus on security. I mean, from baggage, X-ray machines and so on and so forth. So there's definitely been a huge disruption, and we have to prepare for that. I mean, that's what I talk to hoteliers about, is that a certain amount of technology is going to come in.
Absolutely. In fact, I must tell you that
when it comes to sanitation and hygiene.
I'm old enough to tell you that I'm old enough to tell you, even though I look much younger than. So I'm kidding. I had been through the Chinese War. Okay, I was a child in Nizamuddin in Delhi, where we were huddled in a room. The Chinese were doing all over. Then I went to the 65 war with the Pakistanis, and the 71 war, and we had blackouts and all that stuff at Home Guard. So I've been through all that. All right, and this one was no better. Right, so I completely empathize with all of you, except that I like the verve and spirit. Except that I want to remind young Mr. Kaul that the current Chief Minister of Assam, who was the Health Minister, said exactly what Mr. Kaul is now saying: is that there is no COVID here in Assam. We don't have to wear any masks here. And so did the protagonist of the United States, Mr. Trump. He said, no one can wear masks there. So, young man, I'm telling you, baby, double mask, right?
Yes. But the COVID is over. The time is gone now. Yes.
I hope so.
Tourism is going up. The graph will go up, and you will see the graph will just go up. It will not stop.
Okay, good. On that, I like the enthusiasm of the optimism of the young, right? I personally, between you and me, even at home, and I've just unmasked myself because of this presentation. Otherwise, even at home, I wear a mask. When I go down, I wear 2 masks. Anyway, on this very happy note, I think we will conclude. But I would have loved to go back to young Mr. Kotos, but maybe that'll have to do a little private tete-a-tete about the playboy element to his business in Indore. But there is a wonderful couplet by Faiz Ahmed Faiz, who's my favorite poet. And by the way, I have a pen name called Diwane Sharar. Sharar actually is my pen name. I write badly. I write badly. So the first couplet that I read out was mine, but I'm going to quote Faiz Ahmed Faiz. And he said very eloquently that दिल ना उम्मीद तो नहीं ना काम ही तो है, दिल ना उम्मीद तो नहीं ना काम ही तो है, लंबी है मेरी गम की शाम but शाम ही तो है. What it really means is that the heart is remorseful, but it's not hopeless, right? Long are my evening griefs, but they're only evening. सवेरे तो उठना ही है. ठीक है जी. So on that very happy note, thank you very much as usual, Dr. Bose, for giving us this opportunity. I hope we bored you to death with our Urdu and all that. And you will not rescind the citation that you're going to give me tomorrow. And please forgive me for my sins. I promise to give you my pink rose when I meet you the next time. Thank you very much, all of you. Really enjoyable.
Thank you, Diwan sir. Lovely interacting.
Thank you so much, Diwan.
Thank you, all of you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for all of you. I mean, it's been so positive. Absolutely bounced back, actually, not in line, not in word, but in action. Especially with Diwan Saab moderating, you can't get a better guy in India to do that. Positivity, that kind of a romance. The grand young prince of Indian hospitality. So thank you very much, Raju. Thank you very much, Kunal, who is my alumni actually from IIHM Kolkata, and my very good friend from Hyderabad, Manish and Alok, whom I befriended when I visited my campuses. Two absolute gem of person. And thanks, Sanchari, for really making that chef. And thanks so much, gentlemen. Don't leave, because we have got some fantastic people doing some 2-8 talk. One is David Foskett, one is Anita Mendrita, all the way from London, talking about sustainability. She is a special advisor to the United Nations WTO Secretary General. And then we have got iconic session as well. So in case you are free for a few minutes, please do stay with us and don't go away. Thank you so much. Thank you. And namaskar from all of us.
Thank you. Have a lovely day.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Diwan Saab, and everybody for joining us. And just like Dr. Bose said, we are about to now start, without a break, another PAPAC session. And we have Ms. Anita Mendirita, founder and president, Anita Mendirita and Associates, joining us all the way from London. And ma'am is going to be talking on sustainability in today's pandemic world. A very, very warm welcome to you, Anita ma'am, and we look forward to your PAPAC session right now.
Stunning. Share screen.
Yes.
Perfect. Here we go. Lovely. And a very warm namaskar to you all. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with you. I'm very, very grateful. I bring enormous amounts of love from London as an Indian daughter. And I also carry with me the regards of the Secretary General of the United Nations World Tourism Organization, Zurab Pololikashvili, who is very excited about today. And clearly there's a lot of energy that's been taking place in the IIHM Conclave so far. So congratulations. And a special thanks to Dr. Bose for your incredibly kind invitation to be a part of this today. I'm very excited. I know I've got 600 seconds, so I'm going to do this very quickly, but I wanted to take you through what has become a really important part of the outcome of COVID-19 and its impact on travel and tourism. Again, my significant thanks to you all for this chance to be with you. We know our industry is much loved. I love the conversations that were happening just now about the long-term benefit of COVID-19 to tourism in India and around the world because of domestic tourism. It was always seen to be the second cousin, the poor cousin, compared to international. But every country in the world right now has a captive audience, and it's bringing up the baseline and actually growing the potential of tourism. We saw, however, a little over a year ago, we were all grounded. One of my last trips before the world shut down was actually to Mumbai in February, where I had the blessing of being with Puneet Chatwal, who we all know very well. And suddenly the world stopped. In doing so, our industry has been the worst hit. And sadly, if we look at the damage of it, this is going to be long-standing. Because interestingly, when you were all speaking about people's confidence needing to come back in travel and tourism, it's not just fears of the virus that is stopping people traveling. What is frightening people almost more is changes of regulations. So with governments suddenly opening up borders and then shutting them again, people getting grounded, getting put into quarantine, into isolation, that's what's making travelers nervous. Here in London, on the 19th of July, we're supposed to be opening up the UK for travel to what we call amber countries, countries that were not on the watch list, but on the caution list. And no longer will people need to isolate for 10 days when they come back. Surges in airlines went up 400% in terms of searches because people are desperate to get on a holiday. But we know, however, that governments can very rapidly shut the borders again. That's what travelers are worried about. But that's where it brings us to what ultimately are we looking at in terms of the long term. We know back in 2019, we had 1.5 billion international travelers going around the world, 1 in 10 jobs worldwide, 54% of those coming from youth, 80% of SMEs come from travel and tourism. And sadly, we then saw in 2020, the world stopped. We have lost up to 75% of international travel. It's taken our numbers back to the 1990s. We've lost over 1.1 trillion in terms of receipts. This is all international. Domestic is as always 5 to 6 times that amount. And importantly, almost 120 million jobs, especially if you think of the damage that means. One person, one family times 120 million have been impacted, which means we need to rebuild, but we need to rebuild very carefully and keeping at the heart of our rebuilding what the Secretary General of the United Nations says is making sure that we rebuild in a way that is truly sustainable and responsible.
It is imperative that we rebuild the tourism sector, but it must be in a way that is safe, equitable, and climate friendly. Transport-related greenhouse gas emissions could rebound sharply if recovery is not aligned with climate goals. Supporting the millions of livelihoods that depend on tourism means building a sustainable and responsible travel experience that is safe for host communities, workers, and travelers. To aid recovery, I have identified 5 priority areas. First, mitigate the socio-economic impacts of the crisis. Second, build resilience across the entire tourism value chain. Third, maximize the use of technology in the tourism sector. Fourth, promote sustainability and green growth. And fifth, foster partnerships to enable tourism to further support the Sustainable Development Goals. Let us ensure that tourism regains its position as a provider of decent jobs, stable incomes, and the protection of our cultural and natural heritage. Thank you.
Now, importantly, when we look at the future of travel and tourism, what's interesting is that when we talk about sustainability, one of the greatest barriers of sustainability is the word sustainability. And I play a great deal in words and people's ability to connect to them, because sustainability has always been seen as being green. It's always been seen as being an option for later. We were growing too quickly to actually stop and think about this. And then Mother Nature said, okay, you think you're growing too quickly? We're going to send you all to your rooms and you're going to going to think about it for a year and a half. And it's been fascinating to see how the understanding of sustainability has changed because we've all been stopped from moving around the country and around the world, especially with lockdowns. Sustainability has evolved to a new understanding of responsibility, because all of us have seen that by not being able to travel when cities were locked down, economies suffered, lives suffered, and livelihoods suffered. So we're seeing that the definition of sustainability is now talking about social sustainability, community-based sustainability, all of those small businesses that rely on our industry to actually grow and to do so in a way that keeps families and communities safe. Cultural sustainability has also become very important, and building understanding and respect of the people and the places we are able to go to, that we are blessed to go to as travels. One of the great challenges that we experienced before all of this with COVID-19 was the issue of over-tourism, the overcrowding that was being hit. Suddenly people realized over-tourism is not just about bad management, it's about bad manners. Just because I have an airline ticket, a cell phone, a passport, and a hotel booking does not mean I can show up at Dr. Bose's house and walk in without knocking on the door and taking off my shoes. That tourism started to become an entitlement. It's not, it's a privilege. And I think people recognize now that it's not just the value of travel that has changed because of COVID-19, the values of travel have changed. That goes into economic appreciation. And suddenly governments around the world and travelers are seeing the ecosystem that when travel stops, all of these lives and livelihoods stop. So it's no longer just about how much people spend in the country when they travel or in a city, it's how much economic stimulus is happening. And this is why governments around the world were brilliant in saying domestic tourism only, because at least they could get the supply chains going. All of those artisans, all of those people in food and beverage, all of those people directly and indirectly working in the tourism industry were able to get back to work again, finally. And of course, we know it's about environmental sustainability. So my whole point being that the meaning of the word has been grown and blossomed so beautifully because of COVID-19, that the travel industry and travelers have much, much more appreciation and affection for the concept of sustainability and the way we never thought of before in 2019. Importantly as well, sustainability is not an option, it's an imperative. Because when it comes, I always get amused when people say that they want a sustainable business, as opposed to what, a bankrupt business? And we want to make sure that there's sustainability of wildlife, as opposed to extinction. We never used the word with the respect that it deserved. And I'm delighted to say that I really feel that now that respect is being brought back, because our world is aching to travel. Our world needs to travel as a fundamental, not just provider of lives and livelihoods, but a love for the world that we all share. That, sadly, we were kept away from for over a year, because ultimately our world is about travel.
Movement defines us. Standing still is not an option. We must come together again under shared values. With sustainability as a guiding principle. We are the innovators, the game changers. We are travelers who celebrate diversity and champion solidarity. Growing back for people on the planet. Unlocking opportunities for millions. And leaving nobody behind. The world is waiting. We will restart tourism.
So with that, I say a very sincere, loving dhanyavad for the opportunity to speak with you all today and share what I think is one of the most important messages and outcomes of this incredibly traumatic time. Mother Nature, as I say, might have a very bad temper, but God is gracious and good will come from this time if we allow it to. So I shall say a very sincere thank you for the chance to be with you all today.
Thank you so much, Anita ma'am. It was indeed a very, very insightful presentation, and I'm sure and certain that all of us have learned a lot from this. Even though it was for 8 minutes, Ed Talk, definitely it was, a power-packed one. Thank you so much for that, ma'am. And I would like to welcome Dr. Bose to come on screen, and of course, thank you for the same. Do we have Dr. Bose here? I presume, ma'am, he would be in a call, but then, of course, on behalf of him and all of us at IIHM, thank you very much. Yes, I can see him on screen. Welcoming Dr. Bose for thanking ma'am. Over to you, sir. Sir, you would need to unmute yourself. Yes.
Thank you so much, Anita. It was lovely, lovely. We all enjoyed. And in fact, I kept the previous panels in for you because I know that they will enjoy every moment of this presentation. 8 minutes. So I always found that TED Talk is too long for 18 minutes. So I took the T out of the TED and make it ED. So made an ED Talk. Which also means educational, ED means educational, and it's such a great, because it's been historic. You are one of the first person today to give the first series of the ED Talk in our newly formed IIHM International College for Distinguished Fellows. So it's an absolutely honored to have you, and we look forward to more such interaction in the future. Thank you so much for your time and for all you have done. Thank you so much. Namaskar from all of us.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anita ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Bose. And ladies and gentlemen, we are almost towards the close of the event. I mean, we really cannot imagine. It has been such an eventful day.
Not quite. We have got Sanchari, Professor Foskett, and Icon 7. Yeah.
Yes, we have too many things, sir. But then, yes, I was just telling ladies and gentlemen, to everybody out here that, we have still so many things left, and we really cannot believe that already we have left behind so many great, sessions and ED Talks. We have, again, a very, very important personality with us, Professor David Foskett, Chairperson, IHC London, who is going to be here talking about hospitality business and government in the new world order. A very warm welcome to you, Professor Foskett, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much. Well, what a wonderful day it's been. And we must thank IIHM, all the staff, and especially Dr. Bose, for bringing us all together. So much we have learned today, and so much passion and enthusiasm. And I'm going to start with a piece of Latin. Not Fiat Lux, let there be light, because there's been much light today which has been shining all around our speakers. But a piece of Latin called Sacrista Verecit. And this famous motto, it is the motto of the Abbey of Monte Cassino in Italy, founded around 520 AD. And what does this piece of Latin mean? It means cut down and it will grow again green and grow again much stronger. The Abbey of Monte Cassino has been destroyed 3 times, but each time it is come back greener and stronger by rebuilding. And what we have seen today is Successor Versatit. We've been cut down through the pandemic, but we're rebuilding. We're bouncing back like the Abbey of Monte Cassino in Italy. We are the Monte Cassino of the hospitality industry. And governments have to help around the world to truly recognize the value of hospitality business in the new world order. We are in this country, in the UK, pressing for a minister for hospitality to take hospitality more seriously as it contributes so much as the third largest employer to the economy? How much tax revenue is produced from hospitality? Corporate tax, value-added tax. The hospitality industry, with all its taxation, builds the schools, builds the roads, builds the hospitals, and contributes so much to society. So take us more seriously in the world of business. We need a hospitality minister to drive things forward. Government needs to play their part. It contributes so much to the well-being. How bad has it been during lockdown to walk down the high street, the cities, the towns, deserted, no place to eat, no place to have a coffee, miserable weather on top. One day I looked at our town and I saw destitute, hardly any people, so miserable. And I said to myself, if this is to continue, how depressing it all is. But the hospitality industry destroys that depression. It creates so much enjoyment. As well as jobs, it is vital to the well-being of our society. It is vital to the macro and the micro economy, the supply chain, the equipment suppliers, the veg, fruit, meat, all the suppliers, all the equipment suppliers that depend so much on our industry. And what we have started to do today in this bounce back, in this cut down, and it will grow green again. We've talked about sustainability. The color of sustainability is green. And this famous motto, Sir Christophe Vestit, which is the motto of the Abbey of Monte Cassino, we will bounce back. And they bounced back 3 times because they had the faith, the passion, the determination, which we have seen today, which has been demonstrated today. And we have started to invent the future. The future belongs to us. The future belongs to hospitality and tourism. So much depends on what we do. So much goodness in society depends on how hospitable we are. It is the human spirit that will lead us through. It is the human spirit of hospitality that is so important to us all. And if you're never sure about that, just cast your mind back to the dark days of the lockdown in the high street. The darkness, the tears. But now the dawn is breaking. The dawn which brings light, hope, and jobs for the future. It is the light which shines on us today. Let there be light. Let us bounce back. Let us become green again. The business will survive. The business will grow. But we need government. We need the governments of the world, particularly governments in England, to recognize the importance of hospitality. And I noticed from the Master Innholders website, the video by Prince Charles, who clearly understands himself the importance of hospitality business, a key patron of hospitality in the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts. If the heir to the throne recognizes the vast importance of hospitality, then surely the governments of the world can do their part in helping us move forward, because so much depends on it. The education system in hospitality needs to be reformed, and the curriculum. There needs to be more funding for hospitality business education. And I focus on the word business education, hospitality business education. We need good leaders, good management, and it is the leaders that we've seen today. We have been inspired today by the great many speakers, the distinguished fellows of hospitality in the world, who have shared with us their thoughts, their ideas, their creativity, how innovative they've been. So much can be said for the knowledge, the intellect of these leaders throughout the world who have come through. And like the monks of Monte Cassino in Italy from 520 AD, the monastery destroyed 3 times, they bounced back. Their intellect, their determination has bounced back. And that's what we've seen today. We have been inspired, rejuvenated, and really motivated. The speakers have really motivated us today. And I thank you all. As we move into the next session, which is about the New World Order, we've learned a lot about technology. We have to think differently, innovate differently, become more creative, and all have a greater understanding of each other, because we're all in this together globally. Globally, we are united by one industry, and that is the hospitality industry, which we all share and we all love. So I thank you for listening, and I'd like to move on to the next panel, which will discuss this new world order. And I'd like to introduce, if I may.
Yes, Professor Foskett, if I may, I can just kind of invite everybody in the panel along with you.
Thank you.
And we are extremely humbled. First of all, thank you so much, Professor Foskett, for the very, very enlightening and energetic and very, very positive, as always, a talk that you've in fact provided with us already. And now we are extremely humbled to have along with ourselves Mr. Ajay Bakaya, who's the Managing Director of the Sarovar Hotels and Resorts. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And joining him would be Mr. Robin Shepherd, President at the Biscoes Hotels, Mr. Kush Kapoor, CEO of the Rosette Hotels and Resorts, and Mr. Sanjay Sethi, Managing Director and CEO, Chalet Hotels. A very, very warm welcome to all of you here, along with Professor Foskett. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. So the New World Order, thank you all very much for joining us with our last panel. I'd like to start with each of you to give us your thoughts on what we've learned from the pandemic and the New World Order as we move forward. AJ, would you like to start first, please?
Thank you, David. Thank you. And good afternoon, good evening to everyone who's on the panel and everyone who's listening. We've learned a lot, and I think we're still learning and evolving. But one thing to learn for sure is that there is no permanence in what's going on, and we're unlikely to see permanence in the next few years in the industry. And we need to have the ability to adapt to highs and lows and frequent changes of highs and lows. It's like you're sitting on the beach and you're seeing these big waves come crashing by. So to give a very live, real example, if you looked at Kashmir 3 months ago, after years and years of turmoil, they were in boom mode in February, March. Hotels were sold out, there were no rooms available, and they were selling at a premium. And then April, May, June, things bombed with COVID and everything died down. And once again, we are in a situation in Kashmir today, after 3 months, where there are no rooms available. So I think we're going to see more and more of that. To my mind, the biggest lesson is that there is no sense of permanence, and we have to, as hotel managers and hotel operators and hoteliers and hospitality professionals, come out with a formula that can adapt to the highs and lows, particularly in a country like India, where payroll is a very significant cost of our operation, and so is energy. So one of the things we possibly have to do is make sure that there is a pool of people sitting somewhere that are available, perhaps at high hourly or daily wages, but are available for short bursts of time, a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, because we will be unable to take care of people over a year's business. So that's one of the learnings I have. I think it's all still fluid and evolving. If one has to survive, one has to be very, very flexible and very quickly adaptable. Otherwise, like a lot of people in our business, unfortunately, who've perished, we're bound to perish. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Robin, from a London and UK European perspective, how do you see the new world order post-pandemic?
Well, first of all, I'd recommend anybody who's in a pandemic not to try and leave the European Union at the same time, because they're two highly unpredictable things that you're doing, neither of which you're in control of. Having made the decision to leave the EU, we could surely have postponed that process until the pandemic was under control. So I think there's a lesson in terms of leadership there which we could all learn from. And if you could lend us a leader who's competent and can comb his own hair, we'd be very grateful at the same time. More seriously, I think from a planet's perspective, the lockdown process that we've had in the UK has taught us that we can, if we choose, curtail our consumption of carbon fuels at a stroke. We just have to change our behavior. And I do think we can't just go back to driving all our vehicles, flying everywhere. Much as we all want to travel, we do need to think about the way in which we travel going forward. I think the birth of what we're doing now is here to stay, and increasingly we're going to have a hybrid arrangement of meetings where a number of people will be in a room attending the conference physically, and many people will be dialing in using a platform like this one we're using now. So the type of conference and special event that we used to have may not return in the same way. What I have, however, seen, and I think this is the lesson for us all, and it seems to reflect the spirit of this panel session, is the amount of humanity and the care for our fellow man, which has come out of the pandemic. If you look at the problems we've had in the Indian continent and problems in the UK, it's just ghastly to see the suffering and the hardship that people have had to endure, and how many people have put their lives on the line in order to protect those who don't have the same skills. It's quite extraordinary, and I found it very humbling. What I found particularly encouraging, however, was a number of staff right the way across the piece in the UK who took the opportunity to help on a voluntary basis. They didn't need asking, they took the initiative themselves. And I suspect it's been exactly the same in India, where people have said, I'm going to do something about this, I want to make a contribution. So there's some good news in there, and that's all about humanity and our desire to care for each other and nurture and be kind to each other. So several points made. I hope that's sufficient, David.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll move on to Krush now. Would you like to share your thoughts on the New World Order?
Thank you, Professor Foskett. 4 things probably I and my brand have learned. And I'll sum it up in tips, which is TIPS for all of us out here. It's be transparent with your employees and even with your guests, because we all know the guests are pretty smart. They know what's happening in the hotels. You can't hide anything from the guests nowadays, and same goes for the team. So for the last 1.5 years, we've tried as much as we can for being transparent with our employees. So don't hide them. I mean, if you're giving them leave without pay, you're giving them leave with pay, be detailed and be upfront. So that's very important what we've learned. Second is ICE for me stands for innovation, and that's the key for me and my brand and even for my team out here. And I would say we've actually been able to use this 15, 16 months doing more innovation than I've actually done for the last 3 years when we've opened up the brand out here. Right from the generation of the water, from the moisture, which we serve actually to our guests in our resort in Delhi, to have our own bottling plant in the other hotel in the Aero City right now. So we've been able to achieve a lot of innovation, and that actually has shown us results both for the employees and the guest retention also. P for me is always personalization. You need to get as personal as you can, know as much as you can, both for your employees and for your guests. And S for me is keep your business as simple as possible. The more you add on appliances, the more you add on artificial intelligence, if it's not making sense for a human being who's coming to your hotel, either as an employee or as a guest, it just doesn't make sense. So keep things as simple as possible and make sure you're always uncomfortable to be always comfortable in your life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now move on to Sanjay. Sanjay, could you share your thoughts with us on the new world order? Can you unmute yourself?
Apologies for that.
Yeah.
I think my colleagues on the panel have said it all. I think one of the things that I do want to say that we are in a state of rapid evolution for our industry, and multiple concurrent forces are sort of impacting our business. And it's very important for us to ensure that we align our current actions and our future strategy in line with the evolution of this world at large. We see business travel probably taking a little longer to get back. We see leisure in form of revenge travel coming in a lot swifter. But as I think one of the participants said, I'm seriously concerned about the rapid ramp up that's happened on some of the leisure destinations in our country. We are now currently experiencing unheard of number of people in small hill stations in India. And it's at a period when we are on the verge of a potential third wave. I think we need to be very mindful of the health risk right now and open up the economy, the industry in a fashion which works for everyone. David, you also captured it extremely well when he said that the governments need to take notice and need to recognize this industry as one of substance. And you said you need a hospitality minister, something that I've actually spoken about a year back for India, that we don't need a tourism minister. Tourism is much larger as a subject. Hospitality itself is a huge driver for the economy in the country, and we need a hospitality minister. A lot of the audience today I'm expecting is a young student audience. And for them, from their perspective, it's very important also to share what their future holds. We'll be, as I said, everything is evolving. We may not have the right answer now. At this point of time, I think the young professionals need to ensure 2 or 3 things. One, it's important, I would say imperative, that they get multi-skilled so that they are able to apply their learnings and knowledge in any form of evolution of tourism and hospitality that gets thrown at them in the future. And very importantly, create your own personal brand based on being diligent, unfaltering integrity, being extremely proactive and entrepreneurial in nature, in their behavior. We also need to align ourselves with everything that we do towards a more sustainable planet. And finally, I think my advice to the hospitality students is that get out of this mode of just being operation students. You need to be hotel business students, and you need to be hotel business managers. With that, I sum up my initial conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. I just want to take up something that Robin said, that good management and good leadership would not leave the European Union in the middle of a pandemic. But that's the problem. Our politicians are not necessarily good managers or good leaders. They don't train for their job. All of us today have trained in hospitality management. We've trained for our job. Politicians don't necessarily train for the job of being a politician. And we have to educate the politicians. And I find myself all the time banging the drum to try to get councillors, MPs, our politicians to understand the importance of our industry. And many of them just don't get it. And I have to say that one of the problems I faced when I was at the University of West London dealing with vice chancellors, many vice chancellors don't understand the business of hospitality. They think it's cooking and waiting. Yeah, and we know it's far more that we are running successful businesses linked very much to the economy. And one thing about in Singapore, they have changed their education system. They have thrown out the British system of education, adopted a German system, which looks very much at vocational and skills on par with academic education. And in Singapore, their apprenticeship scheme and their skills scheme is called Skills for the Economy. And it's driven by the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance is responsible for skills education because it so much links to the economy. And what we have to get our politicians to understand the important link between what we do, skills education linked to our economy. And just before we all go, I'd like to ask you one thing. What is the most important thing each of you have learned from the lockdown and the pandemic? So can I ask AJ one thing that stands out in your mind?
Well, you mentioned politicians and politics. I wouldn't get into the politics of things, and I think it's a fairly complex task in this country. But yeah, one thing we have learned is that you need to learn to survive yourself. In countries like India, where governments, even if they are willing to help, don't have deep pockets, and in a lot of cases, you're not high enough priority for them to bother. You have to manage to survive. And I think one of the biggest learnings from this pandemic, particularly for an Asian country where your interest rates on loans are high, is to make sure you never have a state of debt which is not manageable. If you're stuck in a debt trap and you end up in a scenario of this nature, unlike the UK, unlike the other parts of the developed world, you're not going to get no help from anyone. And it's the only thing you face then is the possibility of hanging yourself and shutting down your business. And that's happening quite a lot here, because if you are in the debt trap, there is no relief at all. There are no cash flows coming in. You can't pay your people. You can't pay your suppliers, and you are in more than a mess. We've seen hotels shutting down. We've seen businesses shutting down. I think so. One of the big learnings for me is to make sure that debt is very manageable and is always controlled from the day you start taking any loans or any drawdowns from a bank, all the way till you service it. It's a big learning.
Thank you very much. Robin, your main learning thought from this pandemic and lockdown?
Well, forgive me, it's very similar. Cash.
Yeah.
You've got to have cash. You've got to have it under the mattress. You've got to have it in your back pocket. You've got it as far away from the banks as you can possibly get it, but you need cash. You can make all the provisions you want to protect your staff. You can refund your guests. You can do all sorts of wonderful things so long as you've got cash. We were fortunate to have a little bit of cash tucked away for other projects when the pandemic hit us, but it's amazing how quickly it runs out. And no matter how hard you try to stem the cash burn, just standing still, you're still spending money. You have insurance, you have degradation of the building, you have security, you have all sorts of issues, even though you can't trade. So cash management has become probably even more pivotal as a result. In order to enable anything else to function.
This brand, or even if you're the smallest brand, you need to be there to collaborate with your partners. And that's probably has kept, I guess, most of the brands which are still existing have been able to continue. You need to be open to collaborate. Your partners needs to handhold in the toughest time. And this probably, I guess we all have been to this toughest time in our history till date, I would say. But if we one thing which we want to learn, or we can learn moving ahead, is if I'm ready to collaborate, I can only see our brands moving ahead. If I'm not, I can just stand still, and probably I can, as I said, I can be the biggest brand or the smallest brand. I can be wiped out in next couple of days if I'm not ready to collaborate with the partners in the market. Thank you.
Thank you. Sanjay, last thoughts with you, please.
Oh, David, very similar to what Ajay and Robin sort of spoke about. Clearly liquidity is critical, the ability to manage your cash flows. And so I won't dwell on that anymore, but that's priority number one for us too. Ajay did mention that you need to be debt-free. Unfortunately, in a capital-intensive business of hotels, it's impossible to be debt-free because your cost per room is in the vicinity of roughly around somewhere between 10 to 25 million a room. And you just can't generate equity to that extent. So you've had to have debt. And in these troubled times, debt tends to increase. Fortunately, good companies are able to tide over these periods. Chalet's got enough lines of credit. We're expanding. We got a 1.2 billion or 12 billion rupee worth of capex program going on right now. So, liquidity is clearly the priority number one. And we're going through troubled times. We'll get out of them, like you said. The monastery of hospitality will bounce back. We just need to plug away and be extremely nimble to reacting to the current uncertainty that's there.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you all very much for your generous time, your wisdom, which is very important in these times, and we are extremely grateful for giving us your time and your expertise. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Over to you, Abdullah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Foskett, and of course to all our iconic leaders here. It was, in fact, a very, very power-packed session. And I would like to now call upon our chairman, Dr. Bose, to thank everybody and, of course, to talk about the event. Over to you, sir. Welcoming you.
Yep. A very good evening, everybody, and thanks, David, for this great moderation. And thank you, Mr. Bakaya, Mr. Shepherd, my friend Kush, Sanjay. It's been absolutely a great end to an absolutely fantastic day. The first ever global conclave by the International College for Distinguished Fellows. We started around at 12 in daytime, and it's almost 8 hours now. It's actually 8 hours. It's 8 hours of non-stop debate, discussion, and a panel discussion, 8 panel discussion, 8 talk of 8 minutes, and some about 60 odd iconic people talking about it. It's a fantastic, incredible start to this incredible institution, which is the International College for Distinguished Fellows. And I'd like to thank all of you for your time, for your wisdom, for your knowledge, and for your support and love for this industry that we all belong and we swear by it. It's such a pleasure to say thank you, and I look forward to welcome you once again tomorrow for the felicitation and for the conferment of the fellows of the IIHM International College for Distinguished Fellows, which we will like to have this kind of interaction at least 4 or 5 times in the year. And this has been the start. So personally, I've been absolutely delighted to host this 8 hours thing. Maybe next time we'll do a 12-hour one, because a lot of session was so interesting. We actually hated to stop it at 45 minutes, but we have to due to the paucity of time. But yes, we are all learning. And as Professor Foskett always says, that to be human is to be hospitable. And that is what we always follow, that to be human is to be hospitable. Hospitality is what we live and die for. And we are all committed to this industry. So thanks very much. And I'd like to say thank you and look forward for tomorrow. And like to invite Abdullah Ahmed. Is he coming and joining us as well?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Dr. Bose. Thank you to all you dignitaries for joining in, ladies and gentlemen. And for a lot of you who've joined in on our social feeds from different parts of the world, well, I would say good evening, good afternoon, and good morning. Well, life carries on, and you are watching 8X, hospitality's biggest ever global e-conclave on leadership in the New World Order that was on since morning. It's all about 8 iconic leaders, 8 panel discussions, and 8 hospitality ed talk. Today, what we've seen is history in the making. We started the day with some amazing discussions with Professor David Foskett as the moderator for the session that started at 12:30 called the Hospitality Education and Skill Sets in the New World Order, Time to Change Gears and Curriculum. followed by Chef Ranveer Brar joining in talking about culinary trends in the New World Order. We have then a very interesting topic, business innovation and creativity in the New World Order and hospitality industry. Again, Mr. Ranveer Bhandari was the moderator and speaker for this. After that, we had Mr. Sarbendra Sarkar, founder and MD, Signet Hotels, joining and talking about entrepreneurship. And well, we had the culinary trends in the New World Order, chefs joining from different parts of the world, and Chef Kak, our culinary director, was the moderator of the session with Chris Galvin, Stuart Littlejohn, Chef Manish Mehrotra, and Chef Himanshu Taneja joining in, followed by Chef John Wood talking about technology and innovation in hospitality business, and of course, sustainability and food security. Very, very interesting session that happened at 3:35 p.m. India time, followed by Mr. Deepak Ori, CEO, Lebu Hotels, talking about the hospitality in Southeast Asia. And then, of course, the Young Hospitality Leaders Forum. We had Mr. Rupam Datta as the moderator, General Manager for Feathers Hotel, followed by Ashish Kumar, Shani Verma, and Yangdup Lama in this session. And of course, a very interesting topic that happened of Dr. Sodhi, who heads the Amul as well, who joined in and talking about stress and de-stressing. And of course, we had a very interesting session that was, in fact, we had to literally stop, but strategies and innovations for the F&B industry. Ron Scott for the moderator, Zorawar Kalra, Rahul Akerkar from Mumbai, Enzo from UK, Joel Basumatari, and A.D. Singh were the people who were carrying the discussion. And of course, we had Mr. Samrat Datta talking about the destination tourism in the New World Order. Mr. Divan Gautam Anand was talking about how will the hospitality industry realign itself in the New World Order with Kunal Katoch. And we had Manish Daya joining in along with Alok Kaul in this particular session. And of course, we had the sustainability in today's pandemic world being talked about by Ms. Anita Mandiratta. And of course, the session that just concluded today. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the power pack day that we was talking about. 8x, 8 sessions, 8 iconic speakers, and here we are at the end of this session. For all you people who've joined in today in this Zoom, and for all you people who've joined in from different parts of the world on our Facebook feeds, on our YouTube feeds, all you can do is after this, you can just rewind. The session will be here and listen to some amazing iconic leaders brainstorming today in the corridors of knowledge, in the corridors of IIHM. Thank you for joining in. Wonderful to all have you under this roof. Enjoy yourself. Have a great day and look forward to connect with you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye. God bless you. Namaskar from me and from IIHM. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.